And I am here with Superman himself, 5-time Open IPF World Champion, David Ricks. We are getting ready to start the prime time session of the 2016 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. We have had an unbelievable week so far, and this evening we are going to see even more amazing lifts. We've got some awesome, innovative, and things we're bringing to you this evening you've never seen before. We are going to have camera angles you haven't seen. We're going to have slow-mo replays. We're going to be doing updates on the scoreboard so you can follow along at home, and you're going to get to see the best lifters in the world competing for American records, for world team spots, and they're going to be battling all the way to the finish. I want to ask my partner in crime, David Ricks, to step in now and tell me, what do you think of what we're going to see this evening?
It's a tremendous opportunity to see the best lifters in the nation compete on a national stage. You know, this primetime thing is a great innovative thing that USPL is doing. You know, I was fortunate to be in that session last night, and so just lifting and being at the venue here for the last several days, this is an awesome experience with 1,100 lifters. But the key thing is that when you're lifting at this venue and you're working basically with the top lifters, it brings your mental game to another level. You want to do the best because you're working against the best. And so you'll see that again tonight.
Well, that brings us to our Flight A. Our first group of lifters is going to be the women's 138-pound weight class along with the women's 158-pound weight class. In the 138s, Jennifer Thompson is going to be the show. She's the best lifter in the world. Tell us about Jennifer.
Jennifer really is unparalleled. If you look at, she's 41-year-old, and she's basically got master division, and she basically won the competition way in the open weight class. Of course, you know her basically in terms of bench extraordinaire, 300-pound bench. There's a lot of guys who can't bench 300 pounds. And a very exceptional person, very exceptional athlete. And to watch her on the stage is really going to be a classic performance.
Personally, my prediction to win that weight class, that's an easy one though. We move to the 158s. My prediction to win that class, Kimberly Walford, deadlift extraordinaire. Tell me about her.
Kim also, she's a multi-time world, raw champion. Also basically done the Arnold Deadlift Challenge and basically taking that contest every year. And she's also an exceptional athlete. And to see her on the stage, you want to basically be at your home and watching that, because this is really the best of the best. And she is really a class among all athletes.
In our second flight, we're going to close with the men 231-pound weight class. It's Garrett Blevins, Bryce Lewis, second place and third place last year. My prediction is going to be Bryce Lewis. We need to head over to start our broadcast. For David Ricks, I'm Dr. Patrick Anderson. Get yourself ready for some primetime USAPL powerlifting.
That's right.
My name is Kimberly Walford. I'm a 15-year veteran in the sport of powerlifting. My proudest moment was probably re-breaking the total record last year at the Pacific Games. I squatted 390 something, benched about 253, and pulled 534.6 pounds. So I know sometimes I look very intense, or I like to say like a quiet storm, but you have to know when to truly focus on that point just before you're about to lift and know that you're about to give it 100%. And it's not just physical intensity, it's emotional and psychological intensity as well. You have to be able to tell yourself in your mind that I'm committed 100% to lifting this weight. And if you don't believe it, it'll show when you try and attempt it. It's a lot of trial and error. Some of us, when you start out, you don't necessarily have the right coach So you tend to see lifters who pull programs off the internet, but they don't understand that those are templates. Some of you can't follow it just specifically as it's designed. You have to actually tweak it for your body. When I hear training metrics, I think volume. I think about how much volume I'm putting in at certain times in my training cycle. I'm very much into stats. Metrics are extremely important. As far as us getting to the next level, reaching a level of eliteness, hitting championship, whatever you want to call it, it's all about effectiveness and efficiency. The longer you're in the sport, regardless of what the sport is, you're basically trying to figure out how can you make yourself faster and stronger and smarter. Because it's all about getting as much poundage as you can in relation to powerlifting with regard to our sport. So any type of application, program, therapy, modality that can do so will definitely be a tool that any lifter or an athlete would use because it's going to help you reach those goals.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Patrick Anderson. I'm joined here by my partner, David Ricks. We are getting ready to start the primetime session for Day 3, the Raw Nationals 2016. We're started off with Jennifer Thompson. David, 275-pound opener.
Yeah, this should be an easy opener for her.
Yeah, I believe we have a 325 PR is her current PR. So, David, as he just said, this should be no problem for Jennifer. You can see Jennifer right off the bat. She's got a nice controlled setup, David. She keeps the chest up. She actually had a little bit of a side-to-side motion.
Yeah, she had to work that just a little bit.
Judges, 3 white lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jennifer really is, and I talked to her about this last night. She's obviously world-class bench and deadlifter. So she said she's just looking in the squat to get 3 squats in. And, make sure she's keeping herself as close as possible. And then come bench and deadlift, she makes big, big gains.
Right.
Who do we got next here, David?
Kait Mendall. She is squatting 281 pounds.
Let me tell you a little bit about Kait. She's a 28-year-old out of Massachusetts. She's a CrossFit programmer. We got a lot of CrossFit connections in this competition. 303 is her current PR, David. Looks deep to me.
That looked real easy.
Yeah, that was a good controlled opener. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. So Kait will be interesting to see as she moves up. We got a little note on here that she's been competing since 2011, so she's relatively new to the sport. Who do we got next?
Samantha Calhoun. She's squatting almost 300 pounds, 297.6 pounds.
Hey, you might have a connection here. She's from Virginia, 26 years of age.
Yeah.
You've been up in Virginia for a little
while
now.
Norfolk area.
So Samantha Calhoun, just 26, David. And check this out. Later in the day, she's going to put on a show. She's got a PR 440-pound deadlift. So this will be interesting to see what her squat looks like. Nice controlled walkout.
Yes.
Very controlled, not wasted energy. Now that looked like she pulled it up a little bit on depth. I think it'll be good, but that could get a red. Now it's 3 white lights.
I think she's got a little forward with in terms of as she came out of the hole.
Yeah, and that's interesting. We talked about that a lot yesterday. When you get a little bit forward like that in a situation on an opener, sometimes you end up expending more energy, than you planned. This lifter, David, is interesting. I had an interview with her, Ewa Januszkiewicz. She's a 25-year-old out of Connecticut. She's got quite a history, David. She was a collegiate soccer player and had 2 separate ACL tears, alternate knees, back-to-back years. And she took up powerlifting as a way to rehab, and it's only been 3 years since her first competition, and now she's here at the Nationals. She got 3rd place last year, David.
That's remarkable, coming out of surgery and
2
competing on a national stage. And she's taking recovery to a whole another level.
She's also one of the big deadlifters, well over 400 in this class. Clearly deep, David.
Oh, yes.
Nice, strong opener. 3 white lights.
That's
That
297.6.
That's going to be one of the lifters to watch, David.
Yeah.
She's Jennifer's pretty much the favorite, but she's definitely going to be looking for trying to get up to second place. Who do we got next?
Alice Zheng.
24-year-old out of New Jersey.
She's looking to try to attempt 308.6 pounds.
So her PR is 336, David. So this is a good, safe opener. She should have plenty of room to spare. She got 4th in last year's Nationals. Squatted 325.
Taking that big chest of air, she walks out with the bar.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Is she able to keep that tightness as she descends? Very tight, very good depth. David, I think that's 3 whites.
Yeah, I think she's got a lot more in the tank there.
Yeah, that's going to be one to watch. She's almost a 400 deadlifter too. How amazing is it, David? I'm looking down here, and we're seeing multiple 400 or 400 plus deadlifts in this weight class.
That's truly amazing. So next lifter is Claudia Chaloner, almost 319 pounds, 320 pounds.
She is a 30-year-old out of California. She is coached by Bryce Lewis, sponsored by the Strength Athlete. She's only been competing, David, for 18 months. 18 months.
A lot of the lifters on this stage into this venue basically competed for a short period of time. So it tells you how the sport is growing.
Yeah, that is true. Especially in the women's, we're noticing bigger numbers, bigger lifts, more participation, and a lot stronger. 319, quite an opener. PR is 341, so let's see how she looks. Looks solid, 3 white lights in my opinion.
Well, it sounds like she has some good coaching there. I mean, that looked technically perfect.
Yeah, that was actually a good form, good depth, and a good conservative opener in the sense that she's saving some strength. Who do we got up here now?
Jenny 2, she's squatting 325 pounds.
She's a 25-year-old out of California, also coached by Bryce Lewis, who we will see in the next flight. So
yeah,
Bryce must be paving quite the path that he's got lifters who are also in the prime time coming up behind him. Jenny asked for us to shout out to her mom and dad and her friends and family in California. You'll notice up in the corner, your right corner of your screen, we got some of our sponsors. We always want you guys to recognize and support the sponsors that help us to get this broadcast. Team Roar, Josh Roar, the meet director, does some great stuff online. Check out teamroar.com. All right, Jenny, let's see what she's got. That one was definitely pulled up a little on depth. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. It was a very good technique and strong, very strong.
Well, same weight, 325 pounds. Rori Alter.
Let me tell you a little bit about Rori. She's a physical therapist and a powerlifting coach out of New York, 29 years old. She specifically told me her husband, John, in New York, should be watching. I believe she said he was at a wedding today. Narrow stance, knees go out. Wow, David, very easy.
Oh, very impressive.
That's one of the easier openers we've seen so far. I would say she's got a good bit left.
Next lifter is Natalie Terrana.
Natalie's out of Florida, 29-year-old lifter. She is currently the Florida State record holder in the squat, deadlift, and total.
And the mono bar is 330 pounds.
330, that's a nice, healthy opener.
And she's basically a first responder, a firefighter, paramedic. And so...
Oh, I remember actually speaking with her a little bit earlier. She had surgery on her foot. She had a Liz Frank injury. It's a fracture in your foot that's pretty rare, playing basketball, David. And she's recovered from that just a little over a year ago. The knees came in slightly, but she has very good tightness in her upper back. She did get one red, the yellow card. That could be a catch-all, so there's multiple infractions there.
That's correct.
It certainly wasn't depth.
So Chelsea Savit, she's She's got 358 pounds on the bar.
Now, Chelsea got second in this competition last year, David, so she is one of the top lifters in the country. Chelsea is out of Texas, 25 years of age. She just got married. Her husband is a power lifter, Andre Grebenetsky. He's her coach. And Chelsea's PR is 380, so 358 is a nice
opener, yes.
Nice opener. Bodybuilding.com, one of our sponsors. Most of you who are watching this, you might be watching it through that website. Looks like a strong walkout, David.
Yeah.
Wow, a very aggressive descent.
Yeah, almost too fast.
It's interesting you say that, David, because this session, a lot of the lifters have been under control. There's some theory, and when you and I will discuss this later on, some lifters attack the hole a little more aggressive, some of them a little more controlled. But that lift was good. It was 2-1, but the lift was good.
The problem is you go down too fast, sometimes you lose control coming out of the hole and it throws you out of bounds as you try to stabilize the weight coming up.
Yeah, you certainly don't have as much variable when you go there.
So next lifter, Diana Hernandez-Avalos, and weight on the bar, 374.
Now, Diana, I got a chance to speak with her. She actually just graduated from Humboldt University in California, David, and in the past 6 weeks moved all the way to Miami, Florida. So I know you've had some good travel in the past couple of years. Can you imagine moving your whole life from California to Florida 6 weeks before the Nationals?
Yeah, and still trying to keep everything together.
And she told me her training went great. She's looking to go over 400 today for the first time in her powerlifting career. So 374 should be a solid opener. Clearly deep. You saw the knees come in. She was able to push them back out, though.
Well, she had to work that just a little bit. I think
she got a red there, and that's the 2 card. So that typically means that you weren't standing upright at the start or the finish. So maybe it was legs. The view that we're in is the front, so it is hard to see if the knees aren't locked out.
Exactly. Next lift is Laura Radecki, and the same weight on the bar, 374 pounds.
And you know what's interesting here? This is only 2.5 kilos from the biggest opener of the entire flight. So Laura Radecki kind of flying under the radar, but this will be a lifter that'll be interesting to see. She's got a PR of 385. She's a graduate student.
Right.
So opener 374, David, either she's gotten a lot stronger or she's pushing this opener quite a bit.
That was way too easy.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say she is a lot stronger.
Yeah.
Because that was only 5 kilos, 11 pounds from her PR, David. So we'd expect a lot more from her.
Next lifter is Katie Ann Rutherford. She's doing the same weight, 374 pounds.
So Katie Ann, last year, she got first in the juniors, David. She got 7th in the open. She's no longer in the juniors. She's a lifter out of Ohio, 24 years of age. And you know what's interesting here, David? Last year she squatted 347. Her PR is 374. She's opening at that today. So once again, we would expect she must have some good progress.
Exactly.
And maybe even going over 400 today. Looks like a good solid walkout. Oh, David, what do you think of that?
That's solid. That's really solid.
I mean, you'd have to figure she's over 400 today, right?
Easy. Yeah, I would think so. Very controlled.
How impressive has this flight been?
Yeah.
Look at this, all green. Haven't seen a miss yet.
And all the opens look very easy.
Yeah, really a good, wise attempt selection.
Yeah.
You can already hear the volume in the room picking up. Tell us what we got next, David.
This is a very emotional lifter. This is exciting to watch her on the platform. Kim is an extraordinary person. What they have on the bar for her is 380 pounds.
And her personal best is 410. She is the 4-time world champion, the only woman to have won all 4 Raw Worlds. This is the best female lifter in the world today.
That looked she had to work that just a little bit.
Well, you know, it was interesting. She's coached by Gene Bell.
Right.
And I know you know Gene really well. Gene was notorious for all of his lifts, especially in the squat, kind of looked the same. So he comes up with it, and you think, man, Gene's only got maybe 10 kilos. And then he jumps 15.
Yeah.
You think, man, Gene's only got 5 kilos. And then he jumps 10. And so I think maybe there might be a little bit of that in there, that Kim kind of subscribes to the attitude of there's no business wasting energy.
Yeah.
Because as soon as it hit about halfway, it's smoked.
Next lifter is Kait Mendall. She's moving up to 286 pounds.
So she's taking a small jump, David, just 5 pounds, 2.5 kilos.
Right.
That lift looks strong.
Yeah. I don't know. Check on the depth. She's got a red card.
It was interesting. She did get 1 red for depth, but that lift was passed at
right.
286.
So next on the bar is Jennifer Thompson. She made a 10-kilo jump, and so she's at 297 kilos, with 297 pounds.
Still well under her personal best of 325. It's interesting, you notice Jennifer walks across to make sure the weights are loaded correctly.
Exactly.
That's a wise, experienced lifter. She doesn't want any misloads. And that was interesting.
Yeah, it looked like as she came up, her hips got out of the groove, and she had to compensate and kind of get herself, basically in the proper alignment.
We're going to get a replay on this. Watch this, David. Exactly what you said. Her hips shift a little bit side to side, and her knees come in. Watch that.
Yeah.
And then watch when she hits about halfway, just drives right back in.
Exactly.
It's that deadlift back. She's the best deadlifter in the world in her weight class.
Next lifter, Samantha Calhoun, and she's moved up to 303 pounds. Only a 2.5 kilo jump. 5-pound jump, basically.
She is coached by Chris Duffin and Brandon Sen. Chris Duffin of Grand Goals fame on the internet, a lot of you might know. Samantha is out of Virginia, 26. Taking a small jump as well, David, 5 pounds.
Right.
But still well under control.
And she had to work that just a little bit coming out of the hole.
Yeah, that was interesting that she took a small jump, but it looked like there was a little slow in there, but definitely more left.
Right, exactly. Now
Ewa Januszkiewicz. I hope I'm saying that right.
Well, she's making a 10-kilo jump, and she's moving up to 320 pounds.
She specifically told me to mention her brother Ralph and his wife Eileen, all of her cousins, and her mom and dad will all be tuning in up in Connecticut. She is a clinical studies coordinator for a molecular neuroimaging.
Oh boy, that's a mouthful.
Yeah, she's really smart. You can hear the crowd starting to really pick up.
Right.
The excitement in the America's Mart Atlanta Convention Center, the crowd picking up. This is a PR tying squat, David. Good, solid walkout.
Yeah.
Clearly broke parallel, drove the knees out. I think that's a good lift.
Yeah, I do too.
When you're watching at home and we say PR, we want to make sure we inform some of the people at home might not be familiar with our abbreviations. PR simply stands for personal record. Just means the most weight you've ever done in competition. And really, David, why we all lift is to break PRs.
Exactly. So Alice Zheng is the next lifter. She's made almost like a 15-pound jump up to 325 pounds.
That's interesting because that's one of the bigger jumps we've seen so far. Obviously, percentage-wise, you're dealing with females in a lighter weight class, so the jumps won't be as big, but this is definitely one of the bigger ones.
Exactly.
She's a 24-year-old out of New Jersey. She got 4th in this meet last year, so it'll be interesting to see how much more she is able to climb the ladder in a tough weight class.
She's taking her time, good setup.
Yeah, that chest appears to be locked in. The knees came in slightly, but then she pushed them back out.
Well, she has a lot more power. She's got a lot more potential there.
Yeah, there's definitely more in that one.
So it'll be interesting what the third attempt is going to be.
How about we have all made lifts so far, David?
Exactly. That shows that it's very good coaching here.
We're a flight and a half in. I'm sorry, a round and a half in.
Yeah, Claudia Chaloner, and her next attempt is 336. So that's about a 15-pound jump.
And this is just under her PR of 3:41, David. Her husband is in San Diego. She wanted us to shout out to him and her mom in West Virginia. Claudia's got some interesting background. She competed in boxing and in rugby. And I said, what's the difference? And she said, a lot more bloody noses in rugby than powerlifting. So I told her, I hope we don't see a bloody nose today.
Exactly.
Very good setup, David.
Yeah. Feet forward.
Good depth.
Oh,
I think that might be the spotters there.
Yeah, I think the spotters took the bar too early.
I think she might be granted another attempt. You'll see her coach in the background.
Yeah.
What's going to happen for those of you at home? We're going to watch this closely as she's coming up. She stalls, but I don't believe the whole bar goes back down, and the spotter on her left grabs it. Yeah.
Well, the bar did go down. I saw it on one side, though.
Well, but the rule says the whole bar.
Right.
If the whole bar descends, then they can grab it. But did you feel the whole bar descended?
I saw just one side, basically.
The judges, there's a jury. For those of you at home, there's a group of judges off from the platform who a coach can appeal to. And we'll see in just a moment. If they feel that it was grabbed too soon, she's granted another attempt with no penalty at the end of the round. So now we have Jenny 2.
And she's jumped almost 22 pounds.
Now that's a good sized jump in this weight class. I think this would equal the biggest jump we've seen so far. A nice 10-kilo jump. I recall that you and I on her opener were very impressed with her form, and it was a very strong opener.
Exactly.
So there's no reason to think that 347 should be a problem. She came all the way from California, David. Looks like a good setup.
Yeah, good chest of air. Narrow stance, though.
It is narrow, but she was powerful in the opener. Now, that one I think could be a depth issue. I don't know if it would have passed anyway.
She took a very slow descent, like though she was searching for the depth. And I think she lost a little control coming out of the hole.
And you know, David, we talked earlier about there was a lifter you thought might have descended too fast. That can be a problem because of your balance, but you can also descend too slow.
Exactly.
Because you're wasting energy. So now we move to Rori Alter.
And she's made basically a 22-pound jump, 347.2.
You know, she reminds me of somebody I saw last night, Superman David Ricks. You hear her yelling, screaming. That's a little bit like you when you're on the platform.
Everybody has their own mental challenge and try to get focused for the attempt. Now she's got, she's turning her toes out.
Yeah, she's got a narrow stance, but the feet are pointed out quite a bit. Deep. Whoa, David.
Yeah.
We're going to watch a replay of this one, David. This is a textbook squat.
It is.
I mean, watch how the form is. Comment when you see this lift. Point out what things you, as Superman, would recommend that lifters at home would.
One of the standard techniques is actually to have a little wider shoulder width apart. You turn the toes out, allow the hip flexibility. But you got to have very good hip muscles in order to handle that type of stance.
Well, and the flexibility, as you said, in the range of motion typically is better in the females as well as the lighter lifters. But you really saw there, she's explosive too.
Exactly.
We've now got the Florida State Open record holder in the squat, deadlift, and total, Natalie Terrana.
Well, I think they're showing that this is going to be a record here.
Yeah, by going to 158, actually, let me get you guys updated here. This would actually be 348 pounds, and this would break Kimberly Walford's current American record.
Yeah.
When Kimberly Walford was in this weight class, she did 347.
So this is a huge number.
Yeah, Natalie actually told me she's thinking she's going to go to about 370 today. So let's see.
Oh, impressive.
I think we're going to do a replay of that one,
Yeah,
David.
that was impressive.
I think 370 is there.
Yeah. I mean, there was no sticking points. I mean, it was very controlled.
Watch that. She went out.
Exactly.
And you know what's interesting for the Natalie fans at home? The IPF world record is 392. Now, you can't break world records here, and I'm sure she won't jump that much. But you'd have to figure she's not far off from that, David. That was 347, and it had plenty to spare.
You're exactly right. That's a very good commentary.
Let's see. We got Chelsea Savit.
And she's jumped up basically 22 pounds to 380.
And this would actually tie her current PR, David, out of Texas, 25 years of age. She got second last year and squatted 374.
Ooh, she's got a little bit forward. I think she bent over, and that caused her to lose her balance.
Yeah, we discussed this a little bit yesterday, Dave. So now we've got Diana Hernandez-Avalos.
She's almost 400 pounds, 397 pounds.
Now, she looked very strong on her opener. I remember you and I were extremely impressed with this opener.
And this is a 22-pound jump.
She wanted us to mention her coach, Drew Peterson, and the icon back at Humboldt State. Priscilla Ribic is her favorite lifter, and in talking to her, she's gotten to meet Priscilla, and she said that's really been an inspiration to her. That's a great lifter to have as your mentor.
Exactly.
You're someone you look up to. Man, she looks like she is very comfortable under this weight, David.
Right. Oh.
Let's see if...
she looked down, then she looked up.
That's interesting. That's exactly what I was going to mention, David. It almost looked like she didn't intend to look down, and as she was going down, she realized that she needed to put her head back up. And when you do that in the middle of the lift, it just really set her off. Because, as we talked about, some lifters actually squat with their head down.
Exactly.
But hers looked unintentional.
Right. So same weight on the bar, and Kathy Ann Rutherford, she also made a 22-pound jump.
Now, you know what's interesting about Katie Ann when you look at her here right now, David? She's not built like a squatter. She's relatively
not.
Tall and lean.
Right.
And you would think her biomechanics would not favor her in the squat. And yet, Katie Ann is almost 400 pounds. And this will exceed her PR significantly.
She's taking a controlled walkout.
Yeah, she looks really comfortable under 400 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds crazy to think, but she just looks like she's in complete control. Let's see how she does on the descent.
And you see how she kept her head up?
And you know what was interesting there, David? The knees came in slightly, but as soon as she started to hit the sticking point, she really drove through. You can see the crowd here filling up at the America's Mart Atlanta Convention Center. I mean, you're really seeing this, panning this crowd. Every seat is full.
Exactly.
And really, this next lifter, like we talked about, she really is the best female lifter currently going in this weight class 4 years running. The only woman who has never been beaten at the Raw Worlds.
Exactly. I mean, that's just unparalleled. So what she has on the bar is 402 pounds, 402 pounds.
And 410 is her PR, so let's see. This is getting close to her all-time best.
Ooh.
Now, what happened there, what that situation was?
I think she just got a little too far forward.
I think we're going to maybe be able to see a replay on this, and it really looked like she was in a situation where she was in control on the descent. Good. And it almost looked like when she hit the bottom, David, some of her tightness went away.
Exactly.
And then even as strong as that back is, she's just not in a position to overcome that.
Here's the top squatter of this second flight, 402. She's doing the same way that Kim was trying to do.
And you know, David, we talked earlier how Laura's kind of flying under the radar. We have all these big names we're talking about, and she absolutely smoked 374, and this is the biggest jump of the group.
Exactly, 22,
so,
yeah.
This is a 28-pound jump, and based on what we saw earlier, I think she's in control with this lift. Let's see how she does. Head down.
Yeah, very impressive. Let's see what the judges say.
3 white lights.
3 white lights.
And the interesting thing there, David, is we talked about earlier somebody's head was down and they got out of it. She had her head down the whole lift. Watch this lift.
No, she had head forward. Yeah, so, yeah, you're right.
But that's more of her form.
Exactly, you're right.
So in that position, you don't want to crank your head up.
Right.
You know, there's some different thoughts to myself being an upper cervical doctor. I don't ever recommend you totally crank your head up.
Right.
I think that's bad for your spine. For me personally, I look slightly straight ahead, maybe a little down.
Right. Well, now we're at the third attempt, and so Kait Mendall, She's got 303 pounds on the bar.
And you know what's interesting here? She only jumped 5 pounds first to second. Now she's jumping 15 pounds.
Right.
So maybe that just means she felt really strong on her second. That's going to be a little close on depth, David. I think I would read that. Let's see what the judges say.
She may get one white light. There. Yeah, you're right. It seemed like one side was a little higher than the other.
And so you viewers at home, make sure that you're aware. David and I are actually the staging area behind the platform, so we don't have the best view for the judges. We're looking completely on monitors. We're also facing straight ahead. We're going to watch this view again. If you watch at home, now in replay, to me, what David said is she was slightly uneven. I think one side was clearly beat.
Yeah.
The other side was off.
So this is Jennifer's third squat. She's gone up basically 15 pounds. 314 pounds is on the bar.
Just under her PR, which Jennifer told me last night. She was really looking to be right around this range, 315 in the squat. So this would be a good 3 for 3 for her.
Good wide stance.
She's been a little bit unbalanced, so let's see if she can keep that under control because the strength is there.
Oh. Well, see if she's got the depth or not.
I think that depth is good. Judges say 3 white lights.
Yeah.
Jennifer really in that position hit that moment of truth, David, where a lot of lifters will give out, and Jennifer just fought through, and that's a testament to her.
Oh, yeah, she's a veteran, so she's been through those type of challenges and worked through it.
In championship hard, what I heard she did in training, a 585-pound, watch this lift. She did a 585-pound walkout, David. Look at how she fights through that.
And her head position didn't change.
But think about that. She walked out with 585 pounds, held it for 10 seconds in training.
Good gracious. So next on the bar, Samantha Calhoun. She's trying 325 pounds. So that's about a 22-pound jump.
This would actually tie her personal best. This would equal the most she's done in competition. Looking to go 3 for 3 in the squat. Wow, there was more there, David.
I don't know if she's got the depth in that. We'll see.
Let's see. I thought it was good. Let's see what the judges say. We're waiting on one light. Oh, no. Oh. See, that's why you're an international ref, aren't you?
No, this is a national ref. But
I just took my national test, so I'm still learning.
It was close, but I think she's coming out of the hole.
It was interesting because if you watch, she had plenty more left in her.
Oh, yes, she did.
And as a lifter, you know there's nothing worse than when you come up with an easy squat and it was turned down.
So Ewa Januszkiewicz, she's next. She went up 11 pounds to 330 pounds on the bar.
And this would be a personal record. This would also set her up well, David, because she is a very strong deadlifter. She's looking to deadlift somewhere as much as 440 pounds. Oh. So these are the type of lifts when you're in a close battle. She needs, much like Jennifer Thompson, to get as many pounds as she can in the squat. This being the lift that she's not as dominant in.
Exactly.
330 pounds. Januszkiewicz.
Good setup.
Out of Connecticut.
Big chest of air. Well, see.
I think that looks good.
It'll be close.
Let's see what the judges say. And where there's some suspense. 3 white lights.
Yeah.
That's a really good way to finish, David. 3 for 3, 3 white lights, and a good attempt, like the number that you need. Watch this lift. It breaks parallel. The knees come in, but she keeps driving that chest up.
Yeah, she kept her head in the right position and powered right up to it.
The two things when you watch these live broadcasts that the squat teaches me watching this is you got to drive the knees out and the chest up. When you do both of those, it makes all the difference in the world.
So as Alice Zheng, she's going to 336 pounds. So, good, this is about a 11-pound jump.
And she's looked solid all day, but now this is the type of lift, when you're dealing with this tight weight class, she needs this to move up because she was in 4th last year, so she's probably looking to break in the top 3. It's deep, David.
Oh, man, she powered that one up.
Yeah, I think that's clearly 3 white lights.
Exactly.
Let's see what the judges say. Lift is good.
It's almost like as she came out of the hole, she got stronger.
Yeah, actually, you're right, David. She picked up some speed. We're going to watch a replay. And watch as she comes up, it almost starts to accelerate right there.
Yeah, she got her quads involved and really just powered it right up. Next is Claudia Chaloner, and she's also got the same weight on the bar.
Now this is the lifter I believe that the spotters grabbed the bar. They must not have felt that it was a a bad spotter's grab, because this is not her second attempt. This is her third attempt.
Right. So she's got to get focused and make sure she's got using proper technique to make sure she can hit this properly.
She definitely looks focused. The intensity that you see of these lifters really up close is amazing. I think that's a good lift, David.
I do too.
3 white lights. Claudia Chaloner, I'm not sure if we're saying that right, 336 pounds.
For those who
We're going to watch an instant replay, David.
Yeah.
And that really came down to keeping that chest up, just drove him through the sticking point.
Right. So for those who are watching these lifts, this is truly amazing to watch how these ladies power through these challenges. And so it's a lot of technique and just a lot of dedication and determination.
Yeah, I think that's the balance point, the technique and the determination, because you've got to have the technique, but also that determination to fight through a tough lift.
Right.
Because at the end of the meet, these third attempts are what's going to determine the total.
Exactly. So next is Jenny 2.
This is a comeback attempt for Jenny.
Yeah.
She was a little high and she missed it. So let's see if she can take it all the way.
Oh, gosh.
You know what was interesting there, David? I think she went a little deeper and came out of the hole a little better. Maybe she's one of those lifters that gets more out of it. We're going to watch a replay. I think this was a little deeper than the one before.
And I thought she had it right there, and then she lost the hip drive.
It looked like her knees were coming in, and when your knees come in, your hips shoot back.
Exactly.
And it just makes it biomechanically not as well. Now, this is a lifter that we've been quite impressed with. She was the one that broke the American record earlier in the 138-pound weight class.
Right.
So this is to add to her record.
And she's gone up basically 5 kilos, 11 pounds.
And I think, David, this is a conservative third. If you remember, when we saw her second, we were thinking she might have maybe in the 380 range, 375.
Exactly.
So if she can stay in control, I think this should have room to spare.
So it's this 360 pounds that's on the bar.
American record, more weight than has ever been lifted by a U.S. lifter in this weight class in the history of USA powerlifting. Clearly deep. No problem.
Oh, impressive.
I don't know about 380, but 370 would have gone, David.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can see a replay of this American record attempt.
Yeah.
For those of you watching at home, we're about to see the most weight ever lifted by a woman in the 138-pound weight class in USA powerlifting history. There's a clear sticking point there, but she powers through it.
Exactly.
All right, now we move to these are all going to be lifters in the 158s.
And what's on the bar is 363 pounds. So it's a 15-pound jump.
Rori Alter, your lifter.
Yeah.
She actually targeted this number in her pre-meet interview. 363 was the number she told us she was shooting for. And as you know, David, when you get to your third attempts, I mean, in many cases, this is a target this lifter might have been training for weeks or months, all focused on this moment right now.
And so there's a lot of intensity when you get to this point at that lift.
A lot of hours of training to get ready for this lift. Oh, David.
Man.
Let's see if we can do that one over again.
That would look better than your second attempt.
Yeah, she's a technician.
Yeah.
Rory is clearly coached well. Mike Jasher is one of her coaches.
Well,
and, of course, that's a good reaction.
Exactly.
Watch this lift on the replay. The knees come in slightly, but watch, she drives back into the bar.
And pushes right up.
That was not a maximum attempt. I would say 370 would have gone.
All right, Chelsea Savit, same weight, and no different weight, 380 pounds.
And this is a comeback attempt. She actually had issues on this last attempt. It appeared like she just lost some of her tightness.
Right.
So sometimes in a situation like this, if you can come back and get yourself in the groove, this could be a big lift come the end of the meet, David. This is 22 pounds added to her total. Let's see Chelsea's chest up.
There she goes.
David, that lift had more in her.
It did.
I think we're going to get to watch a replay of that one. And when you're watching this at home, you'll see a slight slow, and then watch how she powers through this, right?
Yeah.
Driving the knees out, driving the chest up.
Yeah, way much better technique than the second attempt.
Yeah, and we talked about that earlier. When you're dealing with near 400 pounds in this weight class, a technique error can make a big difference.
Right. Now, Diane Hernandez so she's got to come back the same weight that she missed on the second attempt. Almost 396 pounds. So she has the power to do this.
Yeah, I mean, based on what she was training for, she was looking to squat over 400. So this is definitely something within her limits.
So when you miss a second attempt, you come back for your third, your dedication is a little higher to make sure you correct those mistakes.
Well, remember we talked about she's just moved from California 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So there's got to be some fatigue just overall in her body. Now that I think would have been high.
Yeah, you're right.
And she clearly got out of the groove. Yeah, I think that's a situation based on what she was expecting to be there. There's got to be some fatigue from moving across the country 6 weeks ago.
Exactly.
Now, are we up to Kimberly Walford? Now, before Kimberly comes out here, let me tell you, and I've not seen Kimberly lift a lot in person, but my impression from talking to her is she is a lot about mental toughness, and I will not be surprised at all if she comes back and hits this lift. It's not her maximum. She's done a little more, but this is really going to come down to toughness, David.
Exactly.
Technique and toughness. You talked about it earlier. And everyone knows she's tough. Let's see if she can get her technique and just lock and load. The crowd is on fire.
Exactly. Oh, just not.
Yeah, that was a situation. She really on the descent. We'll see if we can watch it again. Something was just off for Kimberly today. She just really looked.
No, it's almost like it's hard to tell from this angle. It looks like she's got a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, and then kind of almost just her hips shifted back.
Yeah.
The interesting thing there is by missing that lift, now Kimberly's clearly the favorite, but that does open the door. Much like we saw last night, Jesse Norris was the favorite, but by having some hiccups in the bench,
right,
he gave you an opening, and then obviously in the deadlift he had to repeat an attempt.
Yeah. So this
all right.
Laura Radecki.
Now Laura has been, maybe we would say, the most impressive squatter so far. She has really looked strong, but she's only jumped 5 pounds, David.
And looking at her second attempt, this is a very conservative third.
Yeah, this is surprising to me. Now, she might know something here based on what it felt like on her back. But
right.
To what we saw, this looks like this should have room to spare. We'll see if we can watch that again. You know, I think her coaches know better her than we do, because if you look there, it looked like it slowed for a decent enough. Maybe she wouldn't have had 5 more pounds.
Yeah. I mean, that's really understanding your lifter and the coach have a very good alignment, knowing what to pick for those attempts.
And she was under control, but I really think she might not have had 5 more pounds.
Oh,
so whoever is her coach, that was a great call.
That was a perfect call.
Now, this is the lifter that really, in my opinion, has opened my eyes. She's just not built like a squatter, David.
No.
I mean, she's definitely not considered, what we would expect, the short-limbed, compact lifter. She's long and lean, but I tell you what, she's about to do 407, David.
That's correct. So it's 407 on the bar.
And the American record's 409.
Yeah, and so looking at her first 2 attempts, I would not be surprised if she smokes this.
Kimberly Walford, 409 is the American record, 414 is the world record.
Yeah.
So this young lady right here is within 7 pounds of the world record. Looking very controlled on the walkout. That's clearly deep.
Oh, gosh.
And if we can watch that replay, that was one of those situations where it was just 2.5 kilos too much.
Yeah.
We talked about the other lifter, the perfect number. That one right there, if you drop that down 2.5 kilos, that would have gone.
Yeah.
In fact, if you could drop it. So watch this replay, David. She's very controlled. She comes out of the hole in control, and it just hits that sticking point.
And she couldn't.
And she's driving. Maybe the knees came in a little too much, pushing the hips back.
Or she got a little bit over, and then she lost her hip drive from that point. Now into the men.
Yeah, we right off the bat jump right into the 231-pound weight class.
And this is gonna be a battle, ladies and gentlemen. So watch every left.
Yeah, and the nice thing in this group, David, for those at home watching, everybody in this group is in the 105 kilos. Right. So every person you see in this group will be battling for the title.
Right.
There will be a few junior lifters also. In fact, I got word earlier that there was a junior lifter in the earlier session that put up a big total. So we'll keep an eye out to see if that total holds up. The junior lifter that we talked about earlier He totaled 1738 in the junior division.
Okay, we'll have to
earlier
keep watching.
today.
So Jerrold Beach is the first lifter in the men's division. This is 518 pounds. Good setup. You have to work that one a little bit. His knees came in and out.
A little bit of the knees going in,
right.
But I think that lift will be good. Let's see the judges give it 3 white lights. Up in the corner, our sponsors, Mark Bell for Slingshot. Mark Bell's been a big sponsor of the USAPL, and Slingshot, quite a popular product. Have you ever used it, Slingshot?
Oh, yeah.
Allowing you to overload the top part of your bench press?
Yes. Garrett Bailey, he's a seasoned lifter from Louisiana, and he'd like to give a shout out to the folks back in Louisiana who couldn't make this national trip due to the flooding concerns, and so he's trying to represent all those great folks back in Louisiana.
They call him Botsy Bailey down there. Botsy means noble one. That's what Botsy means.
He's a great puller.
Yeah, in fact, he holds the American record in the class below. He's done 744 in that class.
This is 546. Oh,
wow.
Easy.
David, he's got a lot more left in him.
Well, he moved up. He used to be in the 93 kilo class.
Yeah, he holds the American record in that class, 93 kilo deadlift American record.
So he's not a full 231, but he's going to grow into that class.
You see right here, Steve Goggins.
Yeah, another legend.
Cardell
Oliver is next on the platform, 573 pounds.
Cardell Oliver. Now, he is out of Georgia, 38 years of age, and this young man is quite the deadlifter. He has actually pulled 727 before, David.
Oh.
So he will be one to watch later in the competition.
Exactly.
Oftentimes, you'll notice these lifters we've been talking about with big deadlifts, the squat is critical because they just need to get any pounds they can, because come deadlift time, they're going to have the opportunity to pull for the win.
Right. So 573.
I know we've quickly moved almost to 600. You'll notice upcoming how close these openers are. We're going to have a host of lifters within about 10 pounds, 15 pounds of each other.
Good wide setup. Big chest of air. He's breathing.
Now that I believe is going to be high. The lift was, he stepped forward, I think that would have been turned down on depth anyway.
Yeah. He had enough power.
Well, that's interesting is one of the lifters that we saw earlier this afternoon, Jamal Browner, he won the juniors.
Right.
And you'll get a kick out of this. He broke the Georgia state record in the total in his weight class.
Right.
Guess who held that record before him?
Who's that?
A guy named David Ricks. So Jamal Browner in the junior division just took your state record.
Okay. That's why I moved out of state.
Yeah.
The next one is Walker Bradshaw. He's squatting 573 pounds.
Walker Bradshaw out of New York, 24 years of age. Now look at how narrow his stance is and how tall he is, David.
Exactly.
He has got a long way down and a long way back up.
But he has very good speed. I mean, he's...
This next lifter I got to step in here and tell you about.
Okay.
Joseph Franzo. They call him Joey Flex. And the thing about him you need to know, because I've been doing these biographies for the Primetime, so I've seen his name pop up as a coach. And so I talked to somebody. He's coaching 28 lifters in this competition. 28 lifters, and now he's lifting in the Primetime.
That's just amazing.
So I told one of his lifters, I'm going to petition the USAPL. My petition is still pending to add 10 kilos to every lift he does, just on the principle of having done 28 coaching for the week. I don't know if it'll pass. Sometimes my rules don't get passed. But
well, he's got to lead by example as a coach.
I mean, that's just amazing.
So he's got 573 pounds on the bar. Oh,
wow.
Easy.
Wow. Maybe he doesn't need my help on adding pounds to his total.
But being a coach, you always want to lead by example. So he says he's doing that already.
But that's really impressive. I mean, coaching 28 lifters in one competition will sap your strength, but Joey Flex doesn't seem to be slowed down. How about John Norcott?
Yeah, he's opening the same amount of weight. A lot of these folks are opening very close together, so this is going to be a very tight race.
Okay, can we now?
The fans at home want to be able to hear Superman.
All right, I'm sorry about that.
This guy, John Norcott, he's got quite a bio here. 5-time national champion. He competed in the Arnold Challenge in 2009. He's won New England Regionals, Massachusetts High School. He's a former collegiate and arena football player.
Oh, good gracious. He's pretty tall.
Got ourselves a little bit of a celebrity here.
Well, he's pretty tall.
That is pretty tall for the weight class. We've seen that with the lifter before him.
Oh, good gracious. That was play weight.
Yeah, and that was no problem at all.
Yeah.
Clearly deep, 3 white lights. We will now move up to Michael Pennacchia Jr.
And he's weight on the bar be 578.
David, I don't know what happened in this weight class, but all of a sudden they're getting taller and taller. Look how tall this young man is.
Exactly.
Can we have a USAPL basketball team? Because we might have just seen the starting front court for the basketball team. We'll take on any other basketball powerlifting teams in the world. This young man's only 20 years of age, David. 20 years of age in the prime time at the Nationals.
Oh, man.
Check this view out. Look at this view. If you're watching at home, he doesn't even fit in the camera. He's so tall we can't actually see him.
Was that good?
2-1 decision. Lift was good.
All
it
right.
appeared like he got 1 red for depth,
Yeah.
and obviously just having to squat that far down, you can understand why.
Well, next lifter is Michael Petrovich. Same weight on the bar.
We've got Michael Petrovich, 578. Hey, David, he came all the way from Alaska.
Oh boy, that's a little trip.
Yeah, that is quite the travel from Alaska.
Well, I know he probably knows Larry Melly and Priscilla Ribic.
Yeah, and it mentions here that Harriet Hall is the one who got him started lifting.
Oh, that's
she
another
is quite
yeah.
an accomplished women's lifter in the USAPL, Masters World Champion, won some Open Nationals.
That looked pretty good.
Whoa, he is not messing around with that opener, David.
And that was a good lift.
3 white lights.
So we haven't cracked 600 yet, but we're getting pretty close. Kevin Mays is at 584.
Kevin Mays out of Michigan, 26 years of age. Interesting here, David, this young man has a 700-pound deadlift opener. 700-pound deadlift opener.
That's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the roster, it looks like it'll be within maybe 2 or 3 lifters of the top in this class. Bryce Lewis and Garrett Bailey have some big openers.
Yeah.
Anytime you start opening at 700 pounds in a deadlift, and another tall lifter.
Yeah.
Look at the height of this guy. I mean, this really is uncommon to have this many tall lifters in this class. And it's really a testament to how great athletes they are. Now, he's taking a wide stance, David.
Exceptionally wide stance.
I think that's maybe to cut the distance because he's so tall.
Oh, I don't know about depth. We'll see.
That's going to be borderline depth. It was plenty of room to spare. I thought it was good depth. He actually got a red, but not for depth.
I don't know if he locked his knees when he stood up.
Well, that's interesting. That's what the card was. The 2 card represents your shoulders or your standing upright or your knees locked.
Yeah, he was just a little unstable when he stood up with it.
Now, your next lifter, David, let me tell you a little bit about Joe Hardy out of Delaware. Last year, unfortunately, he was unable to get a lift in this competition. He opened at 661. When you don't get a lift in, it's considered bombing out. So whatever he's done this year, he's opening much more conservatively at 617.
Right.
So hopefully what that means is that he's learned get himself in the competition, and then by the looks of him, I mean, look at the size of those legs. He certainly looks like he's going to have a lot more in him than 617.
And as a veteran of sport, it's not what you start at, it's what you finish at.
Yeah, I love the line. I always tell people nobody's ever asked somebody after they win the meet, what did you open with?
Right.
Always they focus on what did you finish with.
Exactly.
Well, look at the size of those legs, Dave.
Yeah.
He certainly looks like 617 shouldn't be a problem. See, some pressure when you come off a bomb out. Let's see if he can get on the board and build some momentum.
Well, that's where that mental toughness come in, from years and years of training.
And he's got the biggest bench opener in this class, 462.
Oh.
So you really have to figure if he can get on the board here, he's going to immediately be one of the contenders, David.
Right. Good stance.
Another relatively wide stance,
Exactly.
not as wide as our previous lift. Now, I think that lift's going to be good. Let's see what the judges say.
I will concur with that,
Blue white lights.
That looked easy.
So whoever is coaching him clearly, or if he's self-coached, clearly they adapted from last year because he opened at 661 and didn't get it on the board. And now, right off the bat, David, that's a contender. I mean, he's got a 462 opening bench.
So now into the 600 range. So the next person over 600 is Brandon Jeter, 622 pounds.
We just had a stop by from the legendary Gino Powerlifting. Hopefully we're going to get him in as a guest at some point. Gino finally getting a break.
Exactly.
All I got to say is David Ricks put on a show last night.
Brandon Jeter, opening attempt.
622.
He's a junior lifter, David, out of Florida.
That looked easy.
The knees came in a little bit, so slowed him up a little, but.
Get white lights.
Yeah, for those of you who follow powerlifting, Gino Powerlifting does most of the in-house announcing, and believe it or not, they're actually giving him a slight break. I believe that's Jeremy Hartman who's announcing out there now.
Yeah.
So.
Bryce Lewis. This is, ladies and gentlemen, you want to watch this lifter.
Yeah, let's set the stage. Bryce Lewis last year, interestingly, got third in the Nationals, but he has made such progress. He is the current world record holder in this class in the total, David.
Yeah, I mean, so he put some great numbers. So
yeah, I was actually there. He did a 1917 total at the Summer Showdown here in Georgia this year. He is also coaching a lot of lifters, so there's many lifters out there watching who are following this guy.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, good gracious.
Wow.
Man, that's impressive.
Yeah, that's just a great opener. And the thing we talk about there with Bryce, David, is technique was at a premium.
Right.
It was a conservative opener, saving his strength, clearly deep. I mean, across the board, everything that you'd want in an opener.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, you want to kind of capture that and put that in your training booklet. This is what an opener should look like.
Yeah, exactly. If we're going to put a video out of openers, Bryce Lewis will be the guy. Now, this is interesting because Colin Ripley kind of flying under the radar.
Right.
He was ranked about 9th or so on opening totals, qualifying totals. Of course, that doesn't mean anything because a lot of these lifters put in low totals.
Exactly.
But he is here on the second highest opener, so let's see what Colin brings to the table. This is not a lifter I'm familiar with. He is from Maryland. He looks like he's having a little trouble, but no trouble on the up. The descent gave him a little trouble, but the ascent, no problem. And the judges say 3 whites.
Well, he had to work that a little bit. I mean, for an opener, that looked like more work than it should be. But
well, and it's interesting in looking at his bio, he did get second in this competition in the juniors last year.
Yeah.
So he's clearly an up-and-coming lifter.
Right. Now here's another top lifter.
Now this is the guy that's most likely going to be pushing Bryce come total. This guy actually got second place at this meet last year, so he beat Bryce Lewis.
Oh.
And he squatted 677 last year. I had a nice conversation with him. He's eyeing 700 today, David.
Oh, boy.
He wants to go over 700 for the first time in his powerlifting career. This is 655, so this should give us a good idea where he's at.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, basically get your popcorn ready.
I like that. Get your popcorn ready. Put some extra ice, refresh your drink.
Right.
When you're at home watching Primetime USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals.
Yeah. So you can cut away from college football a little bit and watch this stuff.
Yeah, this is much better. This is the Nationals. They play college football every week. My.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I know there's no cheering in the press box, as they say, but I got to say, wow.
Yeah, that was, even from a veteran like me, that was impressive.
and let me say that backwards. Wow. I mean, yeah. And you know what's amazing there? Probably the easiest opener and the heaviest opener.
Yeah.
I mean that might have been the easiest opener we saw, David, and it was the heaviest.
Exactly. So
I would have to think 700's in the cards for him today.
Exactly. So, yeah, like I said.
He's jumping to 683 on his second, which should be well within his limits.
Right. So, Jerrold Beach, we're going back to starting the second attempts. He's going 534.
So, about a 15-pound jump.
Right. So, his opener looked pretty good.
He's out of Illinois, 26 years of age.
Right.
He wanted us to shout out to God and all of his family and friends who've supported him. His nickname's Jerry, so we'll call him Jerry the rest of the way. You can tell he's still kind of inexperienced. He's looking at the head judge, kind of nodding to get the signal, David.
He came out of the hole and he had to, I think his back got out of position. He had to work that one. Well, next lifter is Jerrold Beach. He's the one that came up and he stepped, as he came out of the hole.
Cardell Oliver now.
Cardell Oliver.
Representing Goggins Force Powerlifting. You can see on our screen to your right at home, that is Steve Goggins, the 1992 bronze medalist in the IPF Worlds at the 220-pound weight class. Steve Goggins lifted in 2 IPF Worlds in the early 90s.
And so he's retaking this weight, which is a good coach's call.
But now remember, if you look back, we thought his depth was a little bit high and he stepped forward.
That's correct.
He's in a situation here where he's got to do one of those things that's a real challenge in the sport of powerlifting. He's got to take it a little lower and still keep it under control to get those white lights.
Exactly.
573. He's clearly strong enough.
Right.
It's not a strength issue. He's clearly got plenty of strength. Yeah, David, I think that lift's going to be turned down. In my opinion,
it's close.
I think that's going to be Reds.
Yeah, you're right. That was.
I mean, he's plenty strong.
Oh yeah, he's got a.
At that depth, he's got 50 more pounds. But now, what happens when he goes deep?
Well, I think part of it is his feet placement. The angle of your toes helps your hip alignment a little bit.
You're right, and it can make the difference in how the judges view whether you break parallel.
Exactly. So the rule is, ladies and gentlemen, basically the hip, the joint, the section of the hip has got to be below the top of the knee.
Yeah, the hip joint at the top of the thigh must descend below the top of the knee. Hey, we got Bailey.
And he's jumped up almost 20 kilos.
Now, Botsy, as we talked about earlier, is an absolute world-class deadlifter. The squat clearly not his best lift, but he's still going to be up near the 600-pound range.
So 578, that's on the bar. That's interesting. He looked down and he looked up.
Yeah, I think I've watched Botsy squat before. I think what happened there was he was expecting it to come up a little easier.
Yeah.
I don't think he necessarily expected it would be that slow. But again, as we talked about with Jennifer Thompson, what Botsy Bailey's looking to do, David, is get pounds as much as he can in the squat because he knows he's got maybe the best deadlift in this class. Now, this class is packed.
Yeah.
Bryce Lewis is actually, I would say, the best deadlifter in the class, but Botsy will be within the top 2 or 3.
Right.
Bryce might actually pull 800 today.
So Kevin Mays, 589. That's just for the second attempt.
This begins the run of the USAPL basketball team. This is where we're going to start seeing tall lifters coming back and forth. I believe Kevin's the one that takes the wide stance, David.
Yeah, exceptionally wide stance.
We got Iron Club sponsoring this lift right here up in your corner. Make sure you you support the sponsors that support us. The Iron Club sponsoring this competition in our broadcast. So Kevin right here, 26 years of age out of Michigan. He only jumped 5 pounds, David. That's a small jump in this weight class.
Oh, what? Something happened.
I believe what they're saying is that he needs to have his fingers around the bar.
Yeah. He's got 26 seconds.
I just took the national referees test, so what the rule says, your fingers have to grip the bar. The thumb does not have to be around the bar, but the fingers must grip the bar in order to get the squat signal. Now he's got about 10 seconds. Once he gets that squat signal, his clock will stop. So he's good now, but he's going to have to come up with this. You know what's interesting there, David? I think that lift was easier than his opening.
It was.
And the judges, 3 white lights?
Yeah.
So that's an unusual situation. A bigger guy opened at 584, only jumped 5 pounds, but he actually hit it easy.
Exactly.
So maybe we'll see if he's back in the groove, does he take a bigger jump?
Right. So Walker Bradshaw, he's taking basically a 15-pound jump to 600 pounds.
Actually, a little bit bigger, 28-pound jump. This
you're right. You're right. 28 pounds. Sorry about that. Yeah.
You had an unbelievable performance last night. You're excused for not, getting all the math right. Donuts and deadlifts and the sponsor up in the corner of your broadcast here.
Another vertically tall gentleman. Here you go.
Yeah, actually, I told you we're on a run of tall lifters.
Very good lift.
But you know what Walker Bradshaw says, David? He says height does not have to be a problem.
That's right.
I mean, you know, this is interesting. And looking at his bio, this is only the second meet he's ever done. He won the Westchester Championships to qualify, and now he's at the Nationals.
Which is a whole new aspect in terms of how the sport is evolving. You know, people hitting the national stage in a very short period of time.
And it just shows really how the depth, as we pull in more and more lifters, how the depth is getting bigger and bigger, where we're going to see more and more of these deeper weight classes in the future.
Exactly.
Next year, just to make this prime time, your totals are going to have to be significantly higher.
Yeah. So Joseph Franzo, the coach extraordinaire.
Yeah. Jennifer Thompson told me to call him Joey Flex. Joey Flex.
Well, he's 600 pounds. He's on the bar.
He went 9 for 9 at this meet last year, and he looked very, very solid on his opener. So this might be a guy that we're going to expect to make a majority of his lifts.
Oh, very good. Yeah.
Another textbook squat, David.
Exactly.
And you know, he's not just making the lifts successful. He squatted 589 last year. That was 600 pounds, David, and it was easy.
Yeah, exactly right.
He's clearly made progress since last year.
So John Norcott is asked for 606 on the bar.
And John wanted us to give a big thank you to Amanda Scavo for all of her help. He also wants to thank some of the people at Wayne State University for allowing him the opportunity to be here and compete during football season. He is the strength and conditioning coach at Wayne State in Detroit.
Oh, boy.
So he's got a lot of athletes back there hopefully tuning in on a Saturday night. You know, when you're a college student, maybe before you get your studying in.
Exactly.
You have yourself a nice beverage.
Yeah.
Maybe some chips, and you watch Coach Norcott take 606 for a ride. 5 big red chips on the side. Wow, David.
Man, that looked nice.
Let me tell you something. All you Wayne State University football players, you have no excuse for cutting a squat.
Exactly.
Because Coach Norcott squats deep. So any of you cut a squat, you got to run laps after practice.
That was a textbook performance there.
You're right, and his form was good, and he had room to spare.
And had good speed.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what he jumps to.
So Michael Pennacchia, he's got 6'11".
Now this guy, interestingly enough, David, just 20 years of age. He is the youngest guy in the prime time this evening in this weight class. So, you know, we saw last night a 19-year-old lifter in your class, Ashton, put on quite a show. We got a 20-year-old here today out of Rhode Island.
Very narrow stance.
Very narrow stance with his feet clearly pointed out. Knees go out.
I'm not sure about the depth there. We'll see.
I think that lift was good, David. Let's see what the judges say. And see, that's why you're the national ref and I'm just taking the test. Although I can give myself credit, the head judge gave it a white, and we are at the head judge view.
That is correct.
Bodybuilding.com is the sponsor popping up in the corner. Many of you at home are actually probably watching on the website. Bodybuilding.com has been a long supporter of USAPL meets that are online. You can go to that site. Some great training advice. Jen Thompson last night specifically mentioned that she stops by bodybuilding.com. So if Jennifer Thompson says it's good enough for her, it's good enough for all of you. Let's see what Michael Petrovich has here, David.
6'11".
Out of Alaska. Harriet Hall got him started in powerlifting. 628 is his opener, and you and I commented that he looked, 628 is his PR. You and I commented on how strong he looked on his opener, so let's see if he can keep the momentum going.
That looked pretty good.
I think it's a good lift, but he clearly worked a little on that.
Exactly. He got a little bit forward, a little off balance, but he worked himself through it. Joe Hardy is 633.
If you were here with us earlier, you'll remember Joe was an unfortunate bomb-out victim last year, unable to get on the board. This year he dropped his opener significantly and was very impressive on that opener of 617. So he's taken a nice 15-pound jump, David, 633. In my opinion, this should well be within his limits.
I concur with that.
And remember, we talked about he is the #1 opener in the bench press. So right off the bat, if he can get himself a couple of good squats in here, that bench is going to put him in a position to have a lead heading into the deadlift. And David, his opening deadlift of 683 is nothing to
Yeah.
be shamed about. I mean, that 683 deadlift opener is going to put him well into the 7s by the time he finishes.
Well, when you're in a competitive class, it's all about making attempts. And so you really got to be very conservative on that.
That's coming from the guy who went 8 for 9 last night.
That looked pretty good. I don't know about his depth.
I think the depth was good, and I think he has room to spare. Let's see what the judges say.
Oh, you're right. Right.
And you know what was interesting there? He appeared to be a little more aggressive,
right.
And that opener probably from the bomb out last year maybe made him tentative.
Right.
And some lifters, you get a little more aggressive, he actually hit that easier.
Exactly. So next lifter is Colin Ripley. He's going for 639.
And you know what we talked about? He came out of nowhere. We weren't familiar with him, but he's just 22 years of age, David, and he's coached by Joey Flex. So he's actually competing against his coach, David.
Yeah, that's.
So I wonder what happens come third deadlift. Does his coach put in the 2.5 kilos below him just so he can make sure that he doesn't beat the coach?
Exactly.
Somehow, how I think from what I've heard from Joey Flex, he's all about his lifters, and he'll push Colin to whatever he can. And this is interesting. He looks like he has a troubled descent.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He really looks uncomfortable in the descent.
Well, when he was setting up, before he started to go descent, it looked like he was it didn't feel comfortable.
Yeah, almost pushing him forward.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating how we're noticing in the walkout, David, some lifters really walking out very controlled.
Right.
I call it looking like they have a broomstick on their back.
Exactly.
And they walk out with total control.
Well, some lifters look like, oh, man, this is like a ton of bricks.
Yeah.
So the next lifter is Brandon Jeter, 650. So we get into some serious weight here, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is closing in on his PR of 655. He is a junior out of Florida. And you know, based on openers, David, this lift right here would put him 2.5 kilos out of first place.
Oh,
so
boy.
This is a huge squat if he can get this on the board.
Yeah.
Oh, clearly deep.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
the knees came crashing in, but that just shows how strong he is, David.
Exactly.
Because there's a lot more there.
Oh.
All right, we only got 2 squatters left on openers, but they are absolute fantastic lifters.
Right.
Bryce Lewis and Garrett Blevins.
Yeah. So Bryce is going to 661, 300 kilos.
And you know what you'll notice here, David? This is the biggest jump from opener to second in the weight class. He jumped 40 pounds.
Yeah.
And you know, we thought he smoked his opener.
Yeah.
I think he's going to hit this with room to spare.
Exactly.
A 40-pound jump, and I think he's going to have more left in him. The Strength Athlete is the program that he started and has a lot of support. He's represented by Citadel Nutrition.
Oh, boy.
Really got that chest up, David.
Yeah. Oh, good gracious. Oh, man.
You know, David, that could have been an opener.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that could have been an opener.
I mean,
wow.
Very controlled. It's almost as if there was no weight on the bar. I mean, it was down and up, and there was no hesitation in terms of the movement of the bar.
I think it's safe to say, David, these are the 2 lifters that are going to battle for the title. These 2 lifters, Bryce Lewis and Garrett Blevins. Right now, Garrett says, I'll see your 661, Bryce, and I'll raise you 22 pounds.
Yes,
683. And based on what we saw earlier, this is well within his limits, David.
Yeah.
He was the one that we thought was the easiest opener.
Exactly.
He is a pastor back in California for 5th and 6th graders, and he wants us to shout out to his family in California. And he says it's his desire to glorify God in all he does and all he has to Jesus Christ, his Lord and Savior. So you can see this is a lifter who's very passionate, very spirit-filled, very much focused. Almost looks like a calm focus right now, David.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I mean, there's no wasted energy, no wasted noise. Like, he is in complete control at this moment, and he's got nearly 700 pounds on his back. There's almost a pause in the room as everyone's waiting to see what will happen. And David,
okay.
I said it with Bryce, and I'll say it with Garrett. That could have been an opener.
Exactly.
That's a situation where Garrett really And Bryce, it's almost, I call it powerlifting ping pong, David.
Yeah.
Bryce hits it over the table,
Yeah.
Garrett smacks it back. Bryce hits it over the table, Garrett smacks it back. I mean, each lift, it's like one-upping each other.
Right.
That was such an impressive finish. Can you imagine what we're in store for on the next round?
Oh, yeah. That, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, get your popcorn ready.
Well, and I'll give you, fans at home, a little bit of a lead time. Bryce Lewis has put in the American record for his third attempt squat, which would be 689.
Yeah.
And then to follow that up, Garrett Blevins has 705, which would break if Bryce hits it. So we're going to have 2 American record attempts.
So
in
Jerrold
about
Beach
10
is the
minutes.
next lifter, 545.
Beach, you can tell he is one of the newer lifters.
Exactly.
He's kind of looking like
Too much weight, yeah.
he's getting some platform experience by
Right.
being in this competition. But Jerry, as they call him in Illinois, he'll be credited with a 534 for
Right.
his second attempt.
Now Cardell needs this lift to stay in the meet.
Yeah, this is a situation where it's clearly just depth.
Yeah.
He's plenty strong. And he really just needs to, no matter what, he needs to get deep. Because there doesn't appear to be a strength issue.
And this is where your mental toughness comes into play, knowing that you've got, you missed your first 2 attempts and all the pressure's on, and you got to be focused on what you need to do to make it pass.
And you can hear, it sounds like Jeremy Hartman is getting this crowd just rocked up. This guy Cardell is a local lifter, so there's got to be a lot of Georgia fans
Right.
pulling for him both at home and in the venue. I still think it was high, but it was deeper than the other one.
I don't know. We'll see. It'll be close.
We need a third light.
There you go.
That was a situation where what happens is he leans forward. He's kind of a Goggins-esque squatter.
Yeah.
And you'll watch. It's hard to see from our view.
Well, now he's deep enough.
Actually, now I think he did break
Yeah.
parallel. What happens is he's so big, in the front view, he almost covers up depth.
Yeah.
Jennifer Thompson, powerlifter extraordinaire, just came by and graced our presence and
Exactly.
gave Superman and I a thumbs up.
All right. Garrett Bootsy Bailey's here.
Yeah, Botsy Bailey, they
Botsy
call
Bailey.
him the noble. Botsy means the noble one.
So he's cracking the 600 barrier now.
And this is huge for him because he is such a great deadlifter.
Yeah.
Having any extra pounds, this would tie his PR. And on the national stage, this would be a nice finish.
Oh. Not sure about death. We'll see.
I thought it was good. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1.
Yeah.
It was interesting there, David. He actually kind of picked up speed as he went going. So there might have been more left in him.
Okay, Kevin Mays, the next lifter. He wants the same weight on the bar, 606.
Kevin Mays, we've noticed, he's the taller, wide stance
Right.
squatter.
I think the knee sleeves are too small for him. He's so tall. He's adjusting the knee sleeves. You can see him in the camera.
And you know what's interesting? His clock is running. He's got about 45 seconds.
Yeah.
So he should have plenty of time, but it clearly does throw you off when your time and clock's running because sometimes you got to change your normal, your process.
Right.
He's still got 30 seconds. I think he's going to be fine.
You don't take too much time.
Yeah, now you're at the point you got to kind of start moving along.
Yeah.
When you're watching at home, so you're familiar with the rules require that you get the start signal before your clock of 60 seconds runs out. He's got about 15 seconds. He really needs to kind of start moving. He's right at the part where if he doesn't get a clean setup, he's going to be on the border. He's got about 5 seconds to get that start signal. I think he's good.
They're telling him to rack the weight.
Yeah, now he's not. He's finished because his fingers weren't around the bar. There's no way he'll be able to come back.
Yeah.
What happens there is you have 60 seconds to get the start signal. If he would have been in the right position, he was just in time to get the signal, but his hands were not gripping the bar. So.
But, yeah, the 60 seconds starts once they say the bar is loaded.
Yes, and so what happened was he was down to about 5 seconds when he first walked out. If his hands were around the bar, I think he would have been able to get the signal.
Right.
But because he had to re-rack it, there was just no chance.
So our next lifter is Michael Pennacchia, 6'11".
He's a junior lifter out of Rhode Island. This is another big deadlifter, David. He's got a 700 deadlift to his credit. This is interesting. He went 9 for 9 last year as a teenager. Boy. In this meet, he won the teenage division. But listen to this, David. He squatted 523 last year. In 1 year now, he's going for 611.
Oh, boy.
How about 90 pounds on your squat in 1 year, David?
Yeah.
Even Superman doesn't do that very often.
No, not quite.
And as you've commented on, narrow stance, feet pointed out, good depth.
Whoa, that's good.
David, what if he squats 700 next year? He went from 520 to 611.
Well, nothing surprises me nowadays.
I know, isn't that the truth? These teenagers are junior lifting. Watch this again, David. This is not even close to a max.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say 5 kilos, maybe 7.
Yeah, 5 to 10 maybe. Yeah, 5 to 7 kilos.
That's a strong finish.
Yeah. All right, Walker Bradshaw is called for 622.
Walker's interesting because we talked about him earlier. This is only his second competition. He won the Westchester Championships to qualify. And this meet, if you're watching at home, the Raw Nationals, there's qualifying totals to get in the meet, but then to get into the prime time, we took the best totals of the open lifters. So not only was his total qualified to get him in the meet, obviously it was high enough to get him in the prime time. And based on how he's doing, David, he's working his way up the class. He might be in a situation, I would say, to be in the hunt for top 7 or 8 come deadlift time. He's looked strong all day today.
Oh.
And then, you know, those narrow stance squatters, David, there's not as much room for air.
No, it's not.
It's like a closed grip bench. That hardest part is that extra distance. You got to push it.
If you get a little bit out of the groove, then, I mean, there's nothing to adjust for.
I want to mention while we have a moment, the A7 bar grip. They are sponsors for our competition. And I got to meet the owners, Jason and Tatiana. They have an amazing product we're going to talk about in a little bit. It's a shirt you can wear in training, David, in the squat and the bench that has grip on it.
Oh,
so you
great.
don't have to put chalk on the bar
or
chalk on your back. So if you're training in a gym doesn't allow chalk, you just put this shirt on. It's not allowed in competition, but it's got all kinds of benefits in training, and it's simply a T-shirt that grips the bar. It's a great technology.
I would love to do something like that.
Yeah.
When I get back home to train.
Yeah, A7. Look them up online. We'll talk about them a little more.
Okay, Joseph Franzo, coach extraordinaire. He's got 622 on the bar.
And Joey Flex, David, has looked absolutely good control, good form, and good depth all day.
Yeah.
So let's see if the trifecta continues.
Oh, very impressive.
And you know what? He's not just good form, David. He put 33 pounds on his squat this year. He did 589 last year.
Oh, that's great.
I always tell people, you know, people say 33 pounds. What if you do that 3 years in a row? That's
exactly.
Watch this replay. And again, good technique. The knees do come in a little, but that's a lifter he's got to be eyeing 650 next year.
Oh, yeah. All right, here's the
strength coach out of Wayne State.
Yeah.
John Norcott. We talked about his depth earlier, so let's see if he can continue to do proud for the Wayne State football team. I'm sure there's got to be some Wayne State lifters, football players back there who are watching their coach Norcott.
Is that?
Yeah, that'd be interesting. It does say that this is during football season. I wonder if Wayne State had a game today. We'll ask John later. Hopefully, if they played in the afternoon, maybe they're getting to watch him tonight.
Yeah. Well, 628 on the bar. This is a 22-pound jump from his second attempt. And
this would exceed his best ever. Clearly deep.
Oh, good gracious. Yeah,
that's 3 white lights. I'd go so far as to say
exactly.
They might want to give him 4 white lights when you squat that deep.
Well, I think he had another 5 kilos if he wanted it.
Yeah, interestingly, he had more left in him. He had good technique. He's definitely on the rise in the future.
Well, Michael Petrovich is our next lifter. He is called for 633 pounds on the bar.
And this is one of the lighter lifters. He actually weighed in about 8 pounds under the limit. So that means he's only about 223 pounds, David.
Right. And so he's made an 11-pound jump from the second attempt. So it should be well within his range. Looking at his second attempt, I think he should get this, in a reasonable fashion.
He's an emergency medicine resident at Detroit Receiving Hospital.
Oh, so one of our first,
And he's also in a situation where this is a PR for him.
Oh, boy. Well, he came out of the hole and just...
I want to show you something if we get a replay on this. Watch when he hits the hole, David. His knees shift forward, and really what that does is lift off your balance. Watch as he hits the hole, and watch his knees. They actually come towards us. See
he
that?
does. Yeah, you're right.
And then they crash in.
Yeah.
And that's a subtle difference, but when you're dealing with a max lift, that's make or break.
Yeah. Well, Colin Ripley, ladies and gentlemen, our next lifter. He's called for 639 pounds.
Now, he was second place in the juniors last year, and this class is filled with juniors, and we talked about a little earlier, Jamal Browner put up a huge total earlier today in this class in the juniors.
And he only weighed 102. Basically, you know, he was light in his weight class.
Yeah, about 6 pounds under the limit.
Yeah.
He looked uncomfortable in the descent. Let's see what happens here.
No.
Now, that one he gave it a better run.
Right.
But you could clearly see he was being pushed forward. That weight was pushing him forward.
Exactly.
Appears like our crack research staff is actually going to look up, be able to see if we can find out what the Wayne State football schedule is. We'll be able to tell you guys exactly when they're lifting.
Well, Joe Hardy's our next lifter. He had an easy opener, moved it for a second. Now this is, he's asked for 661 on the bar. Now, you remember you told us that last year he bombed out at this weight, am I correct?
Yes, this was the weight that took him out.
Well, based upon his second attempt, this should be well within his capabilities.
So we did get word that Wayne State won 47-14 today. So hopefully they've been able to get back to somewhere where they can tune into this broadcast and watch their coach do them proud.
Okay, so
they're well done. That game ended hours ago.
Yeah. So Joe's setting up.
Now that one appeared to me like he pulled it up a little bit on depth, David.
Well,
let's see what the judges say.
It'd be close.
3 white lights.
Yeah.
It's once again, and I apologize, it's not me coming against the judges. He's so big, and from the front, he almost folds over. He's a Goggins-esque squatter.
Exactly.
And it's hard for me to be able to see depth. But I tell you what, that's a guy that's got a lot more left in him.
Okay, Brandon Jeter has got a record attempt here, 667 pounds.
So
now,
yes, what this would mean is this would break the junior
record.
American record.
Yeah.
Junior American record.
So you're very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing so many great juniors. And this young man got 9th place last year, and he squatted 628, and so we're talking a 40-pound gain. We talked about a 33-pound gain earlier. This is a 40-pound gain in 1 year, David.
And this is a 15-pound jump. So looking at his second attempt, this should be well within his capabilities.
And this is a lifter out of Florida. Next year, the Nationals are in Orlando, so I'm sure he's planning on competing next year.
It'll be close on death. We'll see.
I think this lift was good, but I want to point out something when we watch this replay, David. And for those of you at home, this young man just squatted 666, 666.9, 667 we can call it. And watch how his knees come crashing in. If this lifter can work the technique thing and can push his knees back out.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
See the knees crash in? I think I lost up. You guys can hear me. And see how those knees crash in? If he can work on that,
it'll make a big difference.
He's going to be well over 700 pounds.
Exactly.
Well over 700 pounds.
All right, next lifter, ladies and gentlemen, is Bryce Lewis. He has asked for 690. The open record is 312.
Yes, 688 is the current record, and it's held by a great lifter. You're probably familiar with out of Minnesota, Nick Tylucky.
Oh, yes.
He set the record last year. Nick hopefully might be at home watching. And Nick is an absolute superstar, one of the best squatters the U.S. has seen in years, and Bryce is looking to take his record.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is an open national record, which is 690 pounds. And if he hits this, he'll set the U.S. American open record.
And he's looked totally in control, David.
Right.
All of his attempts have been well within his limits. Yeah, there's no doubt. That's got to be 3 white lights.
Exactly. Which is, if you look at his first and second attempt, I would have predicted that his third would be that much extra work.
Well, I think what happens if you watch the replay, because he's a narrow stance squatter, it's a longer movement. So when he hits that sticking point, it's like a closed grip bench. That's going to be his trouble spot. But you know what? When I interviewed him before today, he specifically targeted that number, 690, and hit it on. But now this lifter told me 700, and he's going for 705. This is the pastor out of California, Garrett Blevins.
Well, this should be impressive, ladies and gentlemen, to watch this.
And simply put, this will break the American record that was just set. So as we talked about, Nick Tylucky, one of the best squatters in the country, and in a matter of 90 seconds, we could see his record broken twice.
Yeah.
705, David. In the weight class, he weighed in just about a pound under, 230-pound lifter, going over 700 pounds. And you can hear the crowd. They're starting to develop that clapping in unison.
He's getting set.
And you can really see that bar bending on his back. A tremendous effort.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen. That was impressive. Yeah, that was impressive. Let's see that on the replay. We're getting ready for the bench.
We're going to watch a replay. We're going to watch a replay of Garrett Blevins. 705, American record.
Great speed, yeah.
He is using the patented Susie Gary smile as he locks the weight out.
I would think he had 11 to 20 pounds.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if we get a chance to talk with him and find out how much more he had in him.
Yeah.
What we're going to do, I believe, here is... All right, what we're going to do is we're going to wrap up what we saw right here. Look right in that camera. Dr. Patrick Anderson here after we just watched an American record set by the guy to my left. 705 pounds, Garrett Blevins. How did it feel to break the American record PR squat?
It felt really good. The weight moved well. I got a little forward on my second rep, and so I wanted to take a conservative third. It was a good choice. Ended up hitting the weight the way I wanted to. 705 moved well, and that's a PR for me, I think, by 5 kilos in competition, so I was real happy with it.
It was interesting, Garrett, because Nick Tylucky, one of the great squatters in the country, held the American record coming in. Bryce Lewis broke it right before you. You came back, and David Ricks and I were on the broadcast, and we both felt you actually had a little more in you. How much more do you think you had on a perfect day if you'd have pushed it to the max, 705?
It's hard to say. I can grind a little bit on squats, but in general, I'm a fast squatter. I think maybe another 5 kilos tops, but kind of mid-squat, I really hit a wall, and if I can break through that, then I can finish the rep. You'll see me kind of nod in my head halfway through that squat where I knew I'd gotten through that point and was going to finish the rep well.
Yeah, on the broadcast, we called that the Susie Gary smile. When she locks out her squats, she has a big smile, and you had one as well. We don't want to keep you long, but we just want to touch on you are going to be in a battle all day with Bryce Lewis. Tell us, what can we expect from you in the bench and the deadlift?
Going to try for some big numbers on bench. I need to distance myself from Lewis in that lift because he's got a great pull. Really enjoying competing with him, and it's going to be a great day, like you said. It's going to come down to the wire, and hopefully we can see some more records broken.
Congratulations, and we want to thank Garrett for stopping by, and stay tuned for more awesome Primetime USAPL powerlifting.
Powerlifting is becoming incredibly competitive. On the men's and women's side, every single age class, every single weight class. And so my strength book really is a tool for athletes who want to get better.
In order to break those barriers that you could achieve with only basic training, you need to be analyzing your metrics. You need to be properly programming, and we're giving that power back to the athletes so that they can start managing their own training and make sense of it in a way that a professional can.
We want athletes to be able to program the most effective workouts and training programs possible using a numbers approach. And right now, there's not a numbers approach. It's more just guesswork. And we're taking the guesswork out of programming and designing workouts and using numbers and metrics to give that power to the athletes to understand what's going to work, what's not, and keep focusing on the target, keep focusing on moving forward, gaining momentum, and ultimately building your powerlifting total.
What I tend to tell people when it comes to not just powerlifting or any other sport, as far as us getting to the next level, it's all about effectiveness and efficiency. You're basically trying to figure out how can you make yourself faster and stronger and smarter.
The product Avi's creating is going to be essential. I think it's going to be absolutely great for people from beginners to right through to
Welcome back. Dr. Patrick Anderson here with five-time IPF Open World Champion David Ricks. David, we only have a short moment to catch our breath, but what do you think? I mean, we just watched an unbelievable finish to an unbelievable round of squats. I mean, we just watched the men, and we haven't even got a chance to talk about how great the women were.
Exactly. So, like I said earlier, I mean, get your popcorn ready because this is an exciting broadcast.
And how interesting was it that Garrett Blevins, we're getting ready to watch this again, 705 pounds, and he said he thinks there wasn't a lot more left in. You and I thought there was a lot more, but you know what he mentioned? He's a timing squatter.
Right.
And he said, I felt like I got a little bit out of the position. Well, you know, when you're at USA Powerlifting Nationals, when you're at a big meet like this, it moves right into, we're going right into the bench press.
Exactly. And so our first bencher.
Yeah, it's Ewa Januszkiewicz.
Right.
What we're seeing is a 154-pound opener.
Right.
I apologize if it sounds like we're a little bit off. We're making sure we're getting our monitor set where we can see the score sheet.
She's got to get set. Let's get the press signal.
Very, very strong opener. She's the one that had 2 ACL tears, soccer player.
Right. But ladies and gentlemen, you'll see a 300-pound bench from our own Jennifer Thompson. So,
yeah, actually, if you want to give a little bit of a update, Jennifer will open at 275, David.
Oh boy.
She will open a full 28 pounds ahead of the next bencher in the flight, and that bencher's in the class above her.
Yeah.
She's going to be almost 100 pounds ahead of the next bencher in her weight class.
Yeah. Claudia Chaloner is our current bencher, 154 pounds. That looked easy.
Yeah, very strong opener. She is represented by, or coached, I should say, by Bryce Lewis. So we saw Bryce in the second flight there put on quite a display. We've got Slingshot up in the corner here, Mark Bell's product. Very, very popular product in powerlifting. For those of you at home maybe not familiar, the Slingshot allows you to overload your lockout. It's a device you can just simply put on yourself. If you don't have training partners, it gets the bar moving off your chest so you can train more at the top end.
So our next list is Ella Zheng, and she's opening at 160 pounds.
And she got 4th at last year's Nationals in this weight class. She hit a nice 336-pound squat a few minutes ago.
Looked easy. You said it worked a little bit off her chest.
Yeah, it's interesting, David. We've been noticing when you're dealing with particularly the women lifters and the smaller classes that take a really wide grip, the hardest part is getting it off the chest. You don't obviously have the aid of a bencher. You're not near as big muscular-wise in the female division in the smaller classes. And so it's fascinating how once they get that drive off the chest, sometimes you'll see lifters that barely get it moving and then it locks out really easy.
You're exactly right on that one.
And you'll run into some cases where a small jump, they won't even leave their chest.
Right.
You know, a 5-kilo jump, 2.5-kilo jump.
So Jenny 2, she's asked for 165 pounds.
Jenny's out of California, coached by Bryce Lewis. So quite a few of the lifters in this group in the men's and women's coached by Bryce Lewis. Yeah, now what we'll start to develop on our score sheet, we can start to look ahead and give you guys an idea on where some of these lifters will become total.
Right.
When we talk about what's called the forecast total, that refers to your completed squat, your completed bench, and your opening deadlift. So it gives us an idea. We don't obviously know officially because your deadlift hasn't taken place, but it gives us an idea where you might stand.
Right.
You know what you can tell here, David? It's almost like the crowd is in shock on what they saw, and there's like a kind of a hum in the room as people are settling down, you know, kind of regaining their senses and getting ready for an amazing finish.
Exactly.
Jenny 2 is your lifter. 25 years of age out of California. She hit a nice 325 squat.
That looked easy.
Yeah, and it was interesting there. She appeared, if you're watching at home, to get a little longer press signal, and the reason is the bar has to become motionless in order to get the signal. She was kind of sinking it into her chest, and when that happens, it gives you a longer signal. So one of the tricks you'll notice the top lifters do is really try and get that stopping right away to get a little bit of a quicker signal.
Yeah.
Now, David, if you remember, this lifter really impressed us. This is Natalie Terrana. She actually set the American record in the squat.
Exactly.
She was successful earlier today with 163 kilos.
Well, her opening bench is 170 pounds. And she made easy work of that.
So Natalie well on her way. That opening bench has given her a forecast total of second place. So right now she's the one that would be in the position to finish behind Jennifer Thompson.
Exactly.
And that's a pretty big story, because if you're able to get second to Jennifer, you automatically put yourself in position as an alternate for the world team. As you know, David, and for people at home, the automatic spot goes to the winner, but the second place lifters are all ranked by Wilks. So the Wilks is a formula of pound for pound, and the better your total is.
So Katie Ann Rutherford is a lifter.
Check this overhead view. You can really see how amazing the arch is, how she drives her legs in. Really get a good view of leg drive from that.
So she got that. That was 171 pounds.
And Katie Ann was one of the ones that hit a big squat. She squatted 396, David.
Exactly.
So she, just by simply doing that bench, has already forecast up to 6th place. So
now Kait Mendall is the next lifter, 182 pounds.
So Kait Mendall comes to us out of Massachusetts. She wanted to say hi to her family, her mom, her dad, Bonnie and Victoria back in Massachusetts, Dom Rosso and the Dynamis Alliance team in Virginia Beach. So she's got fans all over the country. She went to CrossFit Gym in Plymouth, Mass in 2011 and did her first push-pull meet in 2015.
She made that look easy.
Yeah, that's a good, smooth opener.
Yeah. So the next lifter is Diana Hernandez.
Diana was interesting because she had a little bit of trouble in the squat. She actually hit a very nice opener.
But missed the second and third.
Yeah, she got 374 on the board, but was unsuccessful on her second and her third. She was telling me that she thinks that upwards of a 200 to 209 pound bench would be on the board. So this 187, this should put her in a position where she has a good bit left. Diana Hernandez-Avalos, 22 years old, out of California. Now, David, that was not an easy opener. It was good lift, but
maybe
there's not a lot left there.
No, it's not.
We're waiting on one referee. We got 3 white lights. She said she wanted to shout out to all the lumberjacks from Humboldt County, the Lumberjack Iron Team out in Humboldt, California.
Interesting.
She is a full-time graduate student studying exercise physiology. Now we go to Laura Radecki. Laura Radecki, if you remember, David, put on quite a show in the squat. She was kind of one of those that jumped out of nowhere. She squatted 407, David.
Very impressive. So, weight on the bar is 187. Yep.
And the lift is very, very easy. Now, David, we want to take a moment. We're going to have a guest join our program. We have a guest here from My Strength Body, My Strength Book. Sorry, the handwriting on my assistant here is not very good. And in fact, let me tell you a little bit. First, let me introduce him. Avi Silverberg. I've never actually met you.
It's a pleasure to be sitting here with you guys. Obviously, Dave Ricks, I was really impressed watching you last night. Truly an inspiration, man. That was fantastic. So, pleasure to be here, boys, and I'll be sitting with you guys through to the end of the second attempts here. So,
all right, we'll talk a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, you can tell us what you think. Samantha Calhoun, opening attempt 192.
Well, that looked a little heavy for an opening attempt,
I would agree with you.
She might get a lot of groove.
We're waiting on the lights. Let's see. We got. I think the lift was good, but it was a little bit tough. Maybe there's suspense out there.
What do the judges say?
Still waiting on the lights.
Well, while we're waiting on the lights, let me jump in and tell you, your commercials are fantastic.
I really appreciate that. Yeah.
Are you responsible for the design? Who gets credit for that?
Yeah, we are. We hired it. Well, it's a professional production. We actually brought out a number of USAPL lifters. Ewa Januszkiewicz, who's actually competing in this flight here. Kim Walford, as you know. And those are actually some of our early beta testers on the product. So they were the one who were in the driver's seat early on. They were in the driver's seat early on, directing, what the product looks and feels like. And the product essentially is a web-based platform that allows you to build workouts, plan training programs, and assess your training metrics so that you know what's working in your workouts that allow you to get better on the platform. So really it's a sport analytic company where you can actually go in, and it's very specific to powerlifting. In fact, it's for powerlifters.
Let me jump in here, Avi. Rori Alter is your lifter, 220-pound opener in the bench press. It appears like that was a very strong, let's see what the judges say, 3 white lights.
Yeah,
that lift
easy.
before where we were waiting on the lights was also good. We, in fact, have been perfect in the bench press so far. Well, let me ask you a little bit as somebody who was not familiar with your product, but I saw your commercials. They come on before our broadcast, and I told our director extraordinaire, Trey Cunningham, I was mesmerized. Of course, I'm here during the broadcast, but in the daytime, I go back and watch the broadcast. And I'll tell you, David, I'm watching this commercial, and the commercial's so good, but I don't know what the product is.
Yeah.
You ever see that? And I'm like, man, I want to get this.
Yeah.
And then it pops up at the end, and I was like, I got to find out more about this. So I'm excited to meet you, but also to hear a little bit more. In fact, you can talk. One of your lifters that you have in your commercial, Kimberly Walford.
Kim Walford, man. So she came out for a few days and trained with us as we did the footage. She's one of the most intense lifters in the game. And, I mean, in person, she's friendly. She'll give strangers a hug. But in the gym, man, stay out of her way. She is one fierce competitor. And she had a tough squat series, but that looked like an easy opener here to me.
Very easy opener, and it's funny that you said that, Avi, because I was doing pre-meet interviews for all the lifters, and I had to do them tonight, and there was just a lot of lifters, and so I didn't get to Kimberly until we got back in the warm-up room.
Sure.
And she was back there, had a hoodie on, and she looked so focused. Now, mind you, I'm 280 pounds, and I've lifted weights for a little bit, and this is, 158-pound female, and I wasn't going over to mess with her.
No.
So I pulled all her coaches aside, and I said, can I ask you a few questions? And Kimberly was nice. She took her headphones off. She said, no, I'll talk to you. And she was nice as could be, just like you said. But you could see a focus, an intensity that, belies how great of a lifter she is.
And she talks how that is a really important part of the game. I'm sure, as you guys know, the mental aspect of the sport is absolutely critical, especially at this stage. You have all that experience and all those competitions under your belt, and you know how to focus when the time is right. And she's just a master of that.
Now let's jump in here. Chelsea Savit is your lifter, 248 pounds. Now this is the next biggest bench to Jennifer Thompson in the whole group.
Yeah.
And look how easy that was.
I can't, beautiful.
Now Jennifer is in a whole nother world. So before we get back to the My Strength book, we got to jump in here. I mean, Jennifer, you're talking about, this is, in my opinion, the greatest female bench presser who has ever lived, David.
All time.
Exactly.
Listen to this stat. This will blow your mind. Okay, in the history of powerlifting, every woman that has ever graced a platform, 3 women have ever done double bodyweight raw. 3 ever. Mary Jeffrey from West Virginia, a woman from Chinese Taipei in the IPF. They've each done it once, so it's happened 2 times. This lifter you're going to see here, 70 times she's done double bodyweight. She's opening at double bodyweight.
Yeah.
So the whole world's done it twice. She's done it 70, about to be 70.
One of the things I really love about Jen Thompson here is she's starting to come online more and do a little bit more YouTube. And I love checking in with her YouTube channel, just seeing a little bit of her training. And she's given a lot of tips on her YouTube channel lately. And
if you're anyone at home and you're not familiar with Jennifer or powerlifting and you're just tuning in to watch somebody else, watch what you're seeing right here. This is historic, watching this woman bench.
I love that eccentric tempo, really quick. And, man, what a great press command.
If you notice, it was hard to tell because her
white
hair
lights,
was in the
good
way.
lift.
Her head came up. And I've never seen Jennifer do that, so it'd be interesting. She got a red for it, but her head slightly came off the bench. Her hair kind of obscured it, but from our view, it was clear to see, but it was an easy bench.
Well, the other fact of being an older lifter, that she's also a master lifter.
That's right.
She's killing the younger lifters. So it's really tells you.
Hey, Avi, do you know anybody who's a master lifter who kills the younger lifters? Does anyone come to mind?
Oh, you know what? We got a few in Canada, actually. Leon Brown, who is a 105 lifter, M2, and he's a big bencher.
Oh, yeah. He was at the World Championship. Great
was,
guy. We met.
I just lifted in St. Croix at the North Americans and got to meet Leon, and immediately I said to him, you are an unbelievable bencher, because I watched the Worlds online.
Yeah, so he's an M2, and he benches over 500 pounds raw, one of our big benchers in Canada. This is Ewa Januszkiewicz here.
She's on your commercial.
She is, yeah, and we'll talk more about that after this lift. She is she is a fantastic deadlifter. I'm looking forward to seeing her deadlift. She'll be putting up around 430, maybe a 440 deadlift here today.
Man.
Wow.
And she's one of the more thoughtful lifters in the game, man. When you talk to her about her training, she is just detailed. That's a good bench for her.
Very, very strong bench. So tell us a little bit more about your product. It's clearly something that is become a product that everybody in powerlifting is talking about because of the metrics, because so many lifters are looking for that edge.
The edge.
Give us an example of how that works.
At this level of the game, it's not about just going in the gym and doing random training, right? You want to know exactly what works and the sort of data that helps you get better. So some of the metrics that we track is obviously volume, right? That's a big, big metric that anybody's going to want to track. What's your average volume that you're hitting for every squat workout, every day, week in and week out, every month, month in and month out. And when you're peaking for competition, you can use some of that data to understand, okay, well, I don't want to be pushing my volume right now.
Right.
I'm peaking for competition. I want to be bringing it down below my baselines.
Right.
What sorts of average intensities are you using?
So Claudia
let me jump in. Claudia Chaloner, 165. Appears like that was a solid attempt. In fact, we haven't had a miss yet. Let's see 3 whites. Go ahead, continue, Avi.
So really, the application of data to your training is becoming more and more a critical part of the game. We got guys like Bryce Lewis, who we just saw have a fantastic squat. He's an advocate of metrics-based training and tracking and analyzing every aspect of your lifting. It's not just about, you're not a meathead in the sport anymore. You want to become more scientific, use those mathematical and scientific principles. And we're just providing a very easy online tool that allows you to go in, put your workouts in, and start tracking very easily using our visual data, using our charts, what's working. When you're peaking, what are the sort of metrics that go into your peaks?
Let me jump in here. Alice Zheng, second attempt, 170 pound.
I love Alice. And an interesting story with Alice and Eva, they went head-to-head at the Arnolds last year in 2015. They actually tied in the 63-kilo class, and Eva won on body weight. So I know those two kind of have a little bit of a beef going into tonight.
Well, and let me jump in here, and this is from someone who literally didn't know about your product until this weekend, so this is an honest assessment. The first thing that jumps out to me about your product, and David can relate as someone who's been powerlifting for a long time, is think of the benefit of this over time. So a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, how many of us lifters, our squat goes great for 2 years and all of a sudden you hit a wall.
Plateau.
The bench goes great and you hit a wall. Well, now you can pull back and look and see, 2 years ago when I was making great progress, exactly what Avi's talking about. What were the metrics showing? Because sometimes we actually get out of the routine that's making benefits. Jenny, 2, 3 white lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, over time, you kind of, sometimes you're trying some, you're trying fancy things and you move away from your bread and butter, and understanding what your bread and butter zones are in your training is super important. But just exactly like you said, just picture if you're getting involved in the sport now, or you're early in your career, just think if you had that data, 2, 3, 4, 5 years worth of data, you can really understand what allows me to train in the most effective way. How do I recover in the most effective way so that when I'm getting to competition, the best numbers that I'm doing are on the platform. That's when it counts. It doesn't matter doing those numbers in the gym. You want to be able to peak for competition.
Let me jump in here, Avi. Natalie Terrana, who broke the American record in the squat, she absolutely smoked her opener, David, in the bench. No liftoff, Sandvik style. Doesn't even have a liftoff. And her opener was easy. And this is interesting. She only jumped 5 pounds, but we talked about earlier, some of the women, particularly in the lighter classes, a 2.5 kilo jump significant. And that lift was good, but there wasn't a lot more left in her. So Natalie is already up in second place. Yeah. She's in a position where she's right behind Jennifer Thompson. Of course, we all expect Jennifer to take the gold. Tell us a couple things before we move on, because, Avi, we want people out there to be able to get your product. What's the easiest way to access it, website-wise, things like that?
So you can go to mystrengthbook.com right now. You can check out a little bit about what we're about there. It is a web-based platform, meaning that you can sign in through a website. You can sign up for a free trial at mystrengthbook.com, and you can start building workouts right away. You can put in your this week's worth of workouts and see some of the data that comes from it.
Katie Ann Rutherford, 181 pounds.
No wrist straps.
Second attempt.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
And that lift looked pretty good. Let's see what the judges say. David Ricks, we are perfect so far on the bench press. We have not had a miss. Are there other avenues, ways people can get your product or learn about it?
Yeah, so again, mystrengthbook.com. I mean, we have a Facebook page, My Strength Book. We have an Instagram page, My Strength Book. We got a great blog, and we're going to be publishing a lot of the lifters that we have competing not only in this primetime session, but in primetime sessions previously. And tomorrow, Dennis Cornelius, we're going to be doing some blogs looking at their training. So they've put training into our app, and we're going to look at, okay, well, what are the metrics that go into their peaks?
That is cool.
Yeah.
Let me jump into your Kait Mendall, 198 pounds, second attempt. But you're getting me more and more. You're getting me more and more fired up here, Avi. And I just retired from powerlifting in August, and now I'm thinking maybe I need to change my mind. If I knew I had My Strength Book, maybe I would have been actually lifting a lot longer.
I'd love to see David. I'd love to see David here and Jesse Norris. I'd love to see a comparison between those two guys' metrics.
That lift is good, 3 white lights. Avi, I got to say, for the rest of us mortals, I don't think it's fair for David to use My Strength Book.
No.
I think all the rest of us will be embarrassed off the platform.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
As an older lifter,
Yep.
how does your training program adapt to folks as they get older, especially when you hit that late 30s, early 40s?
Yep.
Or 57.
Well, that's the thing. Training has to evolve over time, right? You can't be doing what you did when you were 20 years old. So that's the great part, is that over time you get to assess every month what is working. And when you get older, you need more recovery. And what does that recovery look like when it comes to your metrics is exactly what you're wanting to implement. So
let me jump in. Diana Hernandez-Avalos, 198. Second attempt bench. We want to make sure we're giving credit to these amazing women lifters, but we're so excited about My Strength Book. Okay,
come on, drive it up. That's tough.
No lift. That was actually the first unsuccessful lift in the bench. David, you had a question?
Well,
for Avi?
Even for myself, I noticed that as I got older, that recovery time, just like you mentioned, is so it adjusts. And so if you try to push that, all of a sudden your gain starts actually hit a wall and you start going negative. And so. And I retired almost a year and a half ago from sport, from competitive lifting. I decided to get back into it, and
you're training differently.
That is correct.
Right.
Let's jump in here. Samantha Calhoun will be your lifter, 203 pounds in the bench press.
Yeah.
Samantha was successful in the squat. She hit a nice 303 squat.
Exactly.
She is currently on our forecast, as we talked about earlier. We can look ahead with your opening deadlift. She's currently in third. So this lift right here, this is a battle where she's in a position where she's really looking to maybe challenge Natalie for the silver here.
Exactly.
Drive it up.
Now the bar came back down. I'll see with the judges. That would be no lift anyway.
Yep. So Dave, leading into this meet here, you would have had you would have had a baseline of your metrics, and what I mean by that is, let's just take volume for an example.
Right.
4 weeks out, you would have been doing a certain amount of volume for your squats. 3 weeks out, a certain amount of volume. 2 weeks out, a week out, and understanding exactly the levels of your volume moving into competition that was optimal. And we know it was optimal because you just broke, or unofficially broke, a world record, 320.
That is correct.
Right. So we want to replicate those sorts of numbers that led to you to have success on the platform. And without tracking that,
let me jump in. Laura Radecki, 203 pounds.
Here we go.
Second attempt. Very wide grip, David. Elbows out. Very strong. Very strong. Continue, Avi.
Yeah.
Without tracking that, you're not going to understand what to do for the next peak, right? And so that's the important part is, you got to get away from just, writing down your workouts in your training journals by pen and paper. You got to get away from, the clunky spreadsheets. Put it into a system that's actually going to get you to see some data that you can do something with, so that over time what works. And if something doesn't work, well, that's good. That's good information too, right? Let me ask you something, Dave, because I'm really interested. How many times a week do you squat?
Before you answer that, let me jump in. No, you can get ready for that. Rori Alter is your lifter, 237 pounds. This is a second attempt. Rori had a very nice 363-pound squat. She hit a nice 220 opener. And so this is a situation where she is forecast fourth, and this would be, she's right behind Laura Radecki. So this would be something that could move her up into third. Very easy.
Good gracious.
Very easy lift. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, basically I squat twice a week. I have a light day, no more than 50% of my theoretical max, and I keep it around about 315 pounds. I do sets of 8 reps, 135, 220, and I do a lot of assistance exercises for my legs that day. And then that's on a Wednesday. And on Friday, that's when I do my heavy work on a squat. And I might start early in my training cycle, sets of 5, 3 sets of 5. and then get down to 175 as I move up in weight. Then as I get 4 or 5 weeks out, get to threes, and that's probably the heaviest I'll go. A heavy triple.
Let's jump in here because this is going to be critical for the finish, as well as we're talking about My Strength Book, and one of the lifters that is particularly represented by this product, Kimberly Walford, the best deadlifter in the world, and Avi, you probably are aware, the only woman who has never lost the Raw Worlds, 4 straight Raw Worlds.
Yeah, was it 4 or 5 now?
Well, the first one was not an official
you're
Worlds.
Right.
It was the
you're right.
IPF Cup. But interestingly enough, Kimberly won that one too. So Kimberly basically says, it doesn't matter what you call the meet, I'll just win it.
I'll just win it.
Call it what you want.
Yeah.
I love what you just said there, Dave. Just, leading up to the competition, the heaviest you'll go is a heavy triple. You don't build up to heavy singles and waste your gas in training. You save it for when it counts.
I used to do that in my younger days. But as I got older, it's like you're wasting a lot of energy.
Yeah. Well, that's great to hear.
We want to jump in here just because this is an American record attempt. Chelsea Savit is your current American record holder at 259. She's going for 260, but on her second attempt. So you'd have to figure there's a shot here that maybe she's going to look to break this record twice. Chelsea, interestingly enough, you guys will get a kick out of this. She wanted to thank Danielle Bennett and Jordan Dunn, 2 powerlifters, accomplished powerlifters, who were getting married today. And they gave her the blessing to come here.
Very cool.
She was supposed to be at their wedding, and she said, they specifically said, go ahead, go win the Nationals. We'll celebrate afterwards. So.
I've been following her bench training online, and she's hot right now. Her bench is looking really strong, so I know this will go up with a ton of speed.
Look at that crowd. I mean, it's just packed. Wide grip, very controlled.
Beautiful.
Easy.
Oh, easy.
There goes
she's
American record holder on the bench.
She has at least another 5 in the tank.
Exactly. She doesn't have a big arch easy, does it?
She does take an extremely wide grip, and she's a short-limbed girl.
Right.
But she's also a great deadlifter for a bencher.
Yeah.
It's a Jennifer Thompson-esque. Chelsea's done a 446 deadlift.
Jen Thompson coming up. She jumped 12.5 kilos from her first to her second here. I don't think I've seen her jump that much before.
Yeah, this is interesting. I talked to her and Donovan. They didn't want to divulge too much, but they both felt a quiet confidence that she was going to have a shot to up her record, which her current best is 312. It's obviously the American and world record. So what it'll come down to here is how does this look and feel?
Yeah.
Because Jennifer told me she really wants to go all the way to 315, but if not, she'll just do record plates and go 313. So let's see how this looks.
I see she's wearing an LVD t-shirt. That's a Canadian company.
Yeah, we'll actually be going into them later. It's a great story what they do. They do a lot of charity work where when you buy their equipment, it helps to go to help get clean water and feed the hungry. Looks like a controlled descent.
Beautiful. Yeah. She has a shot today for sure.
We're going to see if we can actually replay this. There's one interesting thing I noticed, and we saw this in the squat. As she comes down, the bar drifts a little bit to her left. There was a slight imbalance issue, but it was still an easy lift. If she can correct that, I actually agree with Avi. I think there's a little bit more than just the record. But that big of a weight, if you get a little bit out of the groove, it makes a dramatic difference. Watch as she comes up. It was almost like it shifted. She shifted it back and then drove it up. Really shows how amazing she is.
She got some amazing strong shoulders.
Well, like I said now, 72 double bodyweight benches.
And she has no arch. I mean, physically, she's almost something
and she's
unusual.
long armed. She's not short armed.
Yeah,
she, if you watch her YouTube channel, I think one of her biggest training protocols is doing heavy holds, and I think I saw her do a 30-second heavy hold with like 530 pounds. Just incredible.
That's interesting. Jeff Snyder actually gave me the specs on that. 525. Now, Jeff said it was 13 seconds. Somebody else said 11. I said, when you're holding 525, it doesn't really matter. And you know what's funny? He tells me she did a 525 hold, and I'm thinking, man, Jennifer, that's great. I was like, so she walks out, in the squat, and he goes, no, it was a bench. I thought it was a squat.
Oh, man.
It was a bench, 525.
Next lifter is Eva.
Eva, tell us about her. Avi, you're familiar with her.
Yeah, she was a really critical part of our beta testing process. She is one of the most thoughtful lifters of the game. She tracks and analyzes her metrics, and she was guided our beta process. So if you guys are interested out there and checking out My Strength Book, mystrengthbook.com, you can go sign up for a free trial. And let us know what you think. And I really appreciate you letting me step on the mic here, boys. You guys are doing a great job. A fantastic job.
Pleasure meeting you.
Pleasure meeting you guys.
This is awesome.
All right, guys. Take care, and good luck to all the lifters out there.
Okay.
All right, David, we got Claudia Chaloner, 170-pound, third attempt, looking to go 3 for 3.
She moved at 5 pounds.
She is currently forecast for 5th place. And you can actually look up here. She's only 5 kilos out of 4th. And so it could really get interesting in her trying to battle here with Eva for that top 5 position.
So 171 pounds.
And that lift was good. That was probably the perfect third attempt, David.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I got to tell you a little bit about her. She was an amateur boxer for 4 years. She played rugby in college.
Oh, boy.
I mean, this is quite the eclectic and accomplished athlete. She's a doctor of physical therapy. She's got family in Australia and West Virginia, and her husband and friends in San Diego she wanted to jump. Shout out to. Alice Zheng out of New Jersey.
And she moved at 5 pounds.
She's quite an accomplished lifter. She's the junior national champion from 2014, the junior raw world champion from 2015. She's also gotten second at the Arnold before. And she is the proud owner of 2 rabbits. 2 rabbits, David. We don't have a lot of powerlifters who own 2 rabbits, or at least that I'm aware of. That was a solid lift for a third attempt. There's room there. Let's see. 3 white lights.
That looked good.
And I believe that ties her PR, 176, PR tying lift. I tell you what, David, that My Strength book, that's got me interested.
I'll take a look at it.
I'm a big numbers guy, and I didn't get to tell Avi, but the thought I think also down the road for that product, somebody like you, Masters lifter, if somebody's coming into the sport or they're kind of developing, they can, if your numbers are in there, they can see what does David Ricks do? What does Jennifer Thompson do? Because, you know, a lot of times you don't have a reference. Who do you compare to?
Exactly.
In your gym, you might be the only 57-year-old. So, you know, I mean, in your case, there's nobody to compare it to, but the rest of us at least have somebody.
So Jenny 2 is at 182 pounds.
And that appeared like she just did not get enough off the chest. She's going to be credited with her second attempt of 170 pounds.
Well, Natalie Terrana, she's next.
Yeah, she's put on quite a show so far, David. She's got herself an American record squat. She's 2 for 2 in the bench. She is looking, she had told me coming in 200 was her goal. Her bench is 181.9, so she's a little bit off what she expected.
Right.
She wanted me to shout out to her Nana, who's in Georgia.
Oh, great.
She said her Nana is watching, and she really felt like that would mean a lot to her. So let's say hello to Nana. Also, she wanted me to dedicate this competition. Her mother passed away, Patty Terrana, passed away a little over a year ago. And Natalie said she's dedicating, you know, all of her accomplishments and everything to her mom. Taking the bar out with no lift off, David.
Yeah.
She got a little out of the groove, but I think that's a good lift. There was a little bit of back and forth. Let's see what the judges say. Lift is good.
Yeah, that was...
Natalie's really one of those that's impressed me quite a bit, and the great thing about her is her deadlift's her best lift, David. So far she's been impressing us, and she's really looking like she's going to step up come pull time.
So Katie Ann Rutherford, our next lifter, 187 pounds. 187 pounds.
Lemon City Barbell, you saw that popping up in the corner, and now we got A7 bar grip. We're going to talk in greater detail about them later, but I was telling David, they have a great product that to me is, you know, it's one of those revolutionary things in powerlifting people come up with. It's a shirt, like we talked about, that has a grip product on it, and it actually, you can see the bench liftoff guy, Eric Curry, is wearing it. You see those ridges on his shirt. That helps you in the squat and the bench. Katie Ann, unfortunately, no lift. The interesting thing about that bar grip shirt, I talked to you a little bit about it earlier, is, you know, there's lifters all over who lift in gyms, you maybe have done this, where they don't allow chalk.
They don't, exactly.
And so there's a lot of danger in there. In fact, Jason and Tatiana, the owners of the company, their husband and wife, Jason told me the way the company developed the product was he got injured because the bar slid on his back in a gym that was hot.
Oh, yeah.
And so it was sweating. The bar slid on his back, and he got injured. And so he came up with the product. Necessity is the mother of invention, as they say. Now, the crowd's really getting riled up here. This is a comeback attempt for Diana Hernandez. She is also lifting in the junior division. She is 22 out of California. Wanted us to mention Drew Peterson and the Icon, coaches back home. She's only been competing for just about 18 months, David.
Good gracious.
In the Nationals already. That lift to me is going to be just a little too much.
Yeah.
Just a little bit too much. She was a Division II national champion in rowing, NCAA Division II national champion in rowing. So how talented are you when you can win the nationals in rowing and then, get to the nationals in powerlifting?
Well, that's why the sport is so exploding, because you get general athletes who are excelling in other sports, seeing the sport of raw powerlifting as a way to continue their passion for the sport.
Well, just hear what you and I have been doing this broadcast tonight. We've talked about a rugby player. We've talked about rowing. We've talked about boxing. I mean, obviously CrossFit, strongman, Olympic lifting. It's really quite an amazing group of talented athletes. Now, Samantha Calhoun has a comeback attempt, but as we mentioned earlier, she is right in the hunt here. She's in 3rd place in this weight class. She would be looking to catch Natalie.
Just go too much.
Yeah, that lift's going to set her back just a little bit, but come deadlift time, she's got a deadlift opener, David, of 407. Opener. Whew.
I definitely won't be on the
I
pitch.
retired at the right time.
Yeah.
Kait Mendall.
Her next, she's cracking the 200-pound barrier.
She's got family up in Massachusetts and Virginia Beach she wants to shout out for, so I'm sure they're watching, and they're probably moving a little closer to their computer or TV screen, getting ready to watch Kait try and bring home 3 for 3 in the national championships. For a lot of these lifters, I mean, this is the biggest meet of the year for them. Think of the excitement to be able to bring home 3 for 3 in the bench.
Exactly.
And you could see that there as the bar came off her chest, it drifted to the left. And we talked about earlier, balance is a big factor when you're lifting these big weights. We see Garrett Bailey passing in front of us.
Yeah.
Watch this lift, David. It comes off her chest and it shifts to her left.
You're
see
right.
this?
You're correct.
Right there. And when that happens, that just really takes all the momentum out. It's fascinating how we're watching a lot of celebrities, a lot of top lifters. I just saw big super heavyweight Joe Capolino walk by. Joe will be lifting in the Primetime tomorrow. He is first time in the Raw Nationals, a very accomplished equipped lifter, so that's going to be interesting to watch.
You got Laura Radecki.
Laura Radecki, man, she has really impressed me. She's a graduate student. Now, her PR in the bench is currently at 209 pounds, so this would exceed it, 214. That looks good to me. 3 white lights.
Yeah, very impressive. She's almost got like a Jonathan Thompson-like bench. Very wide grip,
Well, and I suspect that Jennifer is probably somebody that a lot of lifters pattern, female lifters, their bench technique after.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I mean, you take after, what is working. Now, Kimberly, she did not perform up to her typical standards in the squat, but she had a nice thing that she told me. Her dad, Hewitt, is going to be watching, and her dad has never seen her lift. He's in the venue. He's never seen her lift in person.
Oh, that's great.
He's from Georgia, and so she said that's a big, big deal for her to lift in front of her dad.
Oh, man.
Wow.
That's impressive.
She made her dad proud.
Yeah. That's huge.
3 white lights.
Yep.
The Army and Air Force. Here we're going to watch this again. And her 2 mentors, Gene Bell and Steve Goggins. So it's no wonder Kimberly Walford lifts like Kimberly Walford.
Exactly.
Gene, in my opinion, and I've said this before, the top technician in terms of overall strength and technique in my powerlifting career, one of the best I've ever seen. Just across the board, maximum strength and technique.
Exceptional. You're right on target on that one.
And he's one of those guys, I told Kimberly, he just kept making lifts, and at the end of the day, he was always on top on the podium.
Exactly.
Rori Alter, the physical therapist out of New York.
248 pounds. That's a big bench.
Yeah, looking to go 3 for 3 here. David, I think she's got it.
Yeah, I do too.
We're going to do a replay of this. Watch this lift, David. It's fascinating. She gets a decent drive off the chest. It starts to slow, but look how it picks up at the top.
Yeah.
I mean, you can really see maybe using one of our products that sponsors us, the slingshot. Watch it pick up right there.
Yeah, with the leg drive.
Yeah, so maybe she's using the slingshot and getting Mark Bell helping out her bench. So I believe we're going for another American record. Chelsea Savit, 271 pounds.
So she jumped up 5 pounds.
She and her husband are IT consultants for IBM.
Oh, boy.
She just got married 4 weeks ago in Las Vegas. Her husband, Andre, told me they have crisscrossed the country 5 times this year between traveling for work and a variety of things. So she's had quite a busy year, but it hasn't slowed her bench down. 271, American record. Let's see if she can keep tight. Look at that. That is a beautiful view we have. Drive it, drive it, drive it.
A little bit too much.
It just really appears like in her bench, that initial inch or two is critical.
Exactly.
She just wasn't able to get it started. All right, now let's see. We are going for the record. 313 pounds. So let's set the stage so you know. This would be the American record. This would unofficially break the world record. If you're watching at home, you can only set world records in international competition.
Yeah.
So this would not be an official world record, but it would be the highest bench ever done by Jennifer Thompson, the best bencher in the world. And I might be accused of hyperbole, David, but in my opinion, what you're watching here is Michael Jordan, it's Babe Ruth, it's Muhammad Ali. This is the best female bench presser who has ever lived. It's Tiger Woods. This is the greatest at what she does that's ever lived.
You're right on point.
If you're at home, you got to pull up a chair because you could be watching history.
Just
and at age 43, David, much like yourself, she's proven you don't get older, you just get stronger.
Right, like fine wine.
She's a nutrition teacher, 12th grade. Hopefully a lot of the students in Denver, North Carolina are checking in. Watch how she takes this out. Now remember, she's held 525 pounds in her hands, so this weight will not feel heavy to her.
Exactly.
And she's got one of the best fights you'll ever see. If she can get this lift moving, we might see history. Drive it, drive it, drive it, drive it, drive it, drive it, drive it.
That's it.
We're going to have to watch that, folks. History being made.
I don't see the lights.
October 16th, 2016, Atlanta, Georgia. You just witnessed a 313-pound bench press by a woman who weighed in not even close to the limit. She was 4 pounds under the limit. I mean, she weighed in at about 134 pounds. Watch this. And like we talked about, good drive off the chest, and then she just refuses to budge.
Exactly. So she broke her own record.
Broke the own record. Weighed in, like we said, 134 pounds. Well over double body weight. Opened at double body weight. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can do that justice at home to really get people to understand. She is so dominant and so far ahead of the rest of the pack, a lot of people don't even realize how great she is.
No, let me do this. Hey, Jennifer, we'd like to take a few minutes to say that that's an exceptional performance. Tell me how it felt.
It felt freaking spectacular. Wasn't really sure. I got really high on my shoulders on that. I fell off my chest, and then I wasn't sure, but it just kept going. I was so excited.
Just watching it back here, it was just exceptional. I mean, after your second bench, what were your thoughts in terms of what you can pick for your third?
I wasn't entirely sure because the second one actually felt a little bit heavier than I thought it was going to be. But what I did was I was taking the bars down to my chest so fast, I felt like the press command was taking a little longer. So I slowed it down a little bit, and then I didn't have to wait so long on my press command and threw it up. And so,
especially mine, because you're a master lifter, and you set the standard way above for everyone else.
Well, thank you. I'm just so excited. The training cycle up to this was terrible. So to have this spectacular day so far, I'm just so stoked. I think a lot of it's the crowd and the prime time and the event and just the other ladies I'm lifting with. We're all lifting each other up and really working hard, and it's great.
Well, continue more success on your deadlift. So.
Thank you so much. This has been great.
Congratulations, Jennifer. Congratulations. We are going to get you updated. We got so much moving on. I want to give you guys update. Michael Pennacchia, Michael Petrovich, both opened successfully. Michael Pennacchia opened 319 pounds. Petrovich at 331, and now we've got Garrett Bailey up there. So for those of you who are at home, you just got to see the Superman David Ricks interview the Superwoman Jennifer Thompson. And David, how did that feel? I mean, you're standing next to literally, legendary powerlifter, and you're in awe of her. 3 white lights for Garrett Bailey. I mean, what must be that like for you? Because the rest of us view you with awe, and you could see the look in your eye of how impressed you are with her.
Well, because elite lifters know the level of effort it takes and how unique talent she is, and so you look at it from a different perspective.
Yeah, really. I mean, it's unbelievable how consistent she is.
Exactly. It's like
because it almost seems like every meet she ups the record. And that's not easy.
Right.
If it was that easy, we'd all be benching a grand.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the part, and that's what makes her great, is the great lifters make what is unbelievable look easy.
So Colin Ripley, he's doing 352 pounds. Oh, that look easy.
Yeah, Colin's definitely got a lot more left in him. And it was interesting. I know you were kind of in awe of her, but did you notice she talked about Donovan Thompson, a world masters bencher himself, a world team coach, a little bit of strategy there in coaching. She was bringing the bar down fast, and if those of you at home didn't quite catch that, what she was saying is when you go that fast, sometimes the judge almost is taking a second to see the bar stop before they give you the press.
Right.
So Donovan told her, bring it down a little slower, so it's stopping right away, you get a quicker press. And obviously, for the third attempt, it made all the difference in the world. But that's a great coaching tidbit, and, of course, it takes a great lifter to be able to adapt that quickly.
Exactly. So this is John Norcott at 352 pounds.
By now, John clearly knows that Wayne State won a big win. His team won earlier today, 47-14 over Walsh. So Wayne State lifters, I don't know the logistics, whether it was a home game or not, but if you guys are back at home, hopefully by now you're in your dorm room, maybe in your apartment off campus, being able to check out Coach Norcott.
Exactly.
And now Brandon Jeter, the junior lifter.
358 pounds.
Out of Florida.
Yeah, that's a pretty good bench. Oh, that looked easy.
Three white lights. Once again, Jennifer Thompson, it's like it sucked the air out of the room, and people are almost like, there's a calm.
Exactly.
Like what we saw after some of these big lifts earlier. It really is a situation where even those of us who are familiar with world-class powerlifting and seeing great lifts, it's so exciting, and the building up, and now there's like a little bit of a calm.
Right. Jerrold Beach, next bencher, 369 pounds.
And let's make sure we call him Jerry. He's out of Illinois.
Jerry, okay.
They told us nickname Jerry. When you got arms that big, I'll call you whatever you want.
Exactly.
I'm not going to challenge Jerry. Bodybuilding.com, our sponsor up in the corner you see there. They are hosting the live broadcast online.
That's a good lift.
Bodybuilding.com has been hosting all of the sessions. Obviously, the prime time we are in right now. But for those of you who are watching, tuning in tonight, tomorrow in the morning, there'll be more powerlifting. And then the prime time tomorrow, let's make sure you guys are aware, it's at 2:30. It's still the prime time.
Yeah.
Ray Williams, Dennis Cornelius, Bonica Law, some awesome men and women lifters. That's going to be at 2:30. So
that's going to be a great show.
You get to start a little earlier because we want to help some of our judges and spotters and loaders and support staff be able to get back home instead of being here late at night.
Okay, Walker Bradshaw, 369.
And remember, we talked about Walker in the squat. only his second competition, David.
Right.
He is forecast 18th place. His bench and deadlift bringing him down a little bit lower.
Yeah, he let the bar sink a little bit.
A pretty good squat, but what's going to happen is in the Nationals, as you're well aware, David, when you see some of these totals, it really takes a 3-lift total. Very few lifters in this tough depth of a class can get by with just one lift.
Oh, no. You got to be well balanced.
And so you see some of these lifters when we're looking at the forecast placings, some of them might be down. We see some in the 10th, even into the teens and even into the 20s. And that's really just a testament to how deep the meet was. So many lifters earlier today putting up big totals.
Well, Kevin Mays, he's asked for 380 pounds on the bar. Yeah, he was a big wide squatter.
Yeah, we noticed that. Wide squatter, taller lifter, and interestingly enough, David, he's got quite a wide stance in the bench.
That looked easy because he got long arms too.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can do a next time around. See if we can do an overhead camera view to sheet. I mean, he really has his stance wide. Now this is a lifter that kind of kept things interesting in the squat, Dave. He took 3 lifts to get on the board. Cardell Oliver
has enough power, but the mechanics was a little bit off.
Yeah, I believe it was balance. He stepped forward on one. He had a depth issue on the second.
Right.
And actually smoked his third.
So now we're hitting the 400-pound category in the bench. So this gentleman's opening at 402. That looked easy.
And that lift is good. I want to keep an eye out because we had some amazing lifts done earlier today.
Right.
And in this class, we have quite a few junior lifters, but it really looks like based off of total, the lifter we talked about earlier that lifted this morning, Jamal Browner out of Georgia, he is currently in the #1 spot in the juniors. Now, these guys are still going to have a chance to catch him, but just looking ahead, he's got a considerable advantage. This could be a situation where we might have an upset where somebody from the morning actually wins the junior nationals.
But Franzo.
Joey Flex.
Joey Flex opens up at big bench, 430. Looked easy.
And, you know, Joey's been impressive because we talked about he put 33 pounds on his squat.
Yeah.
His opener there, David, check this out. That was 5 pounds above what he finished at last year when he went 9 for 9. So Joey Flex is one of those guys that it's not just, you know, do as I say. He actually does it. He backs it up. Walks the walk and talks the talk.
Okay, here's Bryce Lewis. And he's opening up at 440.
Now, Bryce actually set the American record squat, and he'll get credit for that. Of
right.
course, Garrett broke it. But Bryce told me 490 was his target, and Bryce is a very scientific lifter. If he says 490, I think he's probably shooting right in that range. And look, no liftoff, David.
Yeah.
We call this Sandvik, named after Kenneth Sandvik, the famous Finnish bencher in the IPF who's known for,
man.
Kenneth Sandvik setting world records in the bench at the Worlds without a liftoff. And Bryce, I think 490 is dead on.
Oh, yes. Well, Garrett Blevins, who had the world record squat, 300, basically 705 squat, starting off with an opening bench of 457.
I never got to comment on this, but I know you're my partner, but I got to say this. Garrett Blevins put on the show. Garrett Blevins blew the doors off the Atlanta Convention Center with a 705 squat.
Yeah.
Garrett Blevins weighed in at 230 pounds.
Oh, man.
A 57-year-old last night squatted 705 pounds.
I don't know who that was.
That 57-year-old weighed in 30 pounds, almost less. What did you weigh in last night?
205 and change.
26 pounds less. And we're talking about how great Garrett Blevins is, and he is. And 57-year-old David Ricks did the same weight last night, 26 pounds less. I know you probably don't want me bragging about you, but hey, that's what I'm here for.
That looked easy.
Whoa.
Oh, man.
Whoa.
Oh,
now,
good.
Garrett Blevins might be able to show you a thing or two in the bench.
Oh, yes.
Because he just opened where you finished, right? What did you hit, 457?
No, actually, that's at 202.
446.
446. So, yeah, these are big benchers.
Also, obviously, we got to know body weight's a big advantage in
Yes.
the bench press. Big advantage.
Now, Joe Hardy, he's the biggest bench here.
Well, and it's interesting.
463.
We talked about Hardy. Last year, he was unable to get a squat in at 661. He bombed out. Came back this year and hit 3 great squats, easy 661. He also last year, because you're allowed to stay in the competition, he bombed at 462 on the bench. He didn't get a squat or a bench in.
Oh.
So he double bombed, which is rare. Now he's opening at the weight he bombed at last year, but based on how he looked in the squat, David, he might smoke this.
Well, we'll see.
Let's see. I mean, this is a moment of truth, because if he gets on the board, you might have a guy that could upset the apple cart, as they say. He would be in 3rd place, David.
Yeah, because the forecasted score is pretty reasonable.
Yeah. It's over 1,800 with this lift right here. But the key will be he's got to get on the board. Clearly something happened last year. He's only got 10 seconds, and he's taking a long time. He's going to get the signal with about 7 seconds to spare. Let's see here. David.
That looked easy.
What did we just witness?
I don't know. I mean, you blinked, you missed it.
We just witnessed a 462-pound bench, and I said this earlier with Bryce Lewis. That might have been the easiest bench of the round.
Exactly.
I mean, Bryce Lewis hit an opener that was the easiest squat. Joe Hardy has clearly come for business compared to last year. Last year, bombed at 661. This year, smoked it. Last year, bombed at 462. And now he's already on the board with plenty. I mean, he's jumping to 485, David.
And if you look at the forecasted score, it's going to come to the deadlift.
Yes, which clearly, and my prediction was Bryce Lewis. Bryce Lewis is almost an 800-pound deadlifter.
Yeah.
And he's clearly in the advantage. But it doesn't mean it's over, because yesterday I saw a competition that we thought was over, and some young 57-year-old just kept sticking with it and almost pulled it out. Michael Pennacchia Jr.
He just hit 342.
But you want to know how dominant that total that Jamal Browner did earlier today. Pennacchia is currently in 6th place. He's in the primetime.
Right.
Jamal Browner, based off 4-class total, is going to be 100 pounds ahead of Pennacchia. And Jamal Browner lifted this morning, 9 for 9, coached by Vanessa Gale, pretty strong powerlifting. And Jamal Browner, junior lifter.
Right.
He just basically steamrolled through everything today. And the only reason he wasn't in the primetime, of course, he's a newer lifter.
Right.
He just didn't have the total, but you can bet next year.
Oh, yeah, he'll be pushing it.
So now we're at Petrovich. 352, David.
Ooh.
Now, that was an uneven lockout, but that's no longer against the rules, so that could be a good lift. Yep. The rule for those of you at home is you can lock out uneven. The bar is just not allowed to go back down the whole bar.
Exactly.
The entire bar is not allowed to go back down. You can tell I took the National Referees test. So I know those little tweaks.
Well, Garrett Bailey is our next lifter.
Botsy, as you mentioned, let's touch on this because you do disaster relief. For those of you who don't know, Ricks was involved in some of the storms that hit recently. Garrett Botsy Bailey down in Louisiana, he had some thoughts. Tell us what his thoughts were about some of the people back there.
Well, he knows they've gone through a challenging event in terms of the flood, and he wants to call out to the people back there who are basically recovering from the flooding events. And so it's a tragic occurrence, and everyone's working together to help those people out.
Now this will be interesting. The bar definitely went back down from our view, so let's see what the judges call. And the judges say only one red.
Yeah.
Now from our view, which was straight on, it did appear like it went back down.
Right.
Well, it's interesting, David, obviously you were on the East Coast. David, for those of you at home, he's in Virginia. The storm really hit hard in the Carolinas and so forth. But you think of Botsy Bailey being in Louisiana, and there's still people feeling the effects from Katrina all those years ago.
Exactly.
And so to have that hit again, it's really nice of Botsy that, he told us to mention that. I mean, he specifically mentioned it to you, and he wrote it in his bio.
Well, I know he's helped out Fletcher's gym that he works out at.
Paul Fletcher.
Yeah.
Paul Fletcher, if he's watching out there, I have a long history with him, competed in several nationals with him. He was the meet director of the 1994 USPF Senior Nationals where
this is Colin Ripley. He's pushing up 364 pounds. Made that look easy.
3 white lights.
Yeah.
I should say the 1995 USPF Senior Nationals in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where Kurt Kowalski squatted the first 1,000-pound IPF squat. We might see it tomorrow with just a belt. Ray Williams. So Ripley's good. Bailey is good. We now raise the bar to 369. 369 for the
Brandon
junior
Jeter.
lifter,
Yeah.
Brandon Jeter. And Jeter, as we said, he's in 4th place in the juniors. But how deep is this class that Browner, who lifted earlier today, even off of this lift, will still be 90 pounds ahead on total. So, I mean, it's really amazing to see the depth of what went on today.
Right.
In fact, the top 3 placings in this junior class were all lifting earlier today. So it really shows how deep the juniors was.
Good
Now let's
bench,
see if
yeah.
the judges call that left arm appeared not locked out. He got 3 whites though.
Right.
3 white
Now
lights.
they give it a good lift. Now Walker Bradshaw's our next lifter.
Well, David, this is interesting. If you look to our right, Trey Cunningham got an awful lot prettier in the last few minutes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's my lovely wife, Marianne. She has moved in sitting next to us, and for a moment there, I thought, man, Trey got a lot more attractive. For those of you who haven't seen my wife, she is significantly out of my league. She is much, much.
I would echo that comment.
Yeah. I mean, it's true. Everyone who knows her. And the worst part is she's also a lot nicer than I am, too. So, like you'd think because she's, much better looking, at least I'd be the nice one, but no, she's.
Walker Bradshaw's our next lifter. He's called for 386 pounds.
And as we have seen him all day, for a guy in his second competition, powerlifting does not seem to be too much for him.
No.
I mean, he's not in all the spotlight.
Right.
He's pretty much, I think he went 2 for 3 in the squat, and now he's already 1 successful bench. A very fast descent.
Exactly.
Now that bar went back down 2, but they did not call it on the other one. Let's see if they caught that.
Yeah.
And he got 2 red. See, and that's
Yeah.
interesting. The rule book, for those of you at home, it says the whole bar can't descend. So if one side dips, it's okay.
Yeah.
But from our angle, we're in a perfect spot view where you can see it appeared like it double,
Exactly.
descended. Hey, we're up to the strength coach, Wayne State.
John Norcott, yes.
They were successful earlier today, and John has been successful so far.
So 386 pounds.
And this would be just below his personal best. He wanted us to mention his family in Massachusetts and his girlfriend Amanda Scavo in Michigan. He's got quite the bio. 3 times New England regional champion, 2-time Massachusetts high school champion, Ohio State champion in 2016. You know about Ohio.
Exactly.
David lived in Ohio for how long?
6 years.
Okay.
That looked easy. Good.
Very easy. Ohio, a hotbed of some of the legendary powerlifters.
Yeah.
Larry Pacifico out of Ohio, one of the first IPF lifter to win 9 world titles, won 9 in a row.
That's correct.
John Black's Health World, used to win the national title year in and year out. More recently, lifter that I'm quite familiar with, Bob Euchre, won the Junior Worlds.
Oh, exactly.
Great deadlifter. He is currently residing in Ohio. Looks like we've got a little bit of a delay. Actually, the clock is running on Jerry Beach. He's got time, though.
He's got 391. He's asked for the bar. Wait on the bar.
We should make sure we mention Larry Miller, great bench presser out of
yes.
Ohio. Kevin Mayer, big bencher out of Ohio.
A little bit too much.
Yeah, Jerry Beach, he's going to get another shot at that, but clearly he's new to the national stage, and you can see, although some of these lifters have just blown us away with how successful they are, he's had a little bit of struggles on the platform today.
Exactly.
But Kevin Mays hasn't really had too many problems.
No. He's asked for 391 pounds.
And he had hit a nice 589 squat earlier in the competition. He is forecast 7th, David. And he's in quite a close battle because if you're looking over at our forecast, when you go all the way down to 10th place and you go all the way up to 6th place, it's only being separated by about 20 kilos. So
it's going to be pretty
there's
tight.
clearly going to be a shot for a lifter like Kevin to maybe move up into the top 5, 6, 7 places. And at the Nationals, you know, that is an accomplishment
Exactly.
to be very proud of. And let's see if that lift is good.
It looked a little uneven to see.
But it locked out, so yep, 3 white lights. Our liftoff guy, if those of you are watching, is known as the liftoff extraordinaire Eric Curry. I believe he is from Ohio. Is that
From
correct?
Cleveland, Ohio area.
Cleveland, Ohio. Eric Curry, if you're not familiar with, he is known for being just about most of the top benchers feel the best liftoff guy in the world. When they've held the bench nationals, Dr. Larry Miller put it on. They always had him as a liftoff guy. He's even been invited and flown to nationals and worlds in other areas.
That is correct.
So that's quite a talent.
Yeah.
And it's interesting if you look at him, you know, he's clearly a muscular guy, works out, but he's not any type of giant.
Right.
And he's giving liftoff sometimes for 500, 600, 700 pounds.
Right. He just has a unique talent and a skill set.
Yeah, and it really is a skill because you'll notice when he lifts it off, it's not just strength. You have to be under control. It's actually dangerous to drop the bar, and he almost has a timing down.
So Cardell Oliver, 424.
He was very strong in his opener, David.
Yes.
Now, from our view there, that lift looked good. Let's see what the judges say.
Yeah.
3 white lights.
Good look, yeah.
That overhead view is really fascinating because, you know, it's a whole different technology, but you can really see some of the different muscles. You can see the foot placement.
Well, Joey Flex is next, and he's at 446.
And, you know, Joey Flex, I mean, I keep bragging on him even though I don't know the guy. But to me, powerlifting all comes down to PRs. Because ultimately, what does it matter is you need to keep making progress, and then gradually you beat people.
Right.
Well, this guy came into the Nationals last year. He's put 33 pounds on his squat. He's looking right here to put 22 pounds on his bench.
Oh, boy.
He went 9 for 9 last year. He's 4 for 4 this year.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's not just making progress. He's hitting his lifts.
Yeah.
His form has impressed us both. And I have to throw in there because I can't believe it. He coached 28 lifters. We had 28 lifters in the competition. I imagine a few of them are going tomorrow.
Oh, that's great.
But, I mean, this is really a guy, if you don't know Joey Flex and you're looking for any type of powerlifting coaching, find a way to get in touch with him.
Well, he's a full-time powerlifting coach, so.
Well, he knows what he's doing because, I mean, he actually told us coming into the competition, which is always interesting, his goal in the squat, 622.
Yeah.
He squatted 622. His goal in the bench, 474. He just hit 446. And I think he might go a little under. He might go 468.
Right.
But, I mean, it's almost like he's on perfect target.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, you're in for a treat here, David. This is no liftoff. 462 pounds, Bryce Lewis.
Oh, boy.
I saw Bryce at the Summer Showdown do 474 without a problem, so I suspect this lift will have room to spare.
Excellent.
We're going to watch a replay, and it was interesting, David. There's a little slow at the top, and I think it's because the bar shifted to Bryce's right.
Yeah.
See if you watch the center knurling of the bar, for those of you at home, hopefully you're on the screen, and you'll see the bar just a hair shift to his right there.
Yeah, you called it.
And you know what happens when that happens, of course, it slows you down, takes your leverage away. But what that tells me as a coach is if he can correct that, maybe there's even more in there.
Right. Maybe it came down just a little off-centered.
Get it back in the groove, because it looked like there was only maybe 5 kilos left. But maybe there'll be a little bit more.
Now, Garrett Blevins, this is 485 pounds.
And I'm not sure, I've been powerlifting 30 years, but I'm not sure there are enough weights in this gigantic America's Mark to slow Garrett Blevins down. Because what we keep doing is piling plates on David, and what does he do? He actually gets stronger.
Exactly.
It's almost like he gets angry that they're putting more plates on the bar. So I fully expect him to hit this with room to spare. Is this another no lift off?
Yeah.
Look at this.
Oh, good gracious.
All right,
Yeah.
I met Garrett before, and he seems like a nice guy.
Yeah.
But I got to jump in here. I've been lifting 30 years, and him and Bryce really aren't making it fair for the rest of us. They're coming out here without liftoffs.
Exactly.
They're not getting liftoffs.
Yeah.
And they're lifting the biggest bench in the class.
Well, now Joe Hardy's going to try to give him a run for the money on the bench. He's got 45.
And these top three, so we can jump in here,
Yeah.
they have clearly set themselves off the pack. When you look at the forecast total,
Right.
all three of these guys well over 800 kilos, which is 1760. They're all three in the 1800.
Yeah.
Bryce, of course, is looking like he's closing in on 1900.
Yeah. Now, his opening bench, he had to work it just a little bit, so we'll see.
Yeah, this is a decent jump for a guy that had a little bit of slow on his opener.
So it's 22-pound jump.
Although he looks strong in the squat.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Watch his feet. We can see on the camera as he's taking his time here.
Yeah.
They're not flat on the platform, which is required. Your feet can slide. Now, he did put them down, so let's see. He got the signal.
Ooh.
I think that's a good lift.
Yeah.
Let's see what the judges say. He got one red card. The number 3 could have been something moved. His head, could have been his feet.
Yeah.
But the lift was good.
We had enough power, so.
Let's watch the instant replay here. Let's see if we can see the rule infraction. Does his head come up? Oh, his head did. His head came up.
Oh.
Interesting. Now, oftentimes you judge this week, and I judge from the side. It's really challenging for a side judge to see the head come up because you're watching the butt, the feet, the bar, the paws, and the plates are actually blocking you. So it's one of those challenging ones.
Well, now it's the final attempts on the bench. So Michael Pennacchia, he's asked for 347. So he's gone up only 5 pounds.
And this is a situation where you see a guy jump 5 pounds on a third attempt in the bench press.
Yeah.
His personal best is 342. So this 347, this is him going for an all-time best.
That looked good.
Yeah, and with a very wide grip. I mean, he's long arms and he's trying to shorten the distance as best he can. And I got to jump in here right now and say, like I keep saying this, I've been powerlifting 30 years, and, I had some success. I did some good things. Powerlifting is not as easy as Jennifer Thompson, as David Riggs, as Bryce Lewis, as these guys, Garrett Blevins, are making it look. This is a hard sport.
Oh, it is.
So if you're at home and you're watching this, I encourage you to join USA Powerlifting. I encourage you to compete, but don't be fooled. These lifters are making it look easy. Those plates are real.
That's right.
That's steel they're lifting.
So Michael Petrovich is 364 pounds on the bar.
364. And looking to go 3 for 3.
A little bit too much.
He'll be credited with 352 his second attempt.
So Colin Ripley is the next lifter, and he's only gotten up 5 pounds. And which is 369.
Now Ripley, one of the lifters, coached by Joey Flex. Interestingly enough, Joey Flex and Ripley kind of in a little bit of a battle right now. If you look off their forecast total,
right,
Joey Flex is going to be about 20 kilos ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
Ripley, of course, is in the juniors, so he's competing in the open, but clearly his main emphasis is the juniors, where he's in 7th place right now.
Exactly. Looks pretty good. Yep.
3 white lights.
So next lifter is.
We're going to watch a replay of this left foot over here as he's lifting. Watch this.
Yeah.
Now, it's interesting there. The rule allows your foot can slide, but it cannot come up. If you looked closely, it kind of looked like it came up. It clearly slid, but it clearly wasn't enough for the judges.
Yeah.
And, again, in defense of the judges, when I was side refereeing, and you can back this up, the guy on the other side, the woman on the other side, is no way going to see that.
Exactly.
And the head judge is even going to have trouble seeing it. So that's why we have 3 judges.
Yeah, so Garrett Bailey has 375 pounds on the bar.
This is an amazing lift. Now, I think this could be a good lift. It came back down, but only on one side. No, he did get 2 reds. I thought that only the left side dropped, but that was a close lift. The thing that I really was impressed there with Bryce Bailey, David, I talked about this with Jennifer Thompson last night, and you can tell me your thoughts. In my experience in powerlifting, and this is a general across the board, when you're in a tough lift and you watch this and the bar comes to a stop, sometimes lifters can overcome, but when it stops a second time, it's very rare to overcome. And the thing Bryce Bailey did there was that second, he never let it stop.
Exactly. Kept control of the bar and kept pushing it. Brennan Jeter with 375 pounds.
That's going to be no lift. The junior lifter, he is currently in 4th place in the juniors, I should say.
So Walter Bradshaw is our next lifter, and he missed his second attempt here.
Yeah, Walker Bradshaw, the comeback attempt, and if you're at home and you hear us saying juniors or masters, let's give a little primer. We're assuming some people at home aren't familiar with powerlifting. The open division is any age, 14 on up. The juniors is from 14 to 23. So that's the junior division, and the Masters starts at 40. There are breakdowns within the Masters, but when you say Masters, it's 40 on up. When you say juniors, it's 23 on down. So these young lifters you're seeing here in the juniors, David, you know, they're really showing some tremendous potential.
Exactly. So Walker's out for 385 pounds.
And this is a comeback attempt, which in the bench press, very difficult when you miss it on strength. But you know what?
Yeah.
He looked better on that one than he did on his open or his second. And the judges, 3 white lights. And I got to give Walker credit. Now, we talked about this is only his second meet. But as I said earlier, when you miss a bench on strength, not a technical error, it's very difficult to come back and hit it, because typically in missing the lift, you fatigue yourself and struggling.
Exactly.
You're burning more energy.
Right. So Jerry Beach.
Jerry Beach. We make sure we call him Jerry because that's what they told us to call him.
And he's at 391.
He's had a little bit of an up and down day. You can just tell that he's still raw potential, and I don't mean raw by his equipment. I mean he's just developing his platform skill.
Right.
And that's going to be no lift.
Yeah.
One of the things I don't think that great lifters like yourself and some of the others get credit for is powerlifting is a skill. I'm often telling people that there is an element of obvious strength, and some people have natural strength, but it's not simply the strongest wins.
No.
In fact, a guy like you has probably beaten many lifters who are stronger than him. There is a skill involved, a technique, both mentally and physically, where you've got to be able to display that strength in an efficient and within the rules manner. You know, you might be the stronger man or woman, and you just can't get the lifts passed.
Right.
Now, how about this guy? This guy he's impressed us both. He is closing in on a 400-pound bench, David.
Exactly.
400 pounds, actually 396 we'll call it, but that's a stone's throw or a pebble's throw from 400. And his PR is 391, so this will exceed his personal best.
It's a little too much.
That was a really good view that we had there, close-up, where you could see the bar drifted back just slightly. And, of course, once it goes back over your eyes, you're losing a lot of leverage. You'll notice a lot of the lifters, as you're aware, David, they try and drive the bar almost straight when it comes off the chest, and then it drifts back. When you drift back too soon, even Superman often can't overcome that.
No, not you get that right. So
in fact, I noticed in your bench yesterday, you did a really good job of keeping it from coming back over your eyes, and your benches looked really good.
Yeah. So Kevin Mays, he's at 413.
This is the wide stance bencher, if you want to call it. I know that sounds funny, but we're going to do an overhead view so you can really see. Let's call that, David, I'm going to invent a new word. This is a sumo bench press. I'll call that the sumo bench press. Yeah, we'll see a few lifts like this. This is interesting for those of you at home. You know, you get to really see a different angle. Obviously, most of us never see benching in this view.
Oh,
you know what you could really see? Obviously, his feet slid, but on this view, the thing I find fascinating, and I'm kind of a technical guru because I'm not that strong. I need perfect technique. The bar, as it came off the chest, you really see it go back over his eyes, David. We'll see if we can do a replay from that same vantage point. And it's fascinating how the bar comes off and then it shoots back towards his eyes. Watch this bar at home, folks. Shoot back right there.
Yeah.
And as soon as it went back over his eyes, there's just no change.
Exactly. Well, Cardell Oliver is our next lifter, and he's asked for 430 on the bar.
And Cardell has actually, he's regained his form, because you remember it took 3 squats to get on the board, and now actually he's on a little, I call it a 3-game winning streak.
Right.
3-lift winning streak. He's looking to make 4 straight lifts and kind of do away with those first 2.
Yeah.
Forget about them. We won't even count them. Now his head came off the bench. Let's see if the judges caught that. Those of you at home, if we do a replay, you'll see that head. See what the judges say.
3-way
Watch
lights.
this head right here. I know I'm being picky, but it's within the rules. He should have gotten 1 red from the head. That's the only rule. Watch this. Yeah, you could barely see it because we got a little late, but clearly plenty of strength. And I want to stress for the fans at home, I don't personally think your head coming off the bench affects the lift at all.
Yeah.
To be honest, the reason why that rule's in effect is because with the bench shirt, a lot of people lift their head up to kind of get the bar lower.
Right.
In raw powerlifting, there's no advantage to lifting your head up.
So our next lifter is Joey
Flex.
And
Joey
so he's
Flex.
at 457.
And this would be a PR tying bench press. This would put another 33 pounds on his bench from last year to go with the 33 on his squat.
Boy. Oh, good. Excellent effort.
I know I like to brag about you, David, but this guy impressed me. 33 pounds on his squat, 33 pounds on his bench. I'm going to find a way to meet Joey Flex before this weekend's over, because that's an impressive lifter. Well, watch this lift again. This is the perfect 3rd attempt, David.
Yeah.
Look at that. Maybe 2.5 kilos more, but I think that was the perfect.
No, that's an excellent comment.
And he put in his bio that he coached John Hack at the Worlds.
Yeah.
If you were here earlier on Thursday, John Hack absolutely smoked everybody in the.
Oh, exactly.
In the 163s. All right, Bryce Lewis, 479. Now this is the target lift he was having all along, he told us. He actually has done 474, so this would.
Oh, I think he started too early.
Did he wait for the start signal?
I don't think so.
Well, the problem is we couldn't hear the signal yet.
We'll see.
Let's see what the judges say.
All 3 red lights.
Okay, so what's happening is Matt Gary, as his coach, is actually going to go to the jury table. For us, we're, like I've talked about, we're about 40 feet away, so there's no way we can be sure what happened, but it appeared to me like he started down before he got the start signal.
Exactly.
And it almost appeared, if you watch the replay, like he knew it. Well, we were a little behind, but he knew that he beat the signal, and then he almost started over again.
Yeah.
All right.
Joe Hardy's the next lifter, and he's asked for 496.
496.
This is a big bench.
Now, we want to jump back real quick. That miss by Bryce Lewis opens the door for Garrett Blevins. Off of Garrett's next lift, Bryce and Garrett will only be a half a kilo apart come deadlift.
Yeah.
A half a kilo, Dave. That's 1 pound.
Yeah.
I know you don't know that because you only lift in giant numbers. But somebody like me knows half a kilo is 1 pound. Whew. 1 pound separating those two. What do you call it? Get your popcorn ready.
Exactly.
Time. Now look at this view, David. Now it's interesting. I'm a doctor, so I can actually state Joe Hardy appears to have a pair of legs growing out of his shoulders.
That's right.
Look at those things.
That's right.
Now he's got gigantic legs at the bottom, but look at those legs growing out of his shoulders.
Those are big biceps.
Yeah, if you are a fan or a friend of Joe Hardy, please tell him I said that with the nicest of intentions.
Yeah.
That is a big, strong-looking man. And let's see, can he fight through it?
Yeah.
Now, his head came up too, but he definitely locked it out. Let's see what the judges say. We're waiting on a light. And I bet you that was the head coming up because it's the 3 card. We're gonna watch this again and watch his head come off. It clearly comes off the bench.
No.
And his feet do not move. Yeah, it was definitely the head. Of course, I'm one of those that says that's not affecting, your strength, but it did come off the bench. All right. If you're at home and you're a fan of Bryce Lewis, if you're a fan of Garrett Blevins, or you just like great powerlifting, you need to move a little closer. You need to get yourself in position because you could be watching what could make or break this competition. This is a 501 bench press.
Yeah.
Now, Garrett Blevins told me in the pre-interview, he said, winning is his goal, but one of the things he's been dreaming about 500-pound bench press. And this is the barrier that all of us, when we start lifting, dream about, a 501 bench press.
especially doing it raw.
I believe Trey Cunningham came just a little bit short of benching 500. He's our director extraordinaire. And David, he's going to be. And you know what? Let's see if we can watch that again. This is interesting. It appears like there was an issue on his left side, David.
Right.
As the bar comes up, it's interesting because it looked like he had it, and then you watch that left side become just a little bit dip, and the bar shift.
Yeah, the shoulder dipped a little bit.
No ability to lock out. Wow. Now, I had already picked Bryce Lewis, but I want to jump in here and say we like to do an update for the deadlift. That miss right there, coupled with Bryce's miss, it's still giving Bryce the advantage. Garrett is still alive, but it really opens the door. Bryce is the better deadlifter, and after openers, he's going to have about a 17-pound lead, David.
Yeah, but it's still, you still got to make your attempts.
As we saw yesterday, Jesse Norris had everybody, including some idiot announcer, saying, Jesse Norris has got the meat wrapped up. And I don't know that guy's name, but he's a complete moron because he's known David Ricks for 25 years, and he counted him out. And then David Ricks came within an inch of making him look like a fool, which isn't that hard. I apologize for embarrassing USA Powerlifting. They probably shouldn't even have me announcing because I've known you forever, and I counted you out. We're going to go to a commercial and take a break. Hopefully I'll be back after the commercial.
Elite level, be able to track numbers and be able to look back, look back year after year after year and see your progression and know that, well, 5 years ago I was only doing this, and be able to see that visually.
I think if I would have had that 5 years ago, I would have been able to maybe be at an elite position a lot sooner, because then you're able to make changes that you need to make to your training.
It will help me look at my tonnage, it'll help me look at my intensity, and it'll actually graphically show me over time what I'm good at, what I need improvement in.
At the end of the day, when you're doing your workouts, when you're doing your peaks, you talk to any of the top end lifters, they all have a plan. We all want to know what's going on. We want to know what percentage we're working at. What they've done is what everyone's tried to do so many times. There's variations of the app out there, but this one literally accumulates it all in one.
I'm very much into stats. Metrics are extremely important. It allows you to see areas where you've improved. It may also allow you to also pick out weaknesses as well. So any type of application, program, therapy, modality that can do so will definitely be a tool that any lifter or an athlete would use, because it's going to help you reach those goals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately for you viewers, but fortunately for me, I am told that I will not be removed from the broadcast due to my poor performance last night and counting David Ricks out. They've told me that David Ricks is so amazing that even most of the people in this room didn't think he was going to pull it out. And interestingly enough, David Ricks has actually stepped away, but I'm told that's just, he's probably signing autographs, changing in the phone booth somewhere. While I have a few moments, if my director will allow me, I want to discuss some of the amazing sponsors we have. I had a nice conversation with Jason and with Tatiana over at A7 Bar Grip. They've got a fascinating product and a fascinating story. About a year ago, Jason was training and had an issue where the gym, I guess, was getting hot, and he had some chalk on his back, and the bar got slippery and it went down his shoulders, and he actually, tore some muscles and had a pretty significant injury. And his wife, Tatiana, who's a competitive powerlifter herself, they decided to come up with something that would help that situation. So they have a product called the Bar Grip, and you'll see when you watch some of these spotter loaders are wearing it, it's literally a t-shirt that has grip into the material. So it's obviously not legal in competition, but think of, for those of you at home, the benefits. In addition to gyms where you're not allowed to wear chalk or use chalk, you can obviously use this shirt. When you're training, it gives you a situation where you can actually kind of have a little more security if it is hot, if it is a situation. I train in the basement in Georgia, and it's constantly an issue temperature-wise. Now, if you want to look them up, it's called A7INTL.com. INTL just stands for international. Jason gave me so much data. I hope I do justice. I believe he said they are in countries all over the world. They've got international distributing in China. He talked about Asia and Europe. They actually have international lifters. Canadian, they're a Canadian company. Brent Gibbs is one of their lifters. Josh Hancock. They told me that their shirts come all the way up to 4XL. So no matter how big you are, you can fit in one of their shirts. And it's interesting because they also have a shirt that is IPF legal. It just doesn't have the grip on the back, but it's an A7 shirt that you'll see some lifters wearing, walking around. And one of the things, just as somebody who's been in powerlifting for 30 years, that kind of impressed me with them is these are just two lifters. Jason told me he had a job where he was making really good money and doing successfully, and in a year's time he has actually left his job. He's full-time in the company. Tatiana is thinking down the road that's going to happen. So these are two lifters who have turned a product into a mainstream, huge benefit to us as lifters, but also the bigger our sponsors get, the more successful that they get. Obviously it helps the sport. When you watch sports on television, you see big companies that sponsor sporting events. That's what makes the sport grow. So we want to thank them. In addition to supporting us, we want to thank them because they're helping the safety of the lifters, the performance of the lifters. And they have products here, so if you're in-house, if you're in Atlanta or you're going to be at the venue tomorrow, please stop by and say hello to Jason and Tatiana. Like I said, if you're just listening online, you can go get their product at A7INTL.com. Bar Grip is their product. And to me, it's just revolutionary to have products like that taking over the sport. When you're in a meet like this, Josh Rohr has done such an amazing job. This venue is gigantic. It's the America's Mart, Atlanta Convention Center, and 55,000 square feet, I'm told. Vendors all over the place. We're seeing Quest Nutrition is in the house with products. There's a gigantic Titan booth in the house with products. We've got TeamRoar.com in the house. SBD everybody knows about. Ray Williams is one of their sponsored lifters. Bill Kazmaier sponsored lifter. Obviously no longer competing, but a legend. Titan has a huge booth. Pete Alleney's always a supporter. He's been a huge supporter of me, well more than I ever deserved. LVD is in the house, and I'm going to talk about them as well. It's called Lift, Visualize, and Dominate. So right off the bat, it's got to get you interested that their logo is Lift, Visualize, and Dominate. And so I actually got to meet Mallory over there and got to talk to them about what their product is. They do some things that are really a little different in the sport. Mallory described it to me as a lot of the companies have these aggressive logos, skull and crossbones, a little more intense, and what they want to do is get back to what their personality is, and that's doing something that's also for the greater good. So when you buy any product from LVD, V as in Victor, I should say V as in Visualize, a portion of that goes to get clean water to help people who don't have it. There's also a product that they have over there. It's a Lift is Good for Jenny 2, right. 286, but I also want to touch on, David Ricks is back with me. We're talking about one of our sponsors, so if you're not familiar with LVD, Lift, Visualize, and Dominate, they have a Jen Thompson t-shirt, and it's a specific t-shirt you can buy where a portion of the funds goes to help feed the hungry. Jennifer Thompson is a school teacher and likes to do things with her students to help promote awareness, to help promote giving. And so Jennifer Thompson, in cooperation with LVD, when you buy a shirt, And I'm told, maybe this is me in my head, if you wear a Jennifer Thompson t-shirt, your bench goes up 5 kilos.
Right.
Just putting the shirt on. So that's a benefit.
Yeah.
It also helps Kait Mendall, your lifter, 347 pounds.
It looked easy.
It also helps get food to the hungry. We got some other sponsors, American Barbell in the house. RTS, Reactive Training Systems. Mike Tashur, who will be lifting tomorrow. He's the owner and operator, founder of that company, does great work online. Lifters all over telling me that they follow Mike's programs. Girls who powerlift, they're in the house. Bench Block. Bench Block's a great product if you've ever
excellent
seen
product.
that. You can hook it on the bar, and it creates essentially like boards so that you can bench to your chest, but with boards essentially on the bar. That way you don't have to have a third person holding the bench blocks,
Right.
holding the boards, the bench blocks, and it's great because it fits different positions where you can mimic different bench block heights. Alice Zheng, successful with her opening deadlift. Looks like we got Strong Arm Sports in the house. We got Freeze Sleeve in the house.
Okay, Jennifer Thompson's on the platform here, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, Jennifer, this is interesting because we all know her as a great bencher. David, let me tell you about Jennifer. 2 of the last 3 IPF Worlds, the biggest meet in powerlifting, she's won the gold in the deadlift, David.
Yeah, so that means she's a very balanced lifter.
And she's great in a lift that typically benchers aren't. Now, it's interesting. She appeared a little slow off the floor.
Yeah.
She told me, though, that she was thinking maybe not of a PR in the deadlift, but she certainly was going to be looking potentially for a PR in the total. So that big bench that she hit, coupled with her squat, we'll have to keep an eye out to see if she's in a position where she can go for the total. Looks like she would need upwards of 200 kilos, 440 in the deadlift, maybe even 446.
Right.
I think that's a little more than she'll go for today. Now this next lifter we have Claudia Chaloner, and I hope I'm doing justice to her name.
She's got for 358 on the bar. That's easy.
David, you called it 358, but based on what I just saw, are you sure those plates aren't filled with air instead of steel? Because I don't know if 358's allowed to move that quickly.
Yeah.
I don't know if you or I combined in a 2-man deadlift could lift it as fast as Claudia. Fortunately, we don't have to compete against her, so that's good for us. How about the Wingman Foundation there in the house? Advocare is in the house. Quest Athletics is in the house. David Sherman Ledford. I always use the quote about Sherman, the only thing more than world champions that he produces is national champions. If you see people walking around the venue, Joe Capolino,
right.
Quest lifter, whole bunch of lifters famous, Doc Holloway, in the past, Caleb Williams, Brian Siders, Scott Dobbins, our own Scott Dobbins is a Quest lifter.
So Diana, she's got 375 pounds on the bar. She made easy work of that.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder now. I don't think those plates are filled with air. I think we just have unreasonably unusual, impressively strong women.
Right.
I think that's really what it is. It really just means I need to do more deadlifts. I need to spend more time in the gym and less time on these broadcasts because these women are they're just amazing. And the thing I find fascinating, and I've said this a few times this weekend, is how unique the different body types and structures. You'll get a woman who'll come out who's very long and lean.
Right.
We had in the 103-pound weight class the Dr. Deadlift, Pale Goosh, long and lean, big deadlift, and then the winner, Heather Connor, a little more short and compact. Now here is Ewa Januszkiewicz, and we are told she is capable of well over 400 in the deadlift. This is 391. This should be no problem for her. Wide stance sumo, David.
They looked should have worked that a little bit.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting? We're seeing a lot of the wide stance lifters, a little bit of slow on the bottom, but a very easy lockout.
Exactly.
Unlike Superman, I was talking last night in the broadcast, you have an unusual fact that you actually get a pretty good amount of power off the floor in the sumo.
I do.
And typically that's the difficult part. In fact, in your case, if you ever do have anything that is a weak point, I don't know if it's a weak point, the lockout sometimes is where you have a little bit of issue.
Exactly.
I don't know if weak's a good word. Maybe not quite as amazingly strong would be the better description.
Laura Radecki is our next lifter.
391.
Man, she has impressed me so much today, David.
That was too easy.
Because she came in on our pre-meet as the third-ranked lifter.
Right.
And she really has just been across the board good in every lift. And the only thing that's keeping her is that Kimberly Walford and Chelsea Savit are so amazing.
Right.
Because Laura on any other day,
yeah,
she's the best in the country. She's putting up huge numbers.
Exactly.
But Chelsea and Kimberly are just that much more talented and more impressive. Now, Katie Ann, this is another one of those lifters. She weighed in nearly 5 pounds under the limit.
That looked easy.
And we talked about on her squat how she's built for the deadlift. David, I'd have to suspect she's going well over 400.
That's a very good commentary.
I'm going to get credit for one prediction that I got right.
So Natalie Terrana, she's asked for 396, 397.
And Natalie, if you were here earlier, she broke the American record in the squat. She steamrolled through the benches. And interestingly, she has got 396 as her opening deadlift. She has listed as 424 as her PR. So this double overhand, hook grip.
Yeah.
We'll touch on that in just a moment. Wow.
Very impressive.
Let me tell you a little bit about the overhand. If you're watching at home, the rules allow you to choose your grip. Particularly most lifters in the deadlift do what's called an alternate grip, meaning one hand is over, one hand is under. But you'll notice in recent years the Europeans have gotten the U.S. lifters to often do an overhand hook grip, which basically allows you to be more symmetrical. Also, when you lock it in, according to my buddy Brad Gillingham, it ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. So Rori Alter, she's got 402 on the bar.
Remember her squat, wide stance, knees out?
Exactly.
Look at her deadlift.
Once she's got it off the floor, it moved pretty quickly.
You know, it's fascinating. Sometime it'd be good to put a video of her squat and deadlift. I would argue they look almost virtually the same, bar on her shoulders, bar on the floor.
Yeah.
Same stance,
right,
knees out, and that same explosion at the top.
So Samantha Calhoun, she's got 408.
And you know what's interesting about Samantha here? She's up with the 158ers in the deadlift.
Right.
She's only in the 138s. And she actually weighed about 7 pounds under, so she's really only about 131. And she's got by far the biggest deadlift in this class and almost the biggest one of the flight.
Oh, she's got...
You remember we talked about watch out for her in the total?
Yeah.
She's going to knock somebody off, David.
Yeah,
she's in 4th place, but she's only 15 pounds out of 3rd.
Yeah. But Chelsea Savit, she's also got a big opener. She's opening at 408 too.
And you know what's interesting about Chelsea? She's the one that broke the bench record.
Right.
So it's pretty impressive when you consider that she's the best bench American record holder, best bencher, and she's also got a great pull. She was the one that told us she wanted to shout out to the Lady Beef Puffs.
Okay.
The Lady Beef Puffs are her training partners back home. And her parents, Jana and Glenn in New York, are watching along. And Jana and Glenn, we want to congratulate you on an amazing daughter and a new son-in-law you just got. And what an awesome opener. Now, I mean, I don't know, what can we say? We had Jennifer, the best bencher that's ever lived. Kimberly Walford, look what she's about to do in the deadlift, David. We just saw a whole group of strong, talented women, and Kimberly is opening 88 pounds ahead of the next opener.
Yeah, she's opening close to nearly 500 pounds, ladies and gentlemen, female.
And she told me today she is on target for a big pull. She wouldn't give me the number.
Yeah.
But when Kimberly Walford says big pull, that means Josh Rohr better call Federal Express and get extra plates sent to the platform.
Exactly. Like she's on fire.
You talked about, and Avi talked about, she is very intense.
Yeah.
It was interesting because it was such an easy lift, and the right side, her right side, our left side of the bar actually rolled just a hair in front of her.
Yeah.
And that really shows how talented she is, because that lift, we're going to watch it. Watch the right, we couldn't see it. The right side of the bar, if you'll ever see the plates, you can actually see, it's great when you ever watch with these plates. The plates, you'll see them roll, and it just slid a little bit in front of her. But, David, she pulled 496 like it was a warm-up.
Exactly.
So it'll be good to see what is she going to jump to.
Her best pull is how much? 5'8"?
534, which is the IPF world record as well as the American record. So.
Okay, Jenny 2 has got 303 on the bar. Make it look easy. So next look is Kait Mendall, and she's got 358 pounds.
All right, we just want to also wrap up by, when we talked about our sponsors, thanking all the volunteers. We were told there's too many to mention, but to put on a meet of 1,100 lifters, David, it really takes a lot.
It's kind of slow. Let's see. Judges says
3 white lights.
Right. Alice Zheng, the second attempt being 380 pounds.
Check out this view, David. This is a deadlift view like you've never seen before.
Right.
Almost looks like the camera is right in front of her. Wow.
Yeah.
You know what I find fascinating? Alice Zheng just looked like a giant.
Right.
Coached by Zach Cooper. He has been coaching really lifters probably every day and maybe every session.
Yeah.
Every time I look up, he's coaching someone.
This is Claudia Chaloner.
I should mention, Zach actually coached me to 9 for 9, 27 white lights at the North Americans in August, and it's the first time in 30 years I ever did it. So Zach must be special because I'm not near that good. All right, Claudia Chaloner.
380 pounds. Well, yeah, she had a slow start, but she was able to push that through.
And let's see what the 3 white lights. So, David, things are starting to heat up because what we're going to see now, and we can start discussing it, is the battles for the finish. Our forecast totals now turn into actual totals because now we can actually see where the deadlifts are. So, for instance, Diana Hernandez, she's currently in 4th in the junior division. She is looking with this lift to move up to 2nd. So this is how critical these lifts are. A 7.5 kilo jump for Diana. If you're watching at home and you're a fan of Diana, she's looking to move all the way from 4th up to the silver medal, 391 pounds. Diana Hernandez-Avalos. Three white lights.
Yeah.
And you want me to tell you something about Diana, David? I had a nice interview with her. She played 4 years of high school football out in California, and I said, forgive me for my ignorance. I grew up in Maryland. Do they have girls football? And she said, I played with the guys. 4 years, and she wasn't a kicker.
Oh, boy. Jennifer Thompson here. She's got 402 on the bar.
Now, this will be interesting here because we talked about if she was to go for the total record, she's going to need upwards of 446. You talked about it earlier. She had a little bit of a struggle off the floor, but she actually looked like she picked up speed at the top. So we'll see. For her, it's all about the start. Can she get this bar moving? She told me she doesn't think about anything except it's going up. It's going up. It was fascinating, David, because she was in the broadcast with me last night.
Yeah.
And you were going out for a deadlift, and here I am. You know, I'm this novice lifter who's had a couple of good meets, and I said to her, So what is a great lifter thinking right before a big deadlift? And she said, I'm just thinking it's going up.
It is. Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. She's in
You
the
know
zone.
what's cool is also the enthusiasm.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, I would not want to stand in front of Jennifer if she's headed to the platform.
Oh, yes.
Donovan's braver than I am because I would hate to get punked by a 138-pound female and ever knock me down.
So this is Katie Ann Rutherford. Your next lift, this is 413 pounds on the bar.
And Katie Ann is in 5th place, but her deadlifts looked easy. Let's see how this one looks. Now watch this over on replay, David. This was an interesting thing I noticed. Tremendous power off the floor, and then it appeared like she shifted a little bit.
Right.
Also maybe like at the top, it's almost maybe her grip is too narrow and it's causing her to have to struggle to lock it out. Watch this again, how fast it comes off the floor, David.
Right.
And then, no, it shifted. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Bar shifted to her left, our right.
So they might have thought the bar dipped a little bit.
All right, how about Ewa Januszkiewicz?
And she's got...
I sure hope I'm pronouncing that right. I don't want to make her mad.
419 on the bar.
Well, let's tell you guys, she's in 4th place, but she's very close. She's actually going to be tied on 3rd place if she can make this lift. Wow.
This is
very easy.
The movement off the floor is slow, but once she gets it moving past the first couple inches, then it goes up really fast.
And what that did was that actually moved her ahead of Samantha Calhoun. But Samantha's trying a lift. Watch how easy this is.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting there, as opposed to the lift we just saw before her with Katie Ann, is that had good power and then it kept going at the top.
Exactly.
There was no slow. All right, so Terrana here, she's in an interesting position. By making this lift, David, in my opinion, she will close the door on 2nd place. If she misses this lift, she's still leaving it open, but this lift would seal 2nd place.
Yeah.
I don't believe anyone will catch her. Double overhand, if she can lock that in.
Man, very impressive. That was 419 pounds.
And she told me she wanted to shout out to her beautiful fiance, Chelsea. I actually met Chelsea earlier. She was the one that also wanted us to mention her Nana in Georgia. And she is a cardiovascular technologist. She's been doing that for 3.5 years. She's the one that had foot surgery just about a year ago.
All right. Now Samantha Calhoun.
Samantha Calhoun has really come on strong in the deadlift, David. She's got a PR of 440, so 424 is not even a problem.
That looks easier than her first attempt.
Now what this does is, this class is starting to really tighten up, David. Samantha Calhoun is in 4th place, but do you want to know how close she just closed the gap? She's in 4th place, but she is only 2.5 kilos out of 3rd. I mean, she is right there.
Exactly.
For 3rd place.
So Rori Alter.
Rori is also currently in 4th. She is in, of course, the 158-pound weight class.
And she's got 424 on the bar. Now it came a little slow, but once we got it moving, it picked up speed.
She was a competitive triathlete. I found that interesting. That's not always a sport that would fit over with powerlifting.
Exactly.
We're going to watch this again, David. You commented on how strong it is. Remember we talked about in the squat, she did that same technique, driving her knees out. Now how about Laura Radecki? Laura has kind of just been consistent all day long, and she is actually closing in on 2nd with Chelsea Savit. This lift right here would actually put her tied with Chelsea and be ahead on body weight for 2nd place.
It's 424.
She could actually move into 2nd place.
Man.
Now Chelsea's coming after her,
right.
But right now as we speak, Laura Radecki is in 2nd place in the 158s.
Yeah.
Behind, of course, Kimberly Walford, who has it wrapped up. Kimberly is jumping on her 2nd attempt, 28 pounds, but even without that, she's got it wrapped.
Right.
Watch the replay here. How much more do you think that lift has? Give me a prediction as a coach. What do you think?
I'll say at least 10 or 15 pounds.
Okay, I was going to say 7.5 kilos, so
yeah.
15. So we'll see what they jump to.
Now Chelsea.
Now, Chelsea right here is in third on body weight to Laura. So that those of you at home, that means they're tied. But Chelsea's a heavier lifter. But Chelsea right here with 435 really opens up a healthy 28, 29-pound lead over Laura. So basically this lift could seal second place.
Oh,
wow. We're going to watch a replay, David, and this is interesting.
Because it came up uneven a little bit.
The left side, our right side, Chelsea's left side, clearly a little uneven, but she just muscled right through it. And sometimes, David, as you know, that could be a situation she's set up uneven.
Or it's a grip problem.
Yeah, it could be a grip issue. But watch, it's lower on the left.
Yeah.
But you know what that tells me is how strong she is, because
she was able to overcompensate that.
Well, when the bar's uneven, it's that much harder to pull.
So this is
523. So this lift gets her right to up against the American and world record of 534. Based on what we saw earlier, this should be no problem.
Exactly. This will kind of get her, it says, motor running in terms of how much she can have that day. Now look at the intensity here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, there's no doubt she's intense. We're going to watch that again.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, this bar actually rolls a little bit in front of her. She is so amazing. Biomechanically, this makes this lift harder. Watch right before she pulls. Let's see if we'll be able to see it. It's a little bit out in front of her, but man, she has got tremendous lockout strength.
Exactly.
I've seen a video, it was a couple years back, Kimberly pulled, I believe it was at the Arnold, and it was right over 500. She's clearly stronger now.
Right.
But she pulled a lift, it must have taken 6 seconds, and she just refused to budge. So if she's that much power today and has a great lockout, she might have 540 or 550 in it.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see what she goes to. I mean, we really could be seeing a historic bench, Jennifer Thompson, and the numbers about to post. I'll tell you guys as soon as I see it. 2, 4, 3. Let me tell you guys what that means. That is 535 pounds. That would actually break the American record as well as the world record. And David, I don't see any problem with that.
I do too. Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
because only basically,
I think she's got more in her. It's only 11-pound jump,
right.
10-pound jump.
So Jenny 2, last pull, 325.
And you know what's interesting? This will move her up 6 places. She's currently in 28th. This will move her all the way to 22nd place. So I know to some of you at home, you're thinking, what are we talking about 22nd place? We've had lifters we've announced today who lifted in this meet last year and were in 15th, 20th place and are now in the prime time. She's in 22nd but moved up 6 spots on that one lift.
Yeah. So Kait Mendall, her last pull here is going to be 364 pounds. And right now she's sitting in 7th place.
Yes, she's in 7th place. This lift actually would just lock her down for 7th place.
Right.
It's not a situation she's going to climb up, but she can help to avoid getting caught from behind.
Exactly.
Doesn't appear like there will be anybody after her, so this lift actually would just seal the 7th that she's already got, but it would add to her total, which obviously we're all lifting for PRs.
A little off balance. No. She got a little off balance there.
It was really interesting how much she was able to fight, because when you're that far out of the groove, you know, that's even more impressive that she was able to continue pulling.
Yeah. Well, Claudia Chaloner.
David, we're down to just about 10 pulls in the women's class.
She's got 400 pounds on the bar, 402.
12 pulls to be exact. 12 times you're going to get to watch these amazing women, and I have to stress amazing because it's one after another, David.
Right.
I mean, it's like as soon as we rave about one, the next one comes out.
Right now she's in 6th place.
And she was the one that hit a very solid second attempt. And this is a pretty good sized jump, David. 22 pounds for a female at this weight, second to third. There's a lot of men that take 22-pound jumps. I mean, I take 22-pound jumps sometimes in the deadlift.
Oh, just a little too much.
And again, we talked about a little bit uneven.
Right.
Bodybuilding.com. David up in our corner, one of the sponsors. If you're at home watching this online, you very well have been through the bodybuilding.com website, and the best advertisement I can give the bodybuilding.com people is Jennifer Thompson sat here last night and said she goes on that site all the time.
Yeah.
So if Jennifer Thompson goes on it, it's good enough for you.
Well, Ella Zheng, 408.
Wow. We gotta acknowledge this is a big time deadlift, crossing the 400-pound barrier. This would be a considerable PR for her.
She locked it out.
And you see her coach in the back here,
Yeah.
Zach Cooper. I got to put a mention. That is a great third attempt pick.
Yeah.
Because she could not, if we were to add 1 kilo, let alone 2.5, she could not have done it.
Yeah.
Watch this replay. Tell me, David, you're an experienced lifter. That's the perfect third attempt.
It is.
As one of my buddies back in Maryland used to say, if you had a little extra chalk on the bar, that might not have gone.
That's right.
That's how close it was.
Well, Diana Avalos, she's got 408 on the bar, her third attempt here.
The former 4-year high school football player and national champion in rowing, D2 national champion, looking to pull 407. Last year she pulled 374 at this meet, David.
Right.
33-pound jump. Wow.
Man, very impressive.
And she's got a nice dance to show.
Exactly.
And a lot of you people at home, watching this, what that is, that exuberance, that dance, that celebration, that is literally hours and hours in the gym, David, of grinding, of working. Watch this.
Yeah.
To try and get a PR deadlift. And
right.
that exuberance just jumps out of you. Okay, we did have a third attempt change. What that means, when you see this pop up on your screen, those in the crowd and the flashing light, let me give a little primer. In powerlifting, you are not allowed to make any changes in any attempts other than your openers. You can change an opener before the meet starts. When you get to your third deadlift only, you can make 2 changes. What this comes down to simply is strategy. A lot of times in the deadlift, you're battling for placings, and so you change the attempt accordingly. So in this situation, Jennifer was not the lifter. Somebody else made a change, and it pushed them back. So now Jennifer will be entering with 424, and this would give her a 477 kilo total. This would get her within 20 pounds of the American record in the total.
Yeah. So based upon her second attempt, I think this is well within her capabilities.
Yeah, what I think this will come down to is we talked about that shifting she's been going through.
Right.
It's been happening in all 3 lifts. Can she make sure she can get a good, solid start? Because her lockout is no problem. You almost just watch her belt and see if she can lock that in and not shift.
She got it moving.
I think she's got it, David. We're going to watch this replay again, and I want you to stare at her belt line, David.
Yeah.
And that belt almost does not move side to side at all. In her other lifts, you'd see a little bit of shifting in her pelvis. And watch this lift closely when we rewatch it. There might be a hair, but she really locked down, strong core, and stare right at that belt. It's almost like if that belt stays locked and loaded, she's going to be locked and loaded. Watch at it. It goes up, but it doesn't waver.
Right, and she just drove it. I mean, the mental intensity and focus.
Well, and you talked about it. Jennifer puts together tremendous talent, strength, and determination.
Yeah.
Because there's a point there where most lifters, you can give up. But that's why she's Jennifer
Katie
Thompson.
Rutherford has got 424 on the bar. And so right now she's sitting in 5th place.
And how great is this lifter? This young lady is actually coming out and taking the same weight Jennifer Thompson just did. Granted, she's in an upper class. That bar went back down.
Exactly.
We're going to watch this again at home. And we talked about with Katie earlier, it's clearly a technique issue. When she comes up to the top, there's a slight shifting.
Oh, she got 3 white lights.
Wait a second here.
No.
It was interesting because the lights popped up white, but the judges clearly said no lift. Watch as it comes up, those at home. The rule says the bar cannot go back down.
Yeah, that must have been an incorrect call by the judge.
I believe we're going to see this. Our director extraordinaire, Trey Cunningham, bringing this to you. This is Diana Hernandez-Avalos. Don't worry, we like to watch this. She'll do a little dance.
I like that.
We can always watch that again.
Yeah.
I think we've still got time to do the replay, though. We're going to be able to watch Katie Ann. We got a moment. We got some time. Basically, what's happening is there's an attempt change. So for those of you at home, when they change the attempt, the scoreboard has to update. That's why there's a little pause in the action. Also, I believe the judges are discussing that previous attempt by Katie Ann Rutherford. The next lifter will be Natalie Terrana. I know the scoreboard's not telling you that, but I'm telling you it'll be Natalie Terrana. If you're at home and you're a Terrana fan, make sure that you get your popcorn ready, as my partner says. Let me tell you about Natalie. She had foot surgery just a year ago, Liz Frank injury. It's a very unique, rare fracture. It happened playing basketball. We do not have Katie Rutherford's pull, but so you guys know, the bar went back down. That's why the lift was turned down. So David, Natalie Terrana, if you're watching at home, she set a squat American record. She is now closing in on 429.9, so 430 in the deadlift.
Well, she with this pull, she's right now sitting in second place.
Yeah, essentially what's happening here is Samantha Calhoun is going to come after her later, so this will help to open up the lead. If Natalie can hold on to that, and there is no problem for Natalie.
Yeah.
Natalie, your Nana must be proud.
Exactly.
And your fiance Chelsea and your coach Arian. We're going to watch this again. Double overhand.
Exactly.
And she is locked in. Brad Gillingham asked, that bar is not moving. Now what that does is Samantha just has to pull more, so we'll see if Samantha makes the attempt change to try and go for the win. Right now it doesn't appear like she will, but we will keep you updated. Just 6 deadlifters left.
So Laura Radecki, she's got 435 on the bar.
435. Currently in third place. But again, we have a situation. Rori Alter coming from behind will try and beat her. So this lift is to hold on to the bronze.
Yeah.
Let's see if Laura can lock it out.
They get the hips through. Good.
I think that lift is good.
Yeah.
Now what that does is it puts her in the bronze, but Rori Alter is going to come back after her. We'll see if Rori goes for the bronze to knock her back off.
Yeah.
I would suspect she's only going to need to bump it up 2.5 kilos. I think Rori will go for it. Now we've got another battle. Ewa Januszkiewicz currently sitting in 4th. If she is successful with this lift, she would move ahead of Samantha Calhoun for 3rd place. We got a lot of action going on here. I apologize if I sound like I'm running you ragged at home, but this is 440 to move into bronze medal position.
Right. This is a big pull here.
Yeah, bronze medal, for those of you watching at home, that is a gigantic difference from 4th place.
So this is a 22-pound jump from her second attempt.
But she is capable, very capable. It's all going to come down to, can she get that start position locked and loaded.
Oh.
And you know, we saw it there, the hips a little bit behind her. She started fighting, but there just wasn't enough there. Now, Samantha Calhoun has a shot. She's in 3rd. Will she go for the bronze?
Yeah.
What we're noticing here, do you guys see this here? This is the Atlanta Convention Center, America's Mart, packed. I mean, you got people in the aisleways. Hopefully the fire marshal doesn't see. Josh Rohr might have to say something nice to the fire marshal of Atlanta to make sure we don't run overboard.
So Samantha Calhoun,
she is not going for the silver. She's content with the bronze. But I tell you what, she just pulled 446. She would have needed 28 more pounds.
Yeah.
So I can understand why she didn't go for it. But 446. Now, the only reason that lift is not an American record is because of Kimberly Walford. And Kimberly pulled 487 in this class a few years ago.
Exactly.
All right, we are down to the final 3. Now, let's set the stage. Rori Alter is in 4th place in the 158s. Laura Radecki is in 3rd place.
Yeah.
Rori needs this lift to knock Laura Radecki off by 2.5 kilos. 451. This is a 28-pound jump. It's a big jump, but
It's a
she
big
looks
pull, yeah.
strong on her second.
Exactly.
Watch those knees drive out. Knees drive out. A little bit too much.
She didn't have nothing left in the tank.
We need to congratulate Laura Radecki.
Yeah.
You are currently the bronze medalist, and you have locked it in. Your bronze medalist will be Radecki. Your winner will be Walford, and your second place will be Savit. Alter will finish in 4th.
Wow.
But Chelsea Savit says, I know I'm not going for the win, but I am going for another big 451-pound deadlift.
Yeah.
This for Chelsea would exceed her personal best. And Chelsea has had quite the year. She just got married not too long ago. And I know her friends Danielle and Jordan are watching at home. Oh, it was a grip issue.
Yeah.
It was a grip issue.
Man, she had it going.
We're going to watch it again, David. It's fascinating when you see this sometimes. She gets great power off the floor, and all of a sudden that right hand starts to open up. Watch her right hand, your left hand on the screen starts to open up right there.
Yeah, she had it.
And that's her husband over there. He's got a big smile on his face, but I think that's really just because he knows how great a performance she had. Unfortunately, that was not the way she wanted to finish.
Well, Dr. Anderson, this is a big pull, isn't it?
This is the American record. This exceeds the world record. And much like we talked about Jen Thompson being the best in the world in the bench press, Kimberly Walford is equally talented in the deadlift.
Exactly.
And David, if she keeps this in close, she's going to have room to spare.
Come on. She got it.
I think that lift's going to be good. There was shaking, but I don't think the bar went down. Let's see what the judges say.
Oh! Let's see a replay on that one.
Well, that's interesting because that's a 1 card. That means they said she didn't lock out. And by my view, her shoulders were locked. Let's watch this again. Maybe her knees came unlocked.
Yeah.
But that's not the bar going down.
Right.
We'll watch this closely, David. Okay, let's see now. Does the bar go back down? I don't think the bar went down, but that's not what they read it on. Watch her knees because her shoulders lock out. Do her knees come unlocked?
I don't know.
Maybe they said shoulders because I think those knees are locked.
I thought that was a good lift. I mean, it was hard to see from this angle, so the side judges have a different angle.
I thought it was a good lift too. Watching it over, maybe they said shoulders.
Yeah.
Because I thought her knees stayed locked. And I don't think the bar went down, which they didn't call anyway.
Well, that's why you had 3 judges.
Yep. And there will be some discussion, I'm sure, to go to the jury about that.
Yeah.
But either way, what we just witnessed was an amazing performance. And it's interesting, if you watch the video over, and hopefully Kimberly and her great coaches, Gene Bell and Steve Goggins, will get to watch her pulls. For her, it all comes down to she's so emotional, so fired up. When that bar starts a little bit in front of her, it's just taking a lot out of her. If she can keep that bar in close, man, I know this is going to sound crazy. I think Kimberly Walford is a 550, 560 deadlifter getting that bar in close.
Oh, yeah.
Because her lockout is amazing. And it really is, it's an intensity that you don't see a lot in the women's division. I mean, I hope that doesn't offend anyone. But Jennifer Thompson and Kimberly Walford bring an amazing intensity that's palpable.
Right.
Like you feel that energy. You feel that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's no rest for the weary, David Ricks, no rest for the weary. We move right back into the final flight of deadlifts, the men's 231-pound weight class. Michael Petrovich is your opener.
It's going to come down to who's going to make the biggest pulls.
Very easy opener. Yeah, if you guys want to know when we're looking ahead, based off of openers, Bryce Lewis will be in first. He will be 8 kilos, about 17 pounds ahead of Garrett Blevins, who will then be another 22 pounds ahead of Joe Hardy. Clearly looking at their openers, Bryce Lewis has the advantage. It's going to come down to coaching. I would say Bryce has an expert on his attempts. I don't see him making a mistake. Last night, Jesse Norris and his coaches made a little bit of a risky, some would say not the smartest choice, took too big of a jump and opened the door for you. Of course, Jesse's so talented he overcame it. But I think Bryce will be conservative on that second attempt deadlift, David, to close Garrett out.
So Joey Flex.
Joey Flex, man, this guy has impressed me. Let's see if we can see how strong this opener is.
So he's open at 578.
And it's interesting, he pulled 617 last year at this
Looked
meet.
easy, yeah.
That lift looked easy, but he did slow at the top.
Right.
What you start to wonder is, and you can comment on this because you lifted last night, we are closing in on, let me see if I can get a time clock somewhere, about 10:30 in the evening time. Believe it or not, that's actually early on Thursday. We were here deadlifting past 1 a.m.
So it's been 5 hours. Yeah, 4 hours.
4 hours since they started.
But
the 4 hours I don't think is much of a problem. That's kind of standard, what we're used to. I think it's more of an issue of how many people deadlift at 10:30 at night.
Exactly.
And really where it's key is, were you coached well enough to stay off your feet all day, to not watch a lot of lifting? Because if you've watched lifting all day, you're spent by now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually helping a guy out tomorrow, and I saw him walking around today, and I said, sit down, take a load off. You don't want, for us, this energy is great, but you don't want that sapping you for your strength.
Yeah. So John Norcott opening up with 606.
The strength coach for Wayne State. Looking really strong across the board today.
Exactly. He's had a real good meet. I don't think he's missed a lift.
Yeah, and he's been technically proficient as well.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like he's built for the deadlift. Look at those arms. Wow.
Oh,
you really see how big the arms get when you're holding on to 600 pounds.
Right.
You can tell that the energy right now is a little bit building because even Gino is quiet. Gino powerlifting in the back of the room.
Right.
I'm starting to wonder if Jeremy Hartman doesn't start to challenge Gino for the announcing extraordinaire. Jeremy Hartman is rocking this place when he announces so much, like the hair on the back of my neck stands up.
Exactly.
And if you've ever seen or met Jeremy Hartman, he's so intense. If he starts yelling, my best bet would be to pick up whatever weight's in front of you.
Exactly.
Because he's a strength coach and you don't want him mad.
So Brandon Jeter is the next lifter, 6'11".
A junior lifter. Now here's where we're going to start to mention what we noticed earlier this morning. There was a big total done in the juniors.
That was a good opener.
Vanessa Gale, who's a personal friend of mine. Personal friend to many, I'm sure, but I can actually call her a friend of mine and her wonderful husband and their new baby. Vanessa coached Jamal Browner to 9 for 9 earlier today in the juniors.
And what was his total?
His total was 790 kilos. That's 1740.
Okay.
Brandon Jeter just totaled with his opening deadlift 747. So I'm quite sure he's not going to catch Jamal, and he's in fourth. Basically what that means is, unless there was a junior lifter earlier today, which I seriously doubt, that beat Jamal, Jamal Browner will be your national champion after going 9 for 9 in the juniors in the daytime session.
So Jerry Beach.
Now what happened there? I had looked away. Did it appear like he got injured?
Yeah, like he's trying to start to pull, and all of a sudden he felt something around his midsection.
Well, the interesting thing there is that's his opener. So if he's not successful, he's not going to score. So we'll see. Maybe he can come back. The bar didn't move, though.
Well, it's interesting that how does warm-ups feel?
Yeah.
And so if your warm-ups don't feel right, you back off your opener. But
and think about how do you do mentally when you have to come back when the bar didn't even leave the ground.
Right. So Colin Ripley's the next lifter, 628.
Coached by Joey Flex. Of course, with 28 lifters, David, I could have just said coached by Joey Flex with everybody, and I'd have a good percentage chance of it being right. Look at the double overhand.
Yeah.
Double overhand sumo. Double overhand sumo. Not as common as you see the double overhand
Good luck out.
Conventional. I find it interesting. Colin certainly looks like he's straining on every lift. He has a look on his face of pain and anguish. I hope it's not hurting as much as it looks.
Walker Bradshaw's our next lifter, 634 pounds.
Walker, as we've noted earlier, in only his second competition. Very impressive in the squat. Working his way up in the deadlift. He is currently in 17th place, which just shows how deep this class is.
Oh, easy opener.
And the lift is good. just looking at forecast totals, what's interesting is in the daytime today, we had 2 lifters whose totals right now ranking 4th and 5th, because we can see on our score sheet clearly one of them is Jamal Browner, that based on his total, he's actually going to be contending in the open division. He's actually going to have a shot, maybe even getting as high as 4th place in the open division.
So Cardell Oliver opening up at nice pulls, starting up to 661.
Yeah, this is a very, very muscular looking lifter, very strong appearing lifter.
Oh, lost his balance.
Almost one of those situations where when you come up so fast.
Right, your body try to readjust.
Yeah, and in sumo you don't have as much leverages because you're out so wide. If you lose your balance, it goes quicker. All right, now if you've been watching all day today, this next lifter has been at the forefront, but this is clearly where he starts to give away a little bit. This is a great opener, 661, but it's because he's going against an unbelievable deadlifter in Bryce Lewis.
Exactly.
Garrett really has to have all 3 pulls to have any chance. Now, I suspect this will be easy because Garrett told me he was going to pull over 700, maybe 722, David.
Right. Very impressive.
And the lift is good, 3 white lights.
Yeah. So now you go to Michael
Pennacchia Jr.
Yeah, and he's open at 672.
Yeah, it's interesting. Michael clearly not built for the bench. He was the first bencher, and now he's opening one of the top deadlifts.
Yeah.
Pennacchia, 672. Just 20 years of age, David.
Look how narrow his stance for his height.
Yeah, it's actually a narrow stance sumo, reminiscent of the famed Japanese lifter Radecki Inaba, who used to pull similar to that in the 114-pound weight class. Probably an idol of Trey Cunningham's, our director over here. He would probably be familiar with Radecki Inaba, 17-time IPF world champion, David Ricks.
So Joe Hardy, he's got a decent forecasted total.
Yeah, Joe Hardy actually with his opener will be in 3rd place.
Yeah.
In a class that is stacked. Now let's see here. Joe is actually looking like he might be pulling overhand. No, he crisscrossed. But look at the size of those arms when we do our close-up shot.
Now he's got a unique setup. You know, I never seen him walk to the platform and kneel.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is for me, if I kneeled down before the deadlift, I probably wouldn't get back up in the 60 seconds.
Me either.
So I really commend him for that. Of course, I'm not near in condition like that young man is. 3 white lights. Yeah. We are now looking at 4 lifters. 3 lifters, I'm sorry. Yeah. Kevin Mays will be next, but we're down to just 3 lifters.
Yeah, Kevin Mays opening up. Now we're cracking this 700-pound barrier.
This will be interesting. Remember, I nicknamed him the sumo bencher, so let's see what his stance looks like in the deadlift. He was a sumo bencher in the wide stance.
Right.
He just looks like he's built to deadlift.
Exactly. That long torso.
And interesting, he's a narrow stance deadlifter. He's a sumo bencher and a conventional puller. Notice how high the hips can be when you're that long armed.
Exactly.
Which is a very, very advantageous start position. Wow.
Yeah.
Even our director, Trey, just said, wow. Wow.
Can I have the Garrett Bailey? Wait a sec.
Botsy
Bailey.
Noble 1, Botsy Bailey. You know what I like about this 716, and David Ricks, you know this better than anyone. 6 big, beautiful red chips on the bar.
Exactly.
If you're watching at home, 6 25-kilo plates, that's all you need in the collar, and you're at 716.
Yeah.
Now, Botsy Bailey, you guys are going to get an interesting show here. He is actually nationally ranked deadlifter, both in sumo and conventional. He'll be pulling, I assume, sumo today. He's got quite the sumo pull. Let's see what he does. Yep, quite the wide stance. And I have seen him pull some amazing third attempts where he just refuses to quit.
Yeah.
That lift got a little bit out of the groove for Botsy. It was
did.
easy, but it shifted a little bit to his left.
Yeah, so he's going to
a little bit to our right.
For his second attempt, he's going to adjust a little bit. So
yeah, especially assuming he's going to jump that up.
Right.
Because he's currently in 5th place.
All right, Bryce Lewis.
All right. Now, David, this is an 800-pound puller. He has not pulled 800 in competition yet, but I expect he's going to give it a run today. This lift will be very easy. And this won't lock the deal down with Garrett Blevins, but this will start to shut the door.
Exactly.
And the champion that we picked, we were right with Jennifer and Kimberly. Look at that.
Yeah.
The only thing I wonder with Bryce, now he is an intelligent lifter, so I don't want to step on his toes, but he has such head back at the top. Sometimes you wonder if that could be a balance where when you go that far, what if you lose your balance?
Did I only see him hit a workout just a little bit?
A little in the bottom, but I've seen him pull before. That's actually his style.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, based off how easy that is, he's got, what was that, 716? He's got 30 kilos. No problem in my mind, 782. Right. Now, I don't know about the 800. We're also talking pulling at 10:30 at night. By the time he ends up finishing, it'll be maybe even close to 11.
Well, I think he's going to judge the second attempt based upon what.
Second, I think he'll be very conservative. I would suspect a very small jump.
Right.
Let's see. In fact, we can tell you Garrett is going for the win on Garrett's next pull.
Right.
And so what I suspect Bryce will do is go just past Garrett, which is exactly what he's doing. Bryce's next pull will tie.
Okay, Michael Petrovich is pulling right now, and that is 6'11". He made easy work of that one. So go back to your comment.
Now, I apologize to those at home, and this shocks me because Bryce Lewis is a very intelligent lifter. He's making the same mistake Jesse Norris made last night. Bryce Lewis has put in his attempt that is a full 8 kilos ahead of what he needs to beat Garrett, and him being the lighter lifter, he could obviously get by with much less. Now he's only jumping to 755, well within his limits, but I still go old school. I always say, why pull more than you need until the third attempt? Maybe I'm wrong. Bryce is certainly a lot stronger than me. He's probably a lot smarter than me.
I would do that myself.
But last night, Jesse Norris opened the door for you because he jumped more than he needed. And it's been late night. It's been a long meet.
That was a good pull.
Lift is good for Joey Flex. Now, let me stress.
It looked like the lockout probably.
Really? Was it the knees? Because I thought his shoulders locked out. I mind you that where we were watching, we are in a front view, so it's very difficult to see the knees and the shoulders.
It's going to the jury table.
It doesn't look like they're going to grant him another attempt. I'll just be curious.
Can you see the replay of that one? Oh.
We'll see if there's a relift decision on that. But I want to touch on this because this is really going to get exciting. Bryce Lewis, by his next pull, he would actually only need 335 kilos, 738. He's jumping a full 7.5 kilos more. Now, Bryce, obviously, he's well over 755 deadlifter.
Exactly.
So most likely, those of you at home who are Bryce fans, you're going to say he's going to pull it, no problem. And I think he will. But at least it's giving Garrett a chance. Plus, I always say now he's pulling extra energy.
Right.
That he's going to have to come back and pull a third, very likely.
That'll be easy.
Brandon Jeter not successful.
Nope.
And Garrett Blevins jumped 40 pounds to 700. Now, that's going to push him, but I think he's capable. So I suspect you're going to have Garrett come home with his pull. You're going to have Bryce pull his. And then it's going to all come down to Garrett probably will jump just enough to catch Bryce on thirds. And then Bryce really will be in a position to pull as little as he needs just to go for the win.
Right.
But really, Bryce is going to have to pull 3 pulls, most likely.
So Colin Ripley here. This is 650. It's a big number here.
I was going to say, that is a huge pull, and he's only the fourth deadlifter in this flight.
Yeah.
Overhand, conventional. Watch the grimace on his face, David. He really looks like he's working.
Oh, no.
That will be a little shy of the lockout for those of you at home.
No,
we can really see how this crowd is just filled in.
Well, that's only a 22-pound jump.
I mean, just look at how this crowd, at 10:30 at night, we're just seeing Great numbers.
So John Norcott, college coach here.
Yeah, Norcott taking a healthy jump, Dave. This is a 44-pound jump.
Yeah.
Obviously a bigger guy. I myself, a 44-pound jump, first to second's not out of the question.
Yeah.
But it's certainly one of the bigger jumps. In
Right.
fact, just glancing ahead, I don't see a jump bigger than this in the entire flight. 20 kilos is the biggest jump.
Well, his opening looked pretty good in terms of mechanics, so we'll see. He's able to maintain that same mechanic discipline.
Yeah, you can tell he's definitely a technician in terms of he's a strength coach, but he also, in his own lifting.
Yeah, once it started moving slow, but once he got it past the floor, it picked up speed.
Yeah, you can really see there's a lot of lockout there.
And so he had a real good hip drive.
It'll be interesting to see. My perception off that is maybe 5-7 kilos. Depends on how much he can get off the floor. Because he's certainly going to be able to lock it out.
Yeah, right.
But
so,
I just don't know. 10 kilos I think might be too much.
Right. So he missed his opener.
Yeah, this was a balance issue.
Right.
So here what it comes down to, and you can attest to this, it's really coming down to he's got to get that correct start position, and then at the top be under control.
Exactly.
Let's see. Looks smooth. That looks like no problem.
Did he lock out?
I think he did. Let's see what the judges say.
Yeah.
3 white lights, yeah.
His shoulders I thought wasn't completely rolled back, but.
See, I actually thought that was good. It was one of those situations where, to me, he seemed a little more under control.
Exactly.
Like he wasn't as explosive, which it's a balance in the deadlift, especially sumo. You want to be explosive, but it doesn't do you any good if you lose your balance.
Okay, Walker Bradshaw here has 678 on the bar. Starting to get some big numbers here.
I was just going to say, David, how big are these deadlifts? We still got seven lifters following Walker Bradshaw. Now, his best deadlift in competition is 661, so this would exceed his PR.
Yeah. That looked good.
Yeah, that's a very nice lift.
Nice speed, great power, no struggle.
He wanted to shout out to Hybrid Strength back home in Long Island, his friends, his family, his girlfriend Jess from New York and Connecticut, Chad Wesley Smith and JTS in Southern California.
So Garrett Blevins here, ladies and gentlemen. He jumped 40 pounds, 700 to 700.
Yeah. Let me set the stage for you if you're at home. What Garrett Blevins is doing here is going for moving ahead of Bryce Lewis. This would move him ahead of Bryce Lewis by 9.5 kilos. Of course, Bryce will follow, and Garrett is the heavier lifter. But this is a situation where this is well within Garrett's range, but this is starting to push him. 722 is what he was looking for, outer limits. So this is a situation where he has to have this, and he's probably going to need another one after it, David.
Exactly.
But, he's been quite explosive.
Right.
Let's see if he can keep that up. It is 10:30 at night, almost 11 o'clock on the East Coast here. Wow. Now, again, in the squat, he had a lot more left in him.
Yeah.
To me, that looks like there's a lot more than 22 pounds there.
Yeah.
But remember, he talked about being a timing lifter.
Right.
Is he in a situation where he knows he can only do, 20? I mean, he told me 722 going into the meet. Watch this, David. This looks to me.
Great speed. I mean
I would think maybe 15 kilos, maybe 733.
Oh, yeah. I think, I can do 20 or 30 pounds.
Yeah, so, which at this point, of course, he's going to have to go. Well, they're jumping him up 10 kilos. That's going to move him ahead of what Bryce is doing on Bryce's second.
Right.
I think 10 kilos is very reasonable.
Yeah.
Of course, all Bryce would have to do is wait, and maybe Bryce would do this, not do his second attempt, wait and let Garrett pull, and then Bryce just pulls one pull for the win.
Yeah.
The benefit to there is you save your back.
Right.
Because this lift that he's pulling here is most likely, when Bryce comes up, not going to be for the win, because we suspect Garrett's going to make his next.
Right.
A lot of lifters, Brad Gillingham, who I'm close with, prefers to pull that second lift. It gives him a feel of the weight. But other lifters would rather pass and just go all out on the last pull.
That would be easy.
I would be curious your thoughts being a great deadlifter yourself. If you're in a situation where you're in the lead and you're probably going to need 3 pulls, and you're in a situation where if you pass your second, you can go for it all on the win, and knowing the second might not make any difference, would you pass or would you rather feel the weight? Let's watch this lift. Very smooth locking.
Looking pretty good.
Are you in the position you'd rather pull it or pass it and save it all for the third?
If the second, third are going to be very close, I would pass on the second.
Okay.
But if there's going to be some type of jump to the second, third, I'd rather take the second so
to
that
feel the weight.
Feel the weight a little bit.
Well, in this case with Bryce, literally it might only be a 2.5 kilo jump.
Right, then I will hold off then, potentially. But here's the gentleman, he kneels before, a little unusual into his setup. I've never seen a setup like this.
Look at when you see him up close. I mean, those arms just get bigger and bigger.
Exactly.
I wonder if he's been doing curls back in the warm-up.
Right. So this is 716 pounds.
That's a smooth lockout,
yeah.
Dave. Smooth lockout. It was interesting. I wondered if his lockout was a little short. From our angle, it's hard to tell, but he got one red.
It didn't look really,
really
fully.
Didn't look like the shoulders were back.
Exactly. I don't know if he's got much left in him.
Replay. So let's watch this, Dave. See at the top, do his shoulders lock out?
Or his knees. Maybe his knee.
Yeah, it's actually maybe a little of both.
Right.
That's why instant replay is fascinating in these meets. Now this guy, he absolutely obliterated his opener.
Right.
This is only 28 pounds more, but could you really smoke 722? Well, if you're Kevin Mays, you could.
Exactly. That looked really good. So now we go to Garrett Bailey. Garrett, he's going to...
Garrett Botsy Bailey.
Right.
And he is going to... Oh, we're going to watch a replay of Kevin Mays. Watch how explosive this is.
Look, a little off balance there.
And that's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't notice it as much on the first view, but he was off balance and he still locked it out easily. Now this guy right here, Garrett Botsy Bailey...
That's a big jump.
Yeah, he is a phenomenal deadlifter.
So this is a 33-pound jump. Yeah.
I've watched him pull, actually. He comes to a lot of the meets in Georgia. He also helps out to ref and judge. And it really comes down to, in him and the sumo, all about the groove.
Right.
If he can lock this in, this will actually move good. But I think he's getting close to the max on this lift. Yeah. And it was clearly, if we get to see it again, it moved off the floor okay,
right.
But as soon as it got to his knees, it did that shift.
Yeah, and then it couldn't.
And it really shows our fans at home how critical, when you have 750 pounds in your hands, the slightest movement can actually throw you off. Watch, comes off the floor good, and here, boom, shifts.
Yeah. So the bar probably got a little forward and it shifted, and then that was all she wrote.
But it almost looks like he's going to have a shot.
Okay.
Now, here's the stage for Bryce. Comes down to strategy. I believe he's going out there. But what I'm telling you guys is this lift puts him in the lead, but based on what I saw, Garrett Blevins will pull his next pull, which will bump him back in the lead. So Bryce theoretically is going to have to come back out and pull 2.5 kilos more. Now, Bryce is so far under what he's capable of, this lift should be no problem, but this is about 7.5 kilos more than he needs for the lead. So he's taking a risk, but he's so strong in the deadlift.
Right.
I don't see this being a problem. Man, that's a good lift, and that's easy. Yeah, our prediction has been Bryce Lewis, and with all due respect to Garrett Blevins, and if you're a fan of his at home, he's going to come out and pull a great pull, and I think he's going to hit it. Bryce Lewis just looks like he has too much. Watch this. This is not a problem at all. But it's slow, but I'm telling you, this is how he pulls.
Does he?
He's got 30 more pounds than this lift.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes, I'm telling you, if he needs it, I don't think he'll go for it. I'll say he's got 22 pounds guaranteed, 28, maybe 33.
Yeah.
Now, here's what's going to happen, I believe. If Garrett misses, Bryce has got the win, then I think he jumps big.
Right.
If Garrett makes, I think Bryce only goes, because he's coached by Matt Gary, and I can't see them taking a risk. I think he just jumps 2.5 kilos and takes the W.
Right.
Which I would see no problem with.
So Garrett's
jumped up 22 pounds to 722, which we expect. It's going to push him, but his 700 looked explosive.
Exactly.
I don't see him missing that. Now, maybe does Garrett change and go, because you and I thought maybe he had even a little more.
Exactly.
Does he try and push Bryce even farther? It all comes down to Bryce is the better deadlifter. He's got all the cards in his hand.
Right.
Now, this, for those of you at home that are Joey Flex fans, this was the lift that we thought was good and then was turned down. So let's see what the judges say, and let's see if he can come back. It's tough to hit a deadlift. Lock your legs.
The shoulders back.
I think that's a good lift. Let's see what the judges say,
Good lift, yeah. Yeah.
And the nice thing on that lift is Joey coaching 28 lifters all week, and he finished on a successful lift. Watch the quads here. When you see the legs, watch him contract his knees.
Exactly.
There's no question. When you squeeze that quad muscle, it really emphasizes you locked out.
You're
It's
right.
one of my old tricks I always learned is when you get to the top is make sure you contract your quads. It just makes it look for the judges even more visually impressive. You know what's interesting, David? We didn't even bother loading anything below 600 pounds in this last round of deadlifts. It's like these lifters said 600 or go home.
Exactly.
If you don't want 600, we're not even going to let you on the platform.
That's right.
And if you're at home, 600 pounds is a big amount of weight.
It's a lot of weight.
I mean, when you get your first 600-pound deadlift, that's a big deal.
Right. Brandon Jeter here, 622.
This is a comeback, so this is a lifter that wants to go home on a successful note. Just a little too much.
Well, it's been a long day for everyone.
Yeah, mind you, he's a junior lifter.
Right.
He's on the big stage, and he's pulling his last deadlift at almost 11 p.m.
Yeah.
But, you know, you couldn't see it on our screen, but David and I have multiple views. This young man went to all three judges and shook their hand.
Yeah.
I couldn't see the left judge from our view, but the right judge is Joe Marksteiner. He is a former Masters World Champion. Your head judge, Ruth Weldon.
Right.
A long-time USA powerlifting women's top lifter, competed in the IPF Worlds, won multiple women's nationals. I believe she told me that she's in her 46th year of powerlifting, 42nd or 46th. Yeah, basically you and I are kids.
Exactly.
We're babes.
Michael Petrovich, 634 in the bar.
Now he got forward. Let's see if he can lock this out. You know what I call that, David? Strong back.
Did he lock it out?
I think he did. What did the judges say? 3 white lights.
Yeah, you're right.
Watch how forward he gets. There's a part, if we could pause this lift, you'd see there's a part where he is leaning forward, bent over, a Goggins-esque deadlift.
Right.
Not what I recommend, especially as a doctor. But watch right there how forward he gets. But
exactly.
That upper back strength, the hamstrings and his erectors just pulling that through. And you know what the best part about that is for Michael is finishing on 3-for-3 deadlifts.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know that better than anybody.
Yeah.
That's one of the hardest things to do. It's the end of the meet.
Exactly.
Fatigue is setting in. Now watch this lifter. This is head down. As he starts to pull, his head is down. And then on his last lift, he couldn't quite lock it out.
Right.
He's overhand hook grip. Head down, rounded.
Off balance.
Appears like it also popped out on one side.
So then you got one deadlift in. That was 285. Yeah.
We're down to the final 10 pulls of the evening.
Yeah.
If you're at home, you got your cold brew, your cold beverage nearby. You maybe have some chips and dip.
Right.
You can maybe stand up in place where you are, shake your hands, shake
exactly.
your feet, get ready for these final 10 pulls. It's like a burst of energy has just come through for me at the excitement that we're about to wrap up with.
Now, John Norcott is going for
688, David.
Yeah.
David, I mean, you're a great lifter, but 10 deadlifters to go, and the lowest pull is 688. Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah, that's remarkable.
That's almost 700 pounds.
Yeah.
And we talked about earlier, 600-pound deadlift, a very good accomplishment.
Yeah.
You get in the gym, that impresses all of us. 700 pounds, and I've always said this, that's the lift that really separates you.
Oh, yeah.
700 pounds in any venue, any body weight, any person, you tell them I've pulled a 700-pound deadlift, and that's an impressive accomplishment.
Yeah.
We got 10 guys, David.
Right.
Going for 688 or more. And this is a healthy jump here. This was a 28-pound jump.
Exactly. Third attempt here.
No, let me correct that. This was a 39-pound jump.
Yeah.
39-pound jump.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it going. He's got it.
And he's got the lockout.
He got it locked. Yeah.
Wow. We're going to replay this, David, because once again, I sound like a broken record, but this is the perfect third attempt. I don't know if 5 more pounds would have gone.
He's made all his, he's went 9 for 9, I think.
Yeah, I think he did, because you mentioned that about how, watch this lift, David.
Yeah.
And watch, it slows, and then he just breaks through, and then a smooth lockout.
He's got great hip drive.
Yeah, and a tremendous finish to the day.
Yeah.
He moved all the way up to 7th place with that pull. At one point, I think he was in the 12th position. He moved all the way up to 7th.
Now Walker Bradshaw, he's hitting. Now we're into 700-pound deadlift range,
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen.
At this point, the last 9 pullers, and we said it earlier, go 600 or go home. Now they're saying 700 or go home.
Exactly.
Like, you're not even allowed on the platform if you don't want to try 700.
Uh-oh. I think you got.
I think that lift is good, David.
I do too.
3 white lights. Wow.
Yeah, even a little nervous, but he was able to, drive it and keep the vital mechanics pushing through it with the hip drive.
Alan, watch this replay. And I want to stress to you people at home, this is 700 pounds. This young man is in his 2nd powerlifting competition. His 2nd competition, David.
That's remarkable. So we got Cardell Oliver. He's at 7'11".
And as obviously you know, the bar doesn't slow down.
Right.
Now we're at 7'11". 8 pulls left. 7'11". And this is a guy, you remember, he had trouble with balance on his opener, but his 2nd attempt, he controlled it.
Exactly.
So it'll be interesting to see, does he get more aggressive at the top?
Off balance. He was off balance.
All right, we had 1 lifter pass, so there's 6 pulls left. 6 pulls left.
Yeah.
And every one of them is 722 or more, David.
This is too exciting.
It is. I mean, and it's really one great deadlifter after another.
Yeah.
And you know what? We still got 2 men's classes going tomorrow. These aren't even the biggest and strongest.
Yeah.
Dennis Cornelius, Joe Capolino, Tony Harris, Ray Williams, Grant Higa. I mean, can the list go on? Andy Askow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like Mike Teixeira.
Yeah.
I got the 7th lifter, and I mentioned Mike Teixeira.
Right. So Garrett Blevins. So
Cornelius, which I got a little bit of a sneak
set
preview.
this up. So
let me tell you. I'll talk about Dennis in a minute.
Yeah.
Garrett Blevins, this is to move into 1st place. He has to make this lift, or Bryce Lewis is your champion. This doesn't guarantee the win, but he has to make this lift.
Exactly.
It's also for a 1,913-pound total, which is just 4 pounds under the American record. Oh, he's got that. He's got that.
The game is on. So he's at.
So he is at 1913.
You can see a real play of that, or? Okay. Now watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this as it moves off the floor and lock out. Very impressive.
Now this is interesting. Maybe this is just my coaching eye, but Bryce Lewis has the wrong number in. He is going the attempt they have listed in, and I'm sure Matt Gary's going to correct it. He has 766. He only needs 760 to tie and win on body weight. Oh, what we have is a card change. Because somebody submitted a weight change, it's going to actually change the order. It's going to change the order. Joe Hardy will actually be the lifter. Joe Hardy will be the lifter. We talked about this earlier, but if you've been on our broadcast or this is new to you, I want to give you a quick primer. In the deadlift, you're allowed 2 third attempt changes. So right now, it's like a whirlwind. These gentlemen are battling for placings.
Yeah.
And literally, when you put in an attempt change, the score table then has to get it in the computer. The rule book says as long as the attempt is to the expediter, it doesn't matter if the bar gets loaded. As long as the expediter has it, you are considered allowed to change. So the shifting in the placings means that the score table is telling the spotter loaders one way when in actuality it's going to be a different way. And it's something we all understand. It's part of the sport. Michael Pennacchia, unfortunately, was at the bar and getting ready. He didn't pull, so that's good. But he still had a little bit of momentum change. Now, I already talked about earlier Bryce Lewis.
They changed it.
Yeah, they already dropped it, and I apologize for even acting like they wouldn't. But Bryce Lewis has the correct weight in 760, which is only 5 pounds of what he did earlier, and it will tie Garrett Blevins. It'll actually be ahead by 1/2 kilo because Bryce broke a record. So in actuality, he'll be 1/2 kilo ahead of Bryce. But let's not forget what we're looking at here, David. 727 pounds. Now let's see, does he go to the kneeling technique? He did not go kneeling to the floor. Let's see, does he change that?
Yeah.
Be interesting. Maybe on a third attempt, he saves his energy. He does not kneel. appears like a little too much.
Yeah, he didn't have a...
All right, just 4 deadlifters left.
Exactly.
And they're all 738 or more. Now, I just have to touch on this because I know Vanessa's listening, and I want to just recognize, because he's not here tonight, Jamal Browner in the juniors today. His total, this lifter right here, Michael Pennacchia, is the best junior in the evening program. Jamal Browner, even when Michael makes this lift, Jamal Browner will beat him by 44 pounds.
Oh, boy.
What Jamal Browner did today, we got to focus on. 9 for 9. Former bodybuilder. Vanessa Gale coached him to a 9 for 9 day. So Jamal, if you're out there watching, I hope you're having a cold one and enjoying.
Man.
Let's see if Michael locks it out.
I think it does. Let's see. 738.
And I just can't emphasize enough, this Michael Pennacchia put on an unbelievable show. He's just 20 years of age out of Rhode Island.
Yeah.
But we must emphasize 2 juniors in the daytime program actually beat this lifter right here. This lifter's the best junior in the nighttime. Jamal Browner beat him. And I apologize for not knowing. I don't have today's numbers in front of me. But somebody else, and I'll try and get his name before our broadcast ends, actually got second in the juniors. Now, Kevin Mays, what have we been noticing about him? His deadlifts have been very explosive.
Exactly.
He got a little bit uneven on his second. So let's see, David, can he keep it in a better groove?
This is a 22-pound jump.
And this is 744.
Yeah.
I mean, a
Oh,
gigantic.
look at that. Oh. Oh.
Now, his feet came up, but that's still legal.
I don't know.
His toes came up, but let's see what the judges say.
Oh.
Now, that's interesting. I want to see a replay, because what those cards show is that he didn't lock it out.
Yeah.
I thought he clearly locked it out. Now, let's see.
It was close.
Where was it, his knees or his shoulders?
Well, let's see.
I was watching his feet.
No, the bar dipped a little bit.
Yeah, but the cards, it's shoulders. It's shoulders. The cards were, I agree with you, I thought the bar maybe dipped, but 2 of the cards said he didn't lock it out, but if you watched his shoulders, I can see. I was watching his legs. And
I saw the bar dip a little bit. As he struggled, it dipped a little bit.
But one of the cards was the bar went down, and then one judge had also the shoulders. Now here, Garrett Bailey, 749 pounds. We talked about him earlier. His deadlift shifted out of the groove a little bit to his left, our right. And I told you, this is a guy, if he can keep it in that groove, he has got a tremendous lockout.
Exactly.
I mean, he will fight this lift. You could go and get something to eat and come back and he'll still be pulling. But he's got to get it that lock. Remember you talked about it shifted in front of him.
Exactly.
If he's able to keep this thing close, Garrett Bailey's going home with a 749 pull. Keep it in close, keep it in close. He's got the lockout. Now, I think that's going to be redded, but he definitely locked it out. Let's see what the judges say. Yeah, I thought there was red.
For what?
I thought the bar went back down, which he got 1 card for. One was not locked out, though.
Can we get a replay on that?
See if we have a replay. I thought the bar went back down. I thought he locked it out, though. So 1 card said he didn't lock it out. 1 card said it went back down.
I thought he kept positive control. I didn't think it.
So you never thought the bar went back down? Okay.
Yeah, but let's see.
Let's judge it. Watch that bar. Does that bar ever go back down? Right there, I thought it clearly dipped on both sides.
Yeah, it dipped. Okay, this is for the
All
win.
Right. This is the last pull of the evening. Bryce Lewis, 760 pounds. This is less than he's pulled before, but this is for the win by a half kilo over Garrett Blevins. I know there's a lot of Bryce Lewis fans watching.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is for the win. Everybody's standing on their feet. Man.
Do you now agree with me that he had 20 or 30 more?
Yes, I do. That's it. Yeah.
And if you see that joy and that enthusiasm, do you know why he's so excited? Last year in this meet, he got 3rd place.
3rd place?
He's the IPF world record holder in the total, and he got 3rd place last year. He got beat by Garrett Blevins and a guy who's not even here, the world champion, Eli Burks.
Yeah.
So how great is our weight class that the guy that you just saw won
was 3rd place last year.
Got 3rd place last year. I don't know the story with Eli Burks. Hopefully it's a situation he'll be back next year. But look at the depth we have.
Yeah, that's impressive.
That's your world record holder in the total. And he needed every lift to win by half a kilo. We are going to wrap up what we saw today. There is an opportunity. We might have one more interview.
Yes.
But I want to take a quick moment. I want to mention this because I hope we have a moment to say this. David Ricks, and I got to say this for everyone out there watching, everyone knows he's one of the best powerlifters ever lived, but he's truly a better man than he is a powerlifter. And I told this story last night, but I want to mention it again. I lifted in the Masters Nationals in Atlanta, Georgia in 2011, and I introduced David to my mom. And David had the nerve to tell my mom how great a lifter I am. And I looked at my mom and I said, this is Superman. But I have to tell you guys out there, it made such an impression on my mom. It made me touched to have David Ricks tell my mom how great a lifter her son is. And so I want you guys to know, a lot of people out there only get to see the guys on the platform. A lot of people have met you. But you really are a treasure to the sport. You really are a better man than you are a powerlifter. And that says a lot about you.
Oh, I appreciate it, Dr. Anderson.
I'm going to step over to get a quick interview
yes.
with Bryce Lewis. I need my mic.
Camera's down.
Congratulations. Good evening. I'm Dr. Patrick Anderson, and I'm here with the national champion in the 105 kilo, 231-pound weight class. If you were watching, you just saw an amazing finish. Congratulations, Bryce Lewis, your national champion.
Thank you. I'm humbled, and this was a goal I've had for a long, long time. So I want to say thank you to my wife. Thank you to Eric Helms. Thank you to Matt and Susie Gary who helped me. Thank you to the whole TSA team. And everyone in the audience and just everyone who's been following this journey. Still hasn't sunken in, but thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I met Bryce earlier this year, and I want to tell you guys one of the things at the end of the meet when he was so emotional that we talked about on the broadcast, a lot of people might not realize Bryce Lewis is the world record holder in the total, but he got third place in this meet last year. And what that means, and Bryce didn't tell me this, but that means every time he was in the gym, every hour that he spent training was to change that, was to turn that third place into first place. And it shows how deep it was that the world record holder in the total took to his last deadlift to beat Garrett Blevins, an unbelievable finish. Tell us what your respect is for how great his performance was.
Yeah, so first off, Garrett Blevins is an absolutely phenomenal lifter, and he left some kilos off on squat. He could have easily squatted another 5 kilos, and that would have been a whole different scenario for us. Garrett and I were in the back, warming up on the same platform. One of my coworkers has worked with Garrett in terms of programming, so we're very close. He's a fantastic athlete, and it just shows to how competitive United States powerlifting is. That both of us could have taken the world record total. So, yeah.
And also, we don't want to leave out the world champion who wasn't here this year, Eli Burks. Hopefully next year we'll get all three of you on the platform and we'll blow the doors off the Orlando powerlifting in the Raw Nationals next year. I want to close with, on behalf of all of us USA Powerlifting lifters, it was an honor and a privilege to watch you compete. Many, many lifters this weekend that I interviewed mentioned you specifically as inspirational and as your coach. One more time, I want to congratulate you on all that you put in this year to finish 760-pound deadlift for the win. Your national champion, Bryce Lewis.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, join us tomorrow, 2:30 in the afternoon. Bryce is going to be my broadcast partner, Ray Williams, Dennis Cornelius, Bonica Law. Great lifters across the board. Tune in 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. For Bryce Lewis, for my partner David Ricks, I'm Dr. Patrick Anderson. We'll see you tomorrow.